I would have to say too. But we were getting our cameras all set up and having, tech happens, right? We love technology until we don't. But we are now live for everybody to start watching the amazing racing out here. We have 2 days of it.
Yeah.
But you're getting in a car yourself.
That's what I've been told too. Yeah, I'm very blessed to be able to have that opportunity. A good friend of mine built the car and lets me drive it. So we drive in Class 12 and Heat 5 a little while.
Well, that's awesome, though, that you get, you're not only the president, you get to get out and have some fun as well.
Yeah.
But you said it was a 12.6-mile loop.
Yep.
Battle at Primm has been a favorite race for quite a while. This race always brings spectators. It always brings the racers. And even though it's only 12.6 miles, it takes a lot of cars, too. I mean, it's definitely one that it's a driver's skill for this track.
Yeah, it's definitely, I call this short course style of racing, it's so full of adrenaline as a driver. And it goes fast, even though the time limit is an hour and 20 minutes. You feel like you're in the car for maybe 20 or 30 minutes, and you keep clicking off the laps. You go, oh, well, lap 1, lap 2, and then, wow, there's the checkered flag. But so much happens in that moment. I've come off the track before, and I'm literally winded as a driver because of it. And it's a drug that we as race car drivers love to experience, and then sometimes it's other people's worst enemy is that adrenaline. They lose their control, but hopefully not this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully not this weekend. I mean, this course is one of my favorites, I have to say. I used to race it, so I'm a little jealous that I'm not getting out there in a car.
Might be able to find your ride with me tomorrow.
Well, then we got to find somebody for this.
No problem. We mixed in the Unlimiteds, trucks, the Class 1s, and the 6100s are all mixed in together as they qualified. So he actually qualified at the top this guy. So we'll see him in a little while.
Yeah, it's going to be super cool to see him.
A lot of classes. I think we have about 16 classes racing this week.
It's going to be a busy race weekend. 2 days in. But the weather has turned out beautiful. Yesterday, there was a heavy breeze, and I don't like to say the W word. I never say the W word.
Right.
It's supposed to kick up here again later on, though, isn't it?
That's what I've heard, but you know what they say about the rumor mill. Let's see if we can dodge it somehow. But
that would be
yeah,
nice.
It's great in a car, but it's tough for us operationally and being out here, all the families and stuff. You get wind blown, it does kind of fatigue you a little faster.
Right.
We'll do the best we can.
I'm thankful for this building I'm in right now.
You know, it is pretty cool that we have that. Yeah, it's a good spot with a bird's eye view of everything, you guys. So hopefully, those that are out here get to enjoy it, and then all the live stream looks like you're going to have some great camera reviews today, as well as the drone footage. So we're super thankful to Hammer King Productions to come on board with Snort with their generous offer to cover this event for us.
Yes, it's racing, and it's amazing, like being on the East Coast, the people that don't know about desert racing, or even King of the Hammers. It's amazing because
or individual series too.
Individual series, exactly. Yeah. So it's something that getting it out there live to so many people in the world, or the people that love this sport and they just want to tune in and whatnot. But again, there's so many different races going on this weekend. It's people at home are hopefully have multi views, because then you can watch all of them if you want to.
Yeah, screen and screen.
Exactly.
It's a good thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when is your heat that you will be going out here in just a little bit?
It should start right around 1 p.m. It'll be
okay.
Heat 5, so I obviously will bop in and out today, give people a break from my voice and face. So, but yeah, about 1 o'clock we'll start, and I'll run with class 10, 12, 5 unlimited, and 3,000.
Okay.
We'll run in Heat 5. So
yeah.
should be a good day. The 1600 heat is stacked with some of the top guys and always some of the best racing we have here. Snort, our 1600 class is always one of our premier classes, and this race and Rage the River are one of the two big races that they love to come out and battle it out. So
yeah,
it'll be exciting here in a little while.
And
it's exciting right now with what's going on. They're out there. They already started racing. All the cars are off and running on the track, so we should see some action here in just a little bit if you guys are already seeing it at home.
I think I see one of your recovery vehicles taking off going that direction, so maybe some action's going on over in that area.
He's warming up his shocks for the day.
He's got to be ready. That's something that, again, talking about the course, there's the berms, like you're saying, it's burnt in. So I know some of these areas over on the other side of the road, there's some areas that some gnarly stuff happens. You come in too hot to turn, it's a little tighter, or there's a rut that's now been created throughout the day, and it catches your tire and just bites you.
Yeah, there's a weird G out as you go down the straightaway that parallels the road track towards the California state line. 3/4 of the way down there, there's a dip, and then a little bit of a jump, a lip, and then a kind of a jump. So you can I've seen some guys get out of shape before in there. I actually was racing class 12 a couple years ago, and I was following two other cars, and one was trying to pass the other, and they were literally side by side going over that spot, and I was like, this is not good. So I backed off, and they hit in the air, and the one on the left shot off to the right.
Oh my goodness.
And I never saw him again, but he was okay. But it was just a moment that, it's one of those things that happen, obviously, but I let it go and or got around from it, and everything worked out all right for the guys. But it's always scary when you see that sort of thing happening, or when you're in it, racing side by side in a buggy car or any car for that matter. It's not a good thing if wheels touch.
No, definitely. Open wheel racing has definitely been something that's a little sketchy to do, but it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, even when they're coming inside to the infield areas and have enough room to go 2 cars wide, is again same thing. Super sketchy. I know the area you're talking about over there, because if you don't check up on it and you come in too hot, it just kind of donkey kicks you and it just takes you over. Exactly,
it can for sure. And for the most part, everything's marked well. Our team that does the GPS navigating has put in points all around the course that'll say, dip, bump, turns, jumps, and things like that. So the guys that got the download and have it on their GPS should have a good picture of what's coming up. So, to keep it another level of keeping it safe for guys and girls.
Yeah,
we
definitely.
have some girls out here.
Yeah, no, I love it.
And we have Powder Puff this weekend.
I know. How exciting is that? I love Powder Puff races.
Yeah, so
where I started out was Powder Puff.
There should be 12 to 15 cars, I think, today, and then all different classes. And so what we will do with that is we're going to only keep them on the north side of the track, so it'll be about a 5-mile track that they'll actually run on. But
Okay.
it still gives them. I think this is honestly some of the best stuff that is on our track this weekend is over here with all the different jumps and stuff. There's still some fast sections and things for them to run. So I hope that they enjoy their time in the car, even though it's a little bit abbreviated.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they will. Anytime, seat time is seat time, right?
Right.
No matter what.
They might even actually take the car over.
Yes, exactly.
I need to step away for a few minutes.
I know. I keep seeing it going off.
Yeah,
And you're a busy man,
operations
so we'll see you back in here shortly.
Sounds good.
All right. So here we are with the stock bug. A lot of people call it Class 11. It's the same class out here on course right now. I will get my timing up here in just a little bit to see exactly everybody who is on the race course and their timing as well. But the class stock bugs are making their way around right now. They will be coming in here probably in the next, I don't know, 3 minutes roughly. I believe that's about how long it'll be. They have quite a bit of course to still cover. And they will be coming through here. I will get to see the numbers on the cars as they come through. But thank you to everybody who is tuning in on to the King of the Hammers YouTube page. Again, we'll be live today and tomorrow. And the weather right now, you can see the flag is blowing, which is a good thing. It's a racer's friend. The dust is a racer's friend. So we like it, a little bit of it. We don't like it to be too strong out there for us out here that are working it. But we do like it on the course, especially if you are battling for position. When you're battling for position and you are behind somebody, the stronger the wind, obviously, the better you can see. But we are live racing right now on our heat for our Class 11, which is also considered stock bug for the Snore series. The Snore Racing Series has been around for 56 years. It's pretty cool to see the series that are around, excuse me, that long. A lot of these series that race out here. This is the Southern Nevada series is what it is. Southern Nevada off-road enthusiast. But we do have right now the stock bugs on course. We have Ryan Rodriguez. He is the #1 qualifier yesterday. Brian Ordor was #2. Oliver Flemett, Cole Witt, Donnie Donovan, Vic Bruckman, Jorge Ventura, Ryan Reeder, Wyatt Wiley, Jordan Tarantino, Thomas Square, Cameron Reese, Mario Riviera, Butch Gady, Jeffrey Carano. We have 4 that were a DNF, which is Brandon Acklin, David Henderson, Dustin Miller, and Scott Wisdom. So a total of 19 stock bugs that registered to race. I'm not sure if all 19 are on course right now. Again, I don't have my live timing up right at this moment. But they will be making their way around here in just a moment. My camera that I have pointing towards me, I might actually turn that around if our camera view is not going to be at the finish line here. That way you guys can see it. But right now, here we are on course. When I get that number there, I believe it is the 1278. We shall see here in just one moment. But great drones. We should have 3 drones out on course today. I believe we have 3 still cameras as well, so a total of 6. 6 cameras, but we do have them going over the course right now, finding the cars out online. And all right, so getting some information here. I'm going to go quiet here for just a moment. I'll be back on in just a minute. All right, everybody, trying to get the audio turned up for you here at home. So please let me know if you are able to hear me better, because right now I'm trying to mess with it and see if I can get it turned up for you guys. So all of you on the YouTube page, please let me know if you hear me louder and clear. Right now, our Class 11's out on course with our drones following along. This is a super fun area that they're in. They're coming into the short course section is what I'm calling it, and they come into the finish line. Thank you, UTV Pros, for letting me know that it's much better. So thank you very much. Turn you guys up. Loud and clear. Thank you guys so much. Again. All right. Love it, all you guys tuning in. It's awesome to see. Again, we're going to have an awesome 2 days of racing out here, and it's just getting started. Again, our stock bugs out on course. I believe it looks like our Class 9s are out there as well. Dexter, no, this is not in Mexico. This is in Primm, Nevada. Primm, Nevada, the famous Battle at Primm race. That is such a blast to watch and be at, and be in a car as well. Yes, so Class 9 is out there as well. I will get the names of our Class 9 racers here in just a moment, as the 902 right now physically in first, the 979 in second, physically making their way through right now through the finish line for lap number 1. I apologize, I do not have the Class 9 starting order in front of me right at this moment, but the 119 Class 11 is the first stock bug across the line physically, with the 1144 in second. 1144 of Oliver Flemett. I do have their starting order here. The 1133 making their way through. Brian O'Dore. Donnie Donovan making his way through as well. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much for the information. What I'll do is, I did not have that printout for the starting order right now. I will get that information for us later on during main events as well, and for tomorrow. But the stock bugs out on course. Look at that path going on. They're making their way, getting ready, I believe, to go across that road crossing. All right, so Robert, I turned my volume back up. Hopefully you can hear me better. 1129 making their way through. I have them coming across the finish line right here, right in front of me. So that's what I am calling out in front of me. What you're seeing at home as well. Got a little bit of action going on here on the short course is what I'm calling it right in front of me. Oh, and one almost going off the bank. But the drone footage, what you are seeing at home, is amazing. We'll have it for you all day long today and tomorrow. Again, out here for the King Shocks Battle at Primm. There is our motorsport safety solution. He's at all of our races for all of our desert racing. But we have quite the car count out here for our 1600s that will be going off later on, but at Class 11, 19 of them out on course, making their way around. Looks like Wiley Racing also has a Class 11 as well. We were talking about Todd Wiley earlier on. He's in the iconic bright orange Unlimited truck. We'll see him later on. As we are watching from above, we have 3 different cars making their way around. And that's what you're seeing on your screen is what is right in front of me, which is a really cool view. So we have the 1103 that just made their way around. The 1103 of Scott Wisdom. I didn't catch the pink bug number. And they're out here making sure they're hitting their 15-mile-per-hour mark once they get over this jump that's right in front of me. Hit that 15-mile mark just. They hit that 15-mile-an-hour marker because they go through the timing loop, and you don't want to be going super fast through that. Make sure your car reads. There's also concrete K-railing right there that you don't want to hit. Okay, so I put the microphone closer, you guys at home, so hopefully it's making it louder. I do have the volume up here on my end, so hopefully you'll be able to hear. We're actually right there to the right of your screen. There's we call it the duck blind. So the duck blind is something that we use at King and the Hammers, and we have used in the past for our announcers booth, and we have transported it over here, bringing it to you guys here watching live on our King of the Hammers YouTube page. As we see a few cars making their way through. This short course area, you can see right there, they make a little right-hand turn at the bottom of your screen, and that's when they can get back onto what is known as the core track. That is the short course track. The core series used to race here back in the day. As you're seeing a couple of different cars go through. Got the 1198 should be coming through here in just a moment. Also, the 1198 of Dustin Miller. The 1166 you'll see here shortly as well. 1166, I don't have, there he is, Jeffrey Coraro. 1198 making his way through. And you can see the track that they're on is a super fun technical section. It's never easy, right? We always say, oh, it's an easy track, but in reality, it's not. It is not. 1124 making his way through. The 1124 of Mario Riviera. Making their way through next will be Jorge Ventura out of Palm Springs, California. As you'll see here coming through here in just a minute. Now what you're watching, that is what we call the core track. That is the short course track. As you can see that bug going through that rhythm section. That's where we were talking earlier if you were watching at the beginning. The cars will go through there, and if you're not hitting it just right, the rear of your car will actually start kicking back and forth, and that's when you can see people get a little bit western and get a little sideways, and you know their day's not always the best when it does that. Mark, I'll let you know where Vic is here as soon as I see him come through. I believe he might have already came through and I missed him, so I'll let you know as soon as I see him. Again, 19 cars out on course that are the stock bugs. We also have class 9 out there as well. So 1141 should be coming through here in just a moment. I don't see the name on 1141, but I believe that looks like I've seen that car. I think Jim York actually raced that at Crandon. So 1141 is not on my qualifying list. But it is a familiar vehicle. As the cars have made their way out on lap 2. So it's a little quiet up here in my area. I don't see any coming through the short course here anytime soon. Again, this is a 12.6 mile lap that they will be doing. I'm not sure on the lap counts either. I gotta get all this information for you guys. But we're live, you guys. That's what we were wanting all morning long. It took us just a little bit. You know, we always say that good old saying of, you know, it was good until it wasn't, and that was definitely something we experienced this morning. Tested all this stuff, everything worked great, and then all of a sudden, you know, you go live and it didn't want to. So it happens to the best of us, and our crew, our whole entire Take It Live crew for Hammer King Productions, they definitely know how to get us going, up and going, and bring you guys all the live action as well. We have 3 drones that'll be out on course. We have multiple still cameras as well. But bringing you guys the action that we can bring you out here from Primm, Nevada, and the breeze is starting to pick up. That's not what I like to see, and I don't want to talk about it, but it's actually picking up. Good for the racers, not for the spectators, but we all know what to do. We hunker down and keep it all nice and tight. There are some Class 9s right there as we are watching them make their way through. So that's a nice little jump out on course. There's quite a few little jumps out there that they'll come out and bite you, as John and I were talking about earlier on, especially over by the Nevada-California line. There's a nice little G out. But this course, it's a fun course. I consider it kind of like a short course in a sense, only being 12.6 miles. But it's a fun course. It's a fast course. Lots of tight turns, though, once they get up here into the area where I'm at. But you can see that is they're going right towards Primm. So that section that they're on, that is the Nevada-California state line fast section that they're going through. They'll make their way around. They will come over what we call the dike jump. The dike jump is something where in the past they have done longest jump competitions on that. And it's fun to watch. It's fun to be in the car when you're doing it, but when you're trying to go for the longest jump, it's a little bit sketchy. But the dike jump is something that's super fun and super fast to go over. I actually can see it from my window where I'm at here. But again, thank you everybody for tuning in and watching the live stream here on the King of the Hammers YouTube page. Thank you to Hammer King Productions for bringing this live. And there we have the 987. Again, I don't have the driver's list for the Class 9, but there we have the 987 making their way through. The Class 9s, let's talk about the classes. You got Class 9, you got Class 12, you got 1600s, like all the Volkswagen engines. But Class 9, the travel, I mean, talk about a rough ride, and you got to, make sure you stay on top of the whoops and make sure basically it's a gas game for any of those classes, especially 1600 and Class 9. They're very good. I would say they are very good starter classes that makes you become a good driver. A lot of people I know that do desert racing, that have been racing for a long time, that started in Class 9 or Class 11, or not Class 11, but Class 1600. It makes them the harder driver because you really have to stay on top of it. But yes, here we are going to have some action coming into the short course area right in front of me as well. It looks like it's a 1600 or a Class 9 and then a stock bug that are out in 1 and 2 physically in front of me. As we are watching, I can't make out the number of these cars. Oh, and you see that one in front took a little bit of a little wider turn. Now that turn they just took, it's a left-hand kind of an open turn, but there's a nice little berm there. I've seen quite a little bit of rollovers happen back in the day in that area because you're really coming into it super fast, and if you don't check up just right, that berm is so large it'll grab your tires. And out in the distance there, that is the solar power plant that's out here in this area as well. So it's a really cool to see the views that we have around here. All right, 566, I believe, is that number? Just caught a glimpse of it. Or 1166, that might be Jeffrey Carraro. Let me go back to that live stream. But 66, that's the only one that we have is Jeffrey with the 66 on the end there. Because again, class 11, or I should say stock bug, excuse me, they are all their numbers start with an 11 in front of it. But again, thank you guys for tuning in for the King Shocks Battle at Primm out here in Primm, Nevada. This iconic race is always a great time to watch, spectate. And here we have the 992 that's going to be coming across here in just a moment right in front of me. So 992 out in that physical front position in front of me. I'll see who that is trailing right behind as well. 1191 making their way through of Ryan Rodriguez physically out in front of me here. I believe he came through first place. He was also the #1 qualifier. Got the 1144 making their way through of Oliver Flement. The 979 Hardesty Racing is what it says on the side of the car. Class 9. Next through will be the 1133 of Brian Odor out of Escondido, California. As you can see, they are going through their 15-mile-per-hour timing loop right now. Once they get past and they get the good to go sign, they make their way back out onto the core track. See, Donnie Donovan's right here in front of me. He'll be making his way out onto the core track as well. But that is Ryan Rodriguez in the stock bug. Donnie Donovan making his way across me just now, 927. All right, so Mark, I see Vic Bruckman making his way through. So 1129 just passed in front of me. The 1129 of Cole Witt. Vic Bruckman, the 1126 just making his way through the finish line for lap #2. 969 class 9. See what the next stock bug making their way through here. The 1172 crossing over the finish line here. The 1172 of Jordan Tarantino. Oh, getting a little crazy here. The 987. Not class 9 car, just going a little too wide on the last right-hand turn here on this short course in front of me. Going a little bit wide, but correcting. 1169 just made their way through of Ryan Reeder I just had a 568 make their way through. The 11:38 as well, coming through the finish line. Lots of action out here all over the race course. I can only see certain areas from where I'm at, but I have a great view of this short course area that they come through. The 11:63 just now making their way across the finish line as well. 11:63 of Wyatt Wiley out of Peoria, Arizona. $11.83 of Brandon Akelian. Did not finish in qualifying yesterday, but just now made his way across the finish line as well. All right, the pink bug that I didn't know what the name was earlier on, the 11:40 of Thomas Square, is also over here in the short course area. Will be making their way around here shortly. And here we are back live racing action on for you to see, as that is on screen there. That is the 11:40 of Thomas Square. And that pink stock bug, you can see later on when we get into our Unlimiteds and our Class 1s and our 6100s, they will be launching off of those jumps. Of course, stock bugs cannot do that. We all know that, if you know about it. All right. As you are watching the 11:40 go through that finish line timing loop. So the start line is actually over in our short course, the core track, as we call it. And the finish line is actually right here, pretty much right in front of me. So they start and they finish in different areas. As right now you're watching the 11:89. Again, the 11:89. See, I do not see his number on my qualifying. We must have had some late entrants that came in last night, because there's a few of these guys I'm not seeing on here. Quite a few of the Class 11 stock bugs out here in our short course area. In just a minute, you'll see the 11:37 make his way through. The 11:19, Cameron Reese out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Oh, we have a side-by-side right here coming in to the finish line. You'll see here in just a moment as well. And some great racing action right there, side by side, going over these jumps. I mean, it's a little different when it's open wheel racing going side by side, but what a cool view right there of them coming through side by side into the 15-mile-per-hour speed limit zone coming through the finish line. Great overview of our short course area. Got our water trucks out there, making sure it stays dust free in the majority of this area here. of the short course. We try to do our best with keeping it dust-free down here where everything is at short course-wise. And the big, beautiful American flag right there. Great racing action. Those are the 3 cars that came through pretty much together, going side by side as well, going through that short course core track. Sounds like I'm going to have some guests coming in here in just a moment. Get some off the track knowledge from the racers that are actually out there on the course. See what they just had experience and had fun with. All right, panning around here. Let's find some more racing action out on course. All right, we're going to have some drivers come in here. All right, going to be bringing in Mr. Aaron Baker will be coming on here in just a second. Get some of this all on off course racing.
Good.
I got a good video of you.
Do you?
All right, here we are. Aaron Baker, you just won your heat, and here you are up here with me talking. Tell me about the course.
The course was a little wet this morning, but fun. It's definitely fast. Some technical stuff, but not too bad.
I mean, you're no stranger to this either.
No, I've been doing this for a long time now. But no, the course is great. Not really anything to even watch out for. Just go have fun.
Well, and like we were talking earlier, there's no rocks on the course, so you don't have to worry about rocks. It's mainly about the biting you, basically, in the corners if you come in too hot.
The corners, you don't want to dig a tire and put yourself on the lid.
Yeah. So when you come up to the dike jump, do you full send it?
Actually, the dike jump is kind of sending us a little to the right-hand side of the truck, so we had to back off for the last 2 laps on it. We got one good send-off of it and put the truck sideways in the air, so we just chilled after that.
A little sketchy when you go sideways in the air. That is for sure.
Yeah.
But that jump's always been an iconic jump.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's fun. It's nice to see 100 mile an hour off of that jump.
So no hiccups out there at all today?
We had one little issue with the truck.
Sorry, the wind just blew our door open. Almost took your co-driver out.
All but one bolt came out of the steering wheel, and so we didn't really have steering, so I was driving with my hands on the shaft
my goodness.
pretty much for the last lap and a half.
All but one bolt fell out?
Yeah, so I had my co-driver over here shifting for me while I was driving with my hands.
Wow, that's interesting. You know, I've actually seen that before, though. Like, I've seen drivers come in with, like, vice grips as the steering wheel at King of the Hammers because, like, their steering wheel came off.
Yeah, it was pretty scary. I was like, something's going on with the steering. I don't know what it is. And I couldn't really see, with the sun being in our face and whatnot, and I look down and I'm like, oh man, the steering wheel's coming off. This is not good.
Definitely not good at all. That'd be scary, especially if you're going off the jump.
Oh yeah, so I think we noticed it on the third lap or halfway through the third lap. So we did the infield twice with it like that. It was a nightmare, but it was fun.
But you made it.
Definitely a story to tell.
Exactly. You know, if it's not an adventure, right?
Yeah, it's got to be an adventure. Otherwise, what's the point?
Exactly. It's all about the adventure, honestly. But right now, the stock bug's out on course. But you've been racing in your class for quite a while. Like you said, you've been racing for a while.
Yeah, it's been about 5 or 6 years now in this class.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Because you also did short course stuff before, correct?
Yes. So we raced Lucas Oil Short Course Regional in Southern California for 7 years, I think it was. 8 years, something like that.
I remember watching your race.
Yeah. So we have a couple of championships there. We actually won the championship in the Unlimited Sportsman Truck class last year for Snore. So we're just going to try and do that again this year.
Yeah. So is this, what else are you racing besides this? Is this it?
So, no, we're doing the Beehive 1450 Classic
Okay.
with the Bonfire Racing Association back at Glen Helen in Southern California. We went out and did the first round of that this year and won that. So I hope we can just keep that roll all year long.
Not rolling, but going.
No, the roll of winning.
I always say, let's rock and roll or, whatever. Don't say the roll word.
Right, yeah.
So tomorrow, again, you'll be out here on course.
So tomorrow we'll be back out here, and hopefully we can put on a good show again tomorrow and have some fun.
Are you going to put some Loctites on the bolts for the steering wheel?
Yeah, that's definitely the plan.
Definitely don't want to have what happened today to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, so before we came over here, I was like, let's go put the steering wheel back together before we try to drive over there.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's what we did.
No, that's got to be a scary thing, though. But, I mean, that's where experience comes in, too, as a driver. Like, you figured it out. You had your co-driver doing the shifting and just made it through it.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not going to say that a first-year driver could do all that, but I've literally built that truck from the ground up. I bought that thing as just a chassis out of the junkyard 20 years ago and built it from the ground up myself. I've had some help with sponsors and whatnot, but other than that, putting the truck together was me the whole way. And now I have help of my brother Jake. So that's a big help for me to finally have somebody that can be there with me to help me. So I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, any kind of help is appreciated.
Kind of help. We've had some good sponsors come on board this year that's helping out huge. And without that, I couldn't do it. So
yeah, and that's why we always say all the time, support the people that are supporting the racers, because if it wasn't for them, a lot of our racers couldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
I know you can't hear me over the bugs. That's actually Donnie Donovan right there. I believe he's running second in class. Donnie Donovan's a very well-seasoned stock bug racer himself. But we got Class 9s out there. We got stock bugs. I think we have the Class 5 out there as well, I think. So I don't have all the lists printed out, so I couldn't. I was sitting here going, I don't see everybody on my list that's out there. But so you're done for the day?
We're done for the day. So the rest of the day, I'll just be.
Your brother's saying no.
The rest of the day, I'm going to be doing assistant race director, helping John out and whatnot. Just try to keep this whole thing organized and in shape. So.
Well, you guys do run a great show out here. I've been watching it work already, and he's on it with doing certain things. He'll get in the car later.
Yeah, around noon, I think.
Yes.
He gets in, so yeah.
So you swap roles.
So we'll swap roles for that race, and then it'll be a good time. I think everybody's got their heads screwed on straight today, and just go have fun.
Yeah. Well, once we got this up and running, we have quite a few people that have been watching the show and cheering people on, and it's been a good time so far.
That's awesome. Yeah, my nephew was like, "Oh, I watched the whole race," so I guess he was able to log in and see it. That's awesome. That's
awesome to hear. I know technology, First off, we weren't live right off the beginning, but once it's going, it's going, and it's just the numbers are going up, and that's what people want to see. They want to see you guys out on course. The people that can't be here, there's too many races going on this weekend as well.
Yeah, there really is. And next week, you have so many races so close together right now that it's who's going where, and, what's more feasible for each team, and it's just a lot for people to handle anymore. So, I don't know. I think everybody working together to try to schedule things better would be a big help.
And that meeting that happened in Vegas like a week or two ago,
Yeah.
did you go to that?
I wasn't able to go to it, no. But John did go.
Sounds like good things are coming from that, so
Yeah,
it's
I
really good.
hope so.
Yeah.
We all need it. All the associations really need it.
If you look at what Battle of Primm has been in the past, packed, right?
Yeah,
but
absolutely
with
packed.
all these other races going on, it's not as packed.
I think we still turned out with a pretty good turnout for this race, but absolutely not what it used to be.
Right.
You know, we used to be 300-400 cars, and now we're like, what, 175, 150, somewhere in there?
I think it was, I'm not sure. I think it was a little something like that. I'd have to go back. But, yeah, I mean, it used to be packed. But, again, pick and choose.
Pick and choose.
Pick and choose your battle.
Yeah.
And Battle at Primm is what they should have chose.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little plug there, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's awesome to be out here again. I mean, I'm envious of all of you getting in the cars because I used to race this, and it's a fun race.
Absolutely. And your son races too, right?
My son is actually racing. I have multiple screens. My son is that's my son right there.
Oh, okay.
He's racing at Durhamtown right now,
oh,
and
nice.
I actually was supposed to be doing their live show for them, and I got a call for this, and I'm like, my husband's like, just go. So here I am.
Well, we appreciate you being here.
Well,
so
desert's my background. I love it. So when they called me, I was like, yeah, I'll be there.
All right. Well,
so here I am.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of cool to see how this progresses throughout the year, too, with the multiple races. And if we do this every time, which I think that possibly is the plan. I don't know the whole scheme, but it'll be awesome to be live streaming these races.
That would be super
Especially
cool.
Rage of the River.
Oh, yeah. Rage of the River. You guys got to be there for that one.
Yeah. Everybody loves that one, too.
Yeah. That's a super popular race for sure.
It's a lot like this one, like this Battle of Primm and Rage.
All these casino races are pretty fun, pretty popular, and everybody loves to race them. So it's just a matter of having the means to do it. So.
Exactly.
Yep. I think that's.
Hey, we're pulling it off.
Yeah.
Again, Hammer King Productions. I mean, they pulled off some amazing shows. So.
Yeah. No, I'm super stoked to have Hammer King here and helping us out with this.
I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see you guys.
Right.
But I'm going to let you get going to rolls after you get your truck. But I know you have a ton of people to help you out. Who all helps you out here? Because you said you have a lot of sponsors that came on board.
We do. So Yukon Gear and Axle came on board this year. They're helping us out huge. HDM Motorsports, Mob Armor. They supply all of our stuff for us as far as mounts and whatnot for our laptop, our dash, our phones, our everything. I mean, even the dash for my see.
I use them for everything too.
So we literally probably have, I don't know, 15 mounts in the truck alone.
Wow.
Yeah. And then High Desert Motorsports, they're taking care of all of our shocks and whatnot, so that's a huge help. Who else we got? Holly Off-Road, they just came on board to help us out. So we'll be at LS Fest with them. Mighty Horns, get my co-driver a horn to blast people in the face with. DC Designs, he does all of our paint and body work, keeps that truck looking good. And I don't know, I think it's one of the better looking trucks out there. But
I recognized it as soon as it went across. I didn't even have to know who it was. I knew.
Yeah, that green and purple stands out for sure.
And that's something we talk about in racing, like make your truck or your car stand out.
Absolutely. When I first painted it green, everybody was like, oh my God, that's the worst color for racing. It's bad luck everywhere. No matter what you do, it's going to be bad luck. And since I painted that truck green, we've had nothing but good luck with it. So we're keeping it green.
There you go. I mean, if it's been your good luck charm, do it.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, really, green is supposedly bad for racing. But
works for me, though.
Exactly.
But I'm not your average Joe, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's good. If we were all the same and believed all the same, it'd be a totally different world.
Yeah. So on top of that, I just want to thank Snore for putting this on and always supporting me. No matter what I do, they always are like, just go do it, just go do it. And then my mom, my dad, my sister, my nephews, my brother, our whole family, they're all here to support us. Our friends that come out no matter what. Even if they're racing, they're here to support us, hot pit for us and whatnot. So I can't thank everybody enough that helps us.
Well, it's a family sport, really.
It really is.
Whether they're blood or not.
Yeah.
It's a family sport.
I've probably made more family members that aren't blood related at the track than I have actual family. So.
Well, and like I always say, like, all the racers, you guys are my race family, right? So
Yeah.
it's like I've been out of the desert scene for a while, but doing all the Hammer King and King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 and then short course stuff, it's just everybody helps everybody out, so we're one big happy family.
Yep.
You know, you still have your fights every once in a
Oh
while.
yeah, yeah. Well, like Bobby and I, Bobby Newman and I, we've battled and battled and battled for years since, I don't know, since we first entered into the 2000 class together. It's been, you know, button heads and door banging and bumper banging and just, you know, fighting back and forth constantly, and then yelling and screaming in the pits and everything else. And I'll tell you what, I'd take a bullet for that guy today.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's crazy how things change as life goes on, and
Yeah.
you get older and you realize, like, you know, throwing hands isn't really the answer to anything.
Right.
So we can talk it out and have fun and enjoy it. So
that's what's good about it.
That's what Bobby and I have done, and he's one of my best friends today. So I guess I got to thank Bobby too for always pushing me.
Exactly. Well, and you want to beat him on the track too.
Well, you know.
And you still be buddies afterwards.
But I want to race him. I don't want to just run away from him. I don't want him to just run away. I want to have a battle with him and actually race him and race clean. So
well, that's definitely a good goal to have.
Yeah. Yeah. So over the last few years, it's always been either he was way ahead or I was way ahead, and we never really got to battle. This past Rage at the River, though, we got to battle both days, like, pretty hard. We actually got into each other pretty good a couple times, and it was probably the most fun race of the whole year.
Oh, good.
Because of battling with him. So then we got to come back out today and battle with him for a short while, and then we just had to check out for a minute.
Yeah. Sometimes you can't help it.
Yeah. So
see
the truck
you
wanted
later.
to go, so we let it go.
Yeah.
Just let her eat.
You know, and it's still, you have one more day of racing, so you don't want to battle too hard the day one and something possibly happen and then not make it to day two. So 2 days of racing definitely changes up strategy.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll see what the truck's got left in her for tomorrow, and hopefully it's all good.
Yep.
So.
Well, you go change rolls. You go get or rolls, I should say. You go get your steering wheel all fixed up.
Yep.
Blue Loctite or red?
Red.
Red.
Red for sure.
It's always a debate, right? Blue or red? We always use red.
Definitely red.
Definitely red.
Definitely red.
I don't know why people use blue.
It's like a medium duty for,
That's true. Easier to break free.
Which is, I don't know, I guess. Put some green on there if you have to.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
So.
Well, come back in here again if you want to later
Okay.
on, and thanks for
I'll
stopping in.
definitely check in with you a little later.
For sure.
All
Thanks
right,
for coming
thanks,
in.
Pam.
All right,
Appreciate
bye.
it.
All right, the stock bug is finishing up right now, but we're going to have some more racing action later on as well, so we'll stay live all day. Hey everybody, I just want to let you know I am still here live. I am just transitioning people in and out of here, getting some racers and sponsors and stuff in here as well. So just keep watching the show and we'll be back here in just a second. All right, everybody, back here in the booth for the King Shocks battle at Primm. The checkered flag was flying for our Class 9, our stock bug, and also our Class 5 was going as well. But
516.
516.
Yeah.
There we go.
Little difference.
Definitely, exactly. That is so true. The 516 is definitely different than Class 5. Unlimited Class 5 is normally what it is. But, John, how's the day going for you so far?
So far, so good. There's a couple little rollovers. People are exercising all body panels, but no injuries of any kind. And it looks like some great racing. Obviously, the stock bugs, you're seeing we're in a day and age now where the stock bugs are finishing the heat first, and they started behind the 9s and 516s, but yet they were clearly the first finishers. They, have got the cars going with such a pace now with the shocks and the motor packages that they're allowed to have. They're getting around the track really fast. And, of course, this morning being only the second heat of the day, the track's smooth.
Right.
So that helps.
Right.
But these guys are airing it out on some of these jumps here. It's pretty cool to watch. And
yeah, I've been watching them. It is cool to watch.
Some of the big hairpins out here, they're throwing it in there and sliding all the way around. It's pretty cool to watch these guys wheel these cars around. So, yeah.
Well,
no wonder everybody wants to have one now. They are slower pace, but they're a lot of fun.
It's so much fun. I mean, I honestly like seeing these guys out there on the race course, too. They're always giggling. I feel like it's like a fun, giggling racing. Like, everybody's having a blast out there.
Blake Wilkie is now setting the bar of how much fun you can have in a car live streamed,
Exactly. That guy, man, he sends it, too. Like, that, he has no fear whatsoever at all. But I have people asking about the UTVs. The UTVs are coming up next. Yes. We have quite a few cars that'll be out there on the course. It looks like we have 20 between 3 different classes, so it's going to be a good race.
Right, 3 classes running. We have side-by-side unlimited, we have Pro Turbo, and we have NA class. So the biggest class right now, obviously, here will be the Pro Turbos with 26 entries. There's 10 in the Pro NA. And that should be, like I say, and then there's only 1 in the unlimited class. Unfortunately, I think a few others went in different directions. Obviously, we all know, again, there's another event going on and so forth. But this will be a really good race. It's 5 laps of racing the rest of the day today. So it should be cool. It's only going to get better.
I know 5 laps, too, seems like it's a long time out there for the course. But
it goes quick.
It goes quick.
Like I was saying this morning, you in the car, you start clicking off. They're going to be doing 15-minute laps probably, but in your race car helmet world, it just seems to go so much quicker, when you're in it. So
yeah, that is so true. So true.
So you break down.
The starting 2x2, like you said, you were talking about this earlier. We always start 2x2, sometimes 3x3, but it's 2x2 this weekend. But I can't wait to see the UTVs. The UTVs is the fastest growing class in any kind of racing right now. So
it's absolutely, and I think it's intimidating and frustrating. Some of the bigger classes, it seems like the Class 10 guys are not so happy that they're being passed. I'm like, well, buy one then. I don't know. But I think with anything, there'll be a saturation point. We just don't know when. But they've obviously hit on something. The manufacturers have hit on something. It's, buy, arrive, and drive kind of car.
Pretty much.
Recreationally, but obviously to come compete in an organization, you have to do some safety gear modifications. But not a whole lot more.
Right.
They're a pretty awesome car. So it's obviously exploding for that reason.
Right, exactly. I mean, the little amount for like the stock class that you have to do. I mean, basically a cage and seats and belts and stuff, but it's just it is a cheaper way of racing in a sense.
Get you out on the track.
In a sense.
Less work than going and buying somebody's little stock bug out of their garage and building the whole roll cage, whether you're making a Baja or not, or a buggy, and doing all the infrastructure, the wiring, the body panels, and the things that it needs to become safe to pass the rules. It's already, a lot of it's done when you buy a side-by-side because you have to modify, obviously, some of the roll cage and obviously the belts and things of that nature, the window nets and so forth. But it's not near as much or in depth as it would be for a traditional racing class.
Exactly.
Yeah, so.
Well, I mean, a good example of how the evolution of side-by-sides, I think where I'm going with this. I mean, I have to bring it up. So at King of the Hammers this year, a Can-Am won the 4400 class. I mean, I don't know how much it cost to build that car. I'm sure it was probably upwards in the 200s.
Yeah.
still expensive, you know, all the testing and everything they did, but you know, it's completely different than like a $500,000 to $750,000 4400 car. I'm guessing that's about how much they cost.
So you're right. I know they're there. The technology's there. They're most of them are 4-wheel drive, so power to weight with that 4-wheel drive digging. I mean, they are there. We had our last calendar race, I think in 22, might have been 23. At any rate, there was a guy in the side-by-side. He was clicking off the laps, and he had the overall lead going for a while, and he had something happen, I think, on the last lap. It might have been a belt. But he would have been our first side-by-side winner overall in our series, and that was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So they're coming.
The evolution is definitely there. Yeah. I mean, I do have to reiterate, though, the 4400 Can-Am that won had to be built to certain specs, obviously, for safety purposes and everything. But people are doing it now. I mean, we have another one that just announced he's building one, too. I'm like, my goodness, this is going to be a completely game changer. But talk about the Class 10s and the UTVs. Previous Class 10 racer went into a UTV, and I have to say that I had more fun. I love the Class 10 car. Love it. But I had more fun once I went into the UTV, and I had a Can-Am myself. So it's like racing that class, having that 4-wheel drive ability, and almost at the same speeds as a Class 10. And again, that was years ago. So like they've changed. The UTVs are beating the Class 10s. Yeah. It's funny because they call them the buggy dorks, right? But then they're like, oh, the buggy dorks are racing the golf carts. It's like, you guys, they're race cars.
That's it. I mean, that's funny you say golf cart, because when they all started coming in, as from the promoter side, it was like letting him join the ranks of racing was tough. It's like, well, we have to have a golf cart class now. But look at how quickly they've evolved to be such a powerhouse, you know, presence, but not only with the numbers but the performance.
Exactly.
So it's really cool to see.
Now the performance of the vehicles are amazing to watch, like, because it really, honestly, I mean, you spend a lot of time and money on shock tuning and making sure you're set up right and everything, but in reality, like, you don't have to do a whole lot to the UTVs just because they come very well equipped already. Yeah. But just the performance alone is pretty awesome. That's a loud Class 11 coming across here.
You might have to post-tech his motor here.
Why? So, what's going on?
Speaking of shock technologies, we're super happy to have King Shock still be a part of Battle at Primm. Our partnership with them goes back quite a few years. Obviously, they're an industry leader in providing suspension technologies for all these racers and everywhere. And obviously, they're sponsoring our event this weekend as well as the San Felipe event going on. So
they have a lot of stuff they're doing.
They have their homework and tasks cut out this week for sure.
Yes.
So, but yeah, we're super thankful to have them on board with us for all the years that we've been here.
And they're at so many of the different races. They're always at the races, you know, having their presence there, you know. And the tuning that they do, they go out basically to Barstow with a lot of people and do the shock tuning because, of course, Barstow, Maine is the place to do it at.
Seems to be.
They're supposed to be, but I don't know. There's some other areas that are pretty tough too. But
yeah, we have obviously, well, can't say everybody knows about it, but we have a high-speed test section just not too far from here over in Jean. It's called the high-speed test section, but it's over the years, it's kind of grown in size. So the bumps out there, or whoops as we call them, they're big and they're spread out. So it's not really indicative of most of the track conditions because you don't see it but only in that kind of place. But a lot of people will test there, and then there's also a couple other sections. It's funny, everybody has their own little place they like to test their race car, their secret section.
Right,
you know,
right.
It's sort of called. I've tested with guys out in Boulder City before in years past. Typically I like to go in the Jean area between what they call Hall Road and Night Ranch Road. There's a section that runs, it's the old Las Vegas Boulevard that was called the Broken Asphalt, but it parallels Las Vegas Boulevard where the 7 Magic Mountains are in there.
Okay.
And that's where I would typically test.
You're giving your secrets out, man.
Yeah, well,
I'm just kidding.
I'll tell you what, I went out and tested our car this last race, and it was deeper than it's ever been. So I felt like my car did good in those conditions, but it wasn't as fun as it used to be. So
okay.
It was a little deep.
It's really putting the car to the limits.
Yeah.
Literally.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, with the Mint 400 just happening previously, and they were out there, so, and with so many cars on the track, it made things a little deeper.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and that's why, let's talk about that. So you're saying it's changed because of a race just being there. A lot of times racing series will go and they'll sometimes run a reverse.
Yes.
The next time to kind of help with, like we do that at King of the Hammers. Like Dave Cole puts on that, you know, the course, and will reverse it, and then it helps with how rough it gets.
Exactly, and that's something that definitely happened this year. Our Snore 250 in February, we ran it counterclockwise, and they ran the Mint 400 clockwise, so we share a lot of the same track, and so they had the challenge of running it opposite direction. So it starts out a little more choppy, but it does tend to, it's like waves. They tend, they roll one way when they're going that way, and then they get switched by that. But it is, I think it's healthy for the terrain to do that.
Yeah.
Not in every instance, but this isn't asphalt racing, so it's supposed to be rough.
It's called desert racing. It's desert racing. It's off-road racing for a reason.
Right.
If you want to do smooth, then like you just said, go asphalt racing.
There's places for that, right?
And it's not the desert.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys will do dirt track racing too. Between this and other stuff. We've had people that have raced NASCAR come out and run with us before, and I think it's pretty cool when people cross over facets of racing and do that. I like that.
Well, and you have some NASCAR racers that used to be off-road racers, like Jimmy Johnson.
Right. Yeah, Robbie Gordon.
Robbie Gordon,
there.
exactly.
There's been a few, obviously. I just think it's cool that they have those abilities to do, and obviously Robbie still races. And I did see an article. I thought that Jimmy was coming back, or might be.
That would be pretty
jumping
cool.
Back in.
That'd be pretty cool. I think Robbie's actually down at San Felipe right now. He's racing with I can't remember which team it is right now, but he's down there racing in the what is it? Trophy trucks for Score. It's called Trophy trucks. Yeah. So he's in the Trophy trucks out there.
The name.
Got to be right with the right names.
Yeah, this is true. We're still in that age, so.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's super cool to like seeing him down there doing that. But the crossover of different style of racing of people, and
he did a lot of different stuff, because I don't know, he did Indy. I think he did Formula One.
I don't know if he did Formula One,
but yeah, he's done quite a few things over his life so far.
I mean, you got Von Gittin Jr., who Formula Drift champion, and he went into Ultra 4, and then he ends up winning a championship. And I mean, you got these people. Honestly, I think too, when you have racers that race different style of racing or different kinds of racing, and I've seen it personally with my own child, like it helps you become a better driver too.
I believe so. Yeah.
Like when you have somebody that does circle track, pretty much circle track, you're drifting your corners, and it helps you learn how to drift.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're only going left, but
but it's still, I think, when you start to learn how a car moves, it builds confidence in you as a driver to throw your car around and know what it will do or not do.
Exactly. So 100%.
Yeah. It looks like we got the last couple of stragglers coming in from our Heat 2.
Yes. I think you said that the staging was going on for our UTVs. That's going to be a fast race.
Yeah, it's going to definitely, the pace is picking up for sure.
Yes, it is. And it's only 9:30, and we're on Heat 3, coming into Heat 3. But thank you again to everybody that is tuning in and watching. We greatly appreciate you supporting this live show.
Yes, we do. And again,
getting feedback from people, and
big, huge thanks to Hammer King Productions for Dave Cole for offering to be a part of this and highlighting our racers.
Dave Cole has been in this industry for so long. We're going into our 20th King of the Hammers coming up here next year for 2026. But him, coming in and doing this with Hammer King Productions, it's only growing the sport. It's something that we always talk about. Let's grow the sport. Well, how do you do it? Well, you get a live show out there and you get it out to the world, to the people that don't know about it.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. And everybody knows we obviously had that big sit-down meeting here a few weeks ago, and I was so honored to be a part of that. And we all kind of had a bunch of little breakouts, but it really started with Dave. He just said, look, I'm here to bring you guys together to talk about our differences and see what we can do to make the sport better for everybody, because the problems are there. It's challenging more for the racers, all the big companies that come out and support us all. And if we don't fix it from within, it's going to only get worse. And there's no reason for that, because this sport is as popular as it's ever been. And so we need to start working together, as they say, put the egos aside on the table, and let's do what we can do to make this sport great for ourselves, as well as the racers and companies that support us. Because it's only going to benefit everybody if we start working together and have a few less race dates, have collaboration. Our costs as promoters would be split, and then that really increases our budget for payback and continuing, surviving and making the whole sport stronger. It's better to have 12 big races than 24 mediocre ones, and we all know that as promoters, obviously we're in a different position because we are a nonprofit, so it doesn't affect my day-to-day living expenses if I have one less race a year.
Right.
But it's different for those that it does, and so that's the thing that we'll have to see how that works out, for all of us. But everybody's committed to come to the table. We're actually going to meet a couple more times, and we're going to try to unify our rule book. That's another big challenge.
Yes, it is.
When you race. You race San Felipe and then you want to come up here and race here. Well, we have a few different rules and side by side that other people don't have, or vice versa.
Right.
It goes back and forth, and that's again a big problem for racers.
Yes.
You don't want to have another car, but if it's a different motor package and you have to change the motor, you got a Snore motor and you got a Moore motor and a Legacy motor. I mean, that's no good. That's not healthy.
And you're touching base on that perfectly too, because and there we have a 516 just go across the line.
Final finisher.
Yeah, 566. I don't have the numbers here, but
that is Lone Kid Racing right there.
But you definitely, you touched base on it. But the unifying of series coming together, like Best in the Desert, they had their first desert points race was at King of the Hammers this year. So and then we have a collaboration at the end of the year as well. Our national championship is in Laughlin, and it's another collaboration, Vegas to Reno. It's like it's good to do that.
Yes.
And I mean, I believe, if I'm understanding it right, I believe the majority of all of you guys, when you're making your schedules for the next year, you guys do try to discuss, but people are always like, I got to get my schedule out there first, and then you can go by my schedule, and it's kind of a game. But if you guys all come together and have just one person, not one person, but have everybody.
A mediator.
A mediator. There you go. I couldn't think of what the word would be. I was thinking like the umbrella person.
Yeah.
But
there's the calendar. It's a dartboard. We all start throwing our darts at it. You get this date, this date. But
exactly. Hopefully you're a good dart thrower.
You're right. Obviously, we do look at traditional dates that people have and try to honor those for the major events. And that, the 500 in Mexico is always, when it is. And then Baja 1000 is always in November and so forth and so on. So obviously we have to start looking at what we can do together to collaborate. Now I know that you've got Legacy and Vora have worked together. Obviously Vora is now a big part of what we're doing this series, this year in our series. They're helping us with our timing and stuff, and then they will, it has invited a few people in to race with us from their series. But the idea is that we're starting the conversations and the collaboration. In the past, Snore and Moore have done events together, and Cody's a great guy. He's got great series going on over there, and his customers are our customers. They race back and forth. We go back and forth. You see that a lot of the same guys race in both series. We've collaborated with Best in the Desert in the past when Casey was still around. We were the ones that really have revived the Parker 400 in 2001 or 2. We partnered with a name people haven't heard in a long time, which is Whiplash.
Oh, yeah, I haven't heard that in a long time.
You're right. Whiplash was down in that area, so we were able to collaborate with them and kind of revive the Parker 400. And we ran it that 1 year. I think there hadn't really been many races for a while that had pushed the limits of 200 cars for a while, and that race did it. But then, of course, we did 1 year, and then somebody else came in, and then they took over the Parker 400.
Yeah.
And then that was that. But it was still fun to be able to partner again with those guys and do that. I think it's healthy, and we've done it over the years at times.
Yeah.
But it just shows that it's possible to work, and we need to start doing that again.
Yeah.
And I think that the possibility there. A funny story is when we were in that meeting, I'm sitting in there in the back row, and Cody Jeffers from Moore's on one side of me, and then on the other side of me here's Brian Folks with obviously Best in the Desert.
Right.
Well, Cody, I know obviously with our years of partnership with him, and him and I get along great. He's just a great guy, and appreciate him and for all they do there in Barstow, California. Brian, not many people know, him and I grew up together. We played Pop Warner football together.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was, believe it or not, an offensive lineman back in those days. This we're talking about 6th grade. And he was a running back.
Oh, goodness.
He was little and fast. and so when he came in and sat down, and he kind of reintroduced himself, I'm like, hey, it's John. I'm like, we grew up playing football. He goes, oh, yeah, that's right. Well, we sat there and had a lot of banter about those days and the time. We actually had a first place football team. We had a great season, and we were talking about the coaches and the kids we played with, and where are they now, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's been a long time ago, but it was still, we were Vegas natives back then, so it was kind of neat to revisit that, and then you think, wow, how small is Vegas? Because that's how Vegas is. You start talking to people. After a little bit, you're going to find that the same of the same people, and you might have missed them by one, but 10 of the same people or whatever. But Brian and I just coincidentally spent some time as in our childhood together, and now we're race promoter competitors.
Exactly, how random.
Right, but
I
think that's an encouraging starting point for him and I to start working together. Obviously, we partnered back when Casey was around, but I think it's encouraging that we can do something moving forward, and we'll just have to see where that goes this year in our conversations that'll be coming up.
Right. Well, and like you were saying too, the rule book too, like you can't race this car in this association, this and that.
Right.
And there's so many UTV classes because there's so many different styles, and you wanted to stock, and you got the pro classes, the NA classes, the turbo classes. So all of it above, there's really a lot of it would be great. So what's going on, what Dave did, put you guys all together and had that meeting is awesome. But right now, they were showing, just a moment ago, they were showing the lineup over there for our UTV class. So they're getting ready to take off the line here shortly.
I can hear them. And ready to go.
And you gave me the lineup here, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome to have that.
We're working on getting you a copy of our
now can you stop the wind?
We'll have the name.
Can you stop the wind? Turn the fans off.
I'm telling you, the wind. What's going on? It's, this time of year in this area, it seems like it blows from the 1st of April till some point in May.
Yeah.
And then it just stops, and there is summertime.
Yeah.
And
then there's the lovely heat.
Oh, yeah.
The nasty heat.
Right.
But, so let's see here. Coming off the line, the 2909 is the only one in the class here.
That's Robert Campbell.
Yeah, Robert Campbell. I actually announced with him at the Legacy race. It was really cool to be in the booth with him. But he messaged me last night. Only one in the class, but here I am starting, first. So that's really cool that he is up there. And then the T803 will be first place in that Pro Turbo UTV class of Nick May.
Nick May, yeah.
And then
qualified strong.
Yeah, he did. Definitely. Look at that time right there. I mean, that's 4 seconds between first and second. Trevor Rose in that number 2 spot. They're both out of Las Vegas.
Trevor's been a long-time racer with us, and always glad to have him here. He's competitive, always.
I've heard that name quite a bit. It's kind of funny, like at Desert World, but there's a lot of racers that I don't know. So, I mean, I know a lot of them, but there's a lot of them I don't know, just because I haven't worked one of your races or anything. And
well, there's and events like this for us. We get quite a few first-timers that come up and try it out. But there's also quite a few repeat guys as well. So it's, like I say, we're appreciative of everybody that makes the time and chooses to come here, with all that's going on. And we hope that, like I say, they'll continue to show up. We're looking to continue to build up the other classes in side-by-side. Speaking of that, when you speak to the rules, and other series will have 8, 10 different classes of side-by-side. I think personally that dilutes the payback when you have so many different ones. If we can get them to, I don't even know what the differences are, to be honest, when from one to the next. Obviously there's difference between a Pro NA and an Unlimited,
right?
And then you've got the Pro Turbo in the middle there,
right?
So we and Snore have just compacted it into 4 classes. So there's 3 Pro classes and 1 Sportsman UTV class, which is 3,900. But the 1900 class is Pro NA, the 2900 is Pro Turbo, and then what's oh my gosh,
there's a lot.
What's Robert's
Campbell's in the
number? Can't remember.
I can't remember. Let me look here.
I'm sorry. No, the Pro Turbos are a T8 900 number. I don't know why I'm brain fading on that, but so 2900 is the Unlimited. But so yeah, we try to simplify it so it keeps the numbers and the classes high, which increases the payback opportunity. And then obviously try to make sure everybody's cars fit within the rules of that.
Right.
But I think strong car numbers is what a lot of guys want. They want to race against cars. They don't want to have 8 classes with 4 in each class. I think it's just that frustrates racers.
Well, and also too, talking about payback, the majority of the series that are out, I don't know how Snore works, but like you have to have a minimum number, like 5 cars in the class to get a payback.
Right.
If you have 4, because there's so many classes that they're spreading out.
Right. And our payback will start with 2 cars, but it definitely starts increasing, and then we also have tier bonuses for every 10 cars. Here in the first car, it took off.
Yeah, that was Robert Campbell right there taking off as we see him setting. We hear him. Obviously, there's a little bit of delay from what we're hearing and what we're talking about, but Robert definitely number 1 off the line there.
And that would be your top qualifier for Pro Turbo that just took off, or just taking off.
And that is, let me get back to that.
Nick May.
Nick May, yes, and then Trevor Rose will be
on the inside. So starting today, the inside position will be the second. So number 2 will be on the inside. Number 3 will be on the outside.
Okay, so your pole position
starts by themselves.
Yep,
top qualifier. So the classes that didn't meet, we required that there were 12 cars pre-entered to become a class that would qualify.
Okay.
We didn't want it if a class doesn't have 3 or 4 cars. It just takes too much time.
Gotcha.
Being the top qualifier, we let them start on the road by themselves. It's a nice perk, and why else qualify? So give them a little extra something.
Some series call it a Delaware style start whenever the pole position, or like they do like a competition yellow or whatever, like the first place person's in front and then they Delaware style behind, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's called Delaware style start. That's just what I've heard. But here we have the next 2 going off the line there. That should be Riley Benquist and Zach. I'm going to butcher these names. Quiros. And then next up will be Dexton Despot, Gage Turi.
Gage Tui.
Tui? Yep. Yeah, I like it that you're in here because you know these names.
And Parker
Kaiser.
Yep.
So we have, 22 cars that should be taking the green flag in just the Pro Turbo class.
Yep.
That's a lot of cars.
That's good.
A lot of cars.
Good number.
And that's just the Pro Turbo. Then that's not even counting, we had Robert in the Unlimited by himself up there. But let's see what we have going on course here so far. This the short course right here, this is the rhythm section that we were talking about earlier. You really have to find your balance in that section.
You do. If you have a car with good suspension, you can pretty much stay on the gas through there, and your car should actually be fairly stable. It might move around a little bit. As rough as it may look, it's really not like that when you're in the car. A lot of people don't understand that when they see these cars working across the desert. I always tell people, look at the cab of the car. Is the cab moving a lot? Because if it's not, then it's not that bad for them. It's all about the suspension working and recovering for the next bumps. And if the suspension's working, then the cab should be pretty stable, and they're inside having fun.
I have to tell you, the first time I ever raced Battle at Primm in my Class 10 car, my co-driver, his name is Richie Hudson, and he's been a co-driver for multiple people, and he's a racer too. But he told me I was a little off in that rhythm section, and he's like, "You got to moto it." I'm like, "I don't know how to ride a dirt bike."
Get on top. That's what we say. You got to get on top.
It's exactly. That's been like the running joke since then. I mean, that was back in 2011, I think, is when that. And to try to stay on top of them.
Yeah, I always try to describe this to people that don't know. There's times it's like Supercross on 4 wheels.
Yeah.
Because of that, you get into a set of rhythm whoops that you can get on top and just you're flying across it. Because when you're out there course marking and you're on your little truck or whatever, and you're going through every roller, and you think, oh my God, this is horrible. Well, then you come through in your race car. And you're so much faster. Like, where was that at? I don't remember,
Oh, we already went through it.
Yeah.
Was it, I think it was Battle at Primm. I can't remember if it was Battle at Primm or not. Baldy? Remember Baldy Racing? And they had the white Class 1 car, and they made that turn, and they totally wadded it up in that whoop section. I can't remember if it was Battle at Primm or which race, but that's a gnarly section in there if you're going super fast and trying to stay on it.
I've had a couple of trucks when they get down to that next corner, that second hairpin turn. I've seen some trucks go over that, and I unfortunately have gone over that.
That's what you were telling me about yesterday?
Yeah, I had a steering brake in the middle of that turn, and over the K-rail I went. That was the end of the day.
That is not good.
No, not happy about that, but we survived it well. And yeah, but you just never know. We've had guys racing. They get to that last straightaway. There's that big, tall tabletop, and then you make the sweeper right to leave the core track, and guys are on the pipe. I remember a couple of years ago, I want to say it was People's Racing, and I think it was the year that BJ Baldwin showed up, and they were both racing. It was pretty tight racing, but BJ's experience beat him because as they were going over that, and the guy, I can't remember his first name, but that People's Racing truck, he came over and tried to make that turn, and it didn't work out.
Didn't turn out so well.
Yeah, he kind of tumbled a little bit. And it was pretty epic to watch, and he was okay. But like I say, even the big fast trucks, you know, they're not immune from mistakes. So.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, they don't maneuver, especially like these guys, these UTVs. I already see one UTV over here in the distance. What were you saying about, you think it's going to be about a 15-minute maybe for these guys?
I'm going to say we're going to be probably within 16 minutes, inside of 15, 16 minutes for these guys' lap times. We'll see how it goes here, but yeah, that's my prediction.
Yeah, because 12, yeah. Sometimes, too, they come through faster than you're expecting, but that's probably
with a 12.5 mile lap, there's enough stuff mixed up, you know, that slows you down, and then there's the sections that are fast, that they're flat out. You know how they balance each other out a little bit. So the average speeds for some of these guys should be over 50 miles an hour.
Well, and you guys set me up perfectly to see this infield, and then over here also to see the dike jump, but I haven't even looked over that direction today. I haven't even seen, obviously we haven't had the fast guys go off the line yet. Well, Aaron was talking about going through it pretty fast. Did you hear what happened with Aaron? He had one bolt holding the steering wheel on.
No.
Yeah. So
we haven't talked.
Yeah, like 2 laps. I think he said the last 2 laps. So his brother was shifting while he was steering, holding on with all his might.
Wow.
But Loctite, he's going to put some Loctite on his steering wheel. But I haven't looked over here. But the UTVs, point of that was the UTVs should be coming through here at a pretty good speed off of the jump. But we're still getting, I think, a few more cars off the line. Or they are all off the line at this point, it looks like.
Now. Yeah.
So 22 cars every 15 seconds is what you said?
We moved them to 20 seconds. So that was the initial projection was 15, but we found that it was a little bit stressful for the staging people to get them to roll up. If any car stalled at all for any reason, that it could throw the whole line off and create problems. So they just pushed it another 5 seconds, and we're still obviously going to be fine. The main thing was you don't want everybody to get on the track, and whoever started off last to have to start watching their mirrors immediately. You wanted to, keep them looking forward.
Right.
Obviously, in any class, wherever you're at, you have to be watching your mirrors. It's, as a co-driver especially, everybody knows that's their job.
That's your job.
That's what I always tell people. Just watch the mirror. Let me know if something's going on. Otherwise, other vehicles, obviously they have gauges and different things to look for, and watching navigation. So, yeah, watch the mirrors. So we didn't want to start them off too far spread out. That would create that too fast, and then it makes it tougher for spectators to obviously track the race when they all start getting intermixed too quick.
Right.
And you don't know who the leader is.
Right.
So.
Well, and also, too, with that being said, is, the short course over there, that core track, 15 seconds, they're just exiting out of the whoop section for the most part before the next cars are going off the line. If you have a rollover or something inside the short course, that throws it all off right there anyway.
That it can.
It can happen.
Yep, so
Knock
far.
on wood, not yet.
Yep.
But, yeah, here we are watching now. This is the state line that you were talking about earlier, where you see the car going actually towards the hotels, where that G out is and everything, correct? Is on that line, that fast
I believe
section?
So he's coming up and making a hairpin turn. That is, from what I can tell, is a gas line. So he's already been down to past that G out. So he's actually in a section coming back down, towards us and towards the dike jump. He's not ready to hit it, and he's making a right turn, and then there'll be a left turn, and he'll actually be heading towards the south pits, which is where our hot pit area is as well.
Okay, so hot pits are down there.
Yeah, he's about a mile from that right now.
Okay. So when they get to, the car that's in the farthest part of the screen, he's going to make that right-hand turn?
Yeah,
and now he's going
left.
Right there, and then snaking through, and then he goes along that block wall, basically.
He should come back in a picture right there, and then he's going to make a sweeping right, and then a sweeping left. It's going to go straight there a little bit, and then sweeping left. And then that comes into setting up for a 45 left and a long straightaway into a 90.
And then they come off to the, I mean, that's where they start entering into the long stretch right here, though, with the dike jump, right?
That'll be after they pass through the hot pit area,
Okay.
and then they'll set up for that.
Do you have a speed zone? Does everybody have to go a certain speed zone, or do you have a hot pit and still race line?
There's a race line that is full race speed, but if you do enter to have something, your car serviced in that hot pit area, it's 25 when
Okay.
as soon as you hit the entrance of it, and all the way through until you exit it.
Okay.
And then you come back in and yield back into race traffic on the other end of it, and then that's just a turn away from setting you into the straightaway for the dike jump. So we had a first car. There goes Robert Campbell over the dike jump, crossing road, crossing 2 right now, and he's setting up for a sharp right.
Sounding
He'll be
good.
coming through here pretty soon. Yeah, he sounds good so far.
Sounds really good. He's a super nice guy. Like, I've never got to sit and chat with him, but when we announced that legacy race together, it was a lot of fun. He's very knowledgeable. He also helps out with motorsports safety solutions as well. It's funny because he was like, I know who you are. He goes, I've recovered your race car before. I was like, I wasn't the driver of it.
Okay. Yeah.
My hubby did a little cartwheeling in Laughlin one time.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Good times. But I guess he was there and recovered with motorsports.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard he'll do some recovery at times. Zach Quiros is the third Pro Turbo coming across the second road crossing, and I think Nick May was the first Pro Turbo. We got Robert Campbell's now making his way into the final infield before finishing lap 1.
Now, I don't know does Robert run a co-driver? I don't know if he does or not.
He would have to in these cars. It's required.
It is required in your car. Okay.
Well, he's actually an unlimited, so he can do what he wants, but I believe that these cars are all supposed to have. He should have a co-rider.
He messaged me a bunch of stuff. Let's see. I don't know if he told me that part, though.
I'll let you know in just a minute here. But all the other side-by-side cars, that's why it's a side-by-side UTV. It must have 2 riders in it.
So let me ask you this. When they are qualifying, do you require them to have their co-driver in qualifying?
Yes, they have to qualify as the car would race.
Okay.
And whoever drives in qualifying has to start on Saturday.
Okay.
So he's making his way into almost the final turns before completing the lap. Let's see what we've got here. Looks like it's nice and smooth.
Oh, yeah.
I see a co-driver in there.
He does have somebody in there with him.
Yep. And he's, I believe that's Nick May in the next car. Quite get the number there. T850.
So 850 Riley. So
is that Bigquist?
Riley Benquist is
so that's going to be
your first placer.
Unofficial leader after lap 1 in Pro Turbo. And then you've got T808, and then you've got T950 of Zach Quiros in third. Unofficially. Just on track, we know that.
Mm-hmm. Physically on course.
Right. We got a 4-seat Can-Am coming in. The family wagon. I
would say his suspension's soft.
Yeah.
A little soft. Those 4-seat Can-Ams, I mean, we always say like they're like big old long chassis and everything, but they do pretty amazing.
Yeah. And we actually don't have a rule that if they wanted to have another rider or 2 in there, you actually can. There's no rule against it. So
you just have to have a co-driver.
Well, in a side-by-side, but any actual off-road race car, we've had people that have converted their pre-runners into 4-seaters, or they're already a 4-seat pre-runner, and they'll change it into a race car. And we've had people race with 4 people in this race before, in a big unlimited car or something. Like, what the heck? It's fine. Let them do it. John Reber coming in.
I do have to say, I think it was in 2010 or 2011. It rained out here a lot, and the dry lake bed wasn't dry anymore, and I had a 3-seat pre-runner.
Oh, wow.
And we ended up having a third person in there just because. But it was weird having 3 people in there.
Yeah. That's a Checkers.
So that's what was that, T900?
Yeah, I think so. Good looking car.
Or was it 990? I didn't catch that number of that car.
I know. It was 900, 990. It was hard to read.
I've just seen California Customs a lot.
Yeah.
They sponsor some series and stuff as well.
And Miziak T827 coming in.
Man, when they get on the brakes right there and then hear the
T893.
893.
Yeah, we've got a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit through the timing loop.
I saw you over there.
Shaking my fingers at people because some guys in the last class didn't seem to want to stick with it.
Yeah.
So,
you know, it's all about pushing the limits as far as you can.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the want to, but it's out of safety and making sure that we get every car counted going through that area. We have a timing loop. If anybody hits that timing loop, that is an absolute disaster for a timing system operator. Obviously, for us as running the event, it would be a disaster. So you have to slow people down out of safety. That technology and our infrastructure is absolutely important. So that, you know, normally in years past, we stop everybody at start finish. And so you have to take, stop and go. Well, if we don't have to stop them, it's better for everybody. But at the same point, when we ask you to do a little bit of a speed limit, you have to respond properly to that. So there's going to be some penalties dealt out this weekend, I'm sure, because some people are pushing the limits. But I'm trying to give everybody the opportunity to do the right thing and keep it safe for everybody. If everybody does the right thing, nobody loses time. And, even on the racetrack, if we're all doing the right speed, it's not going to matter. But if you're speeding through there, that's 2 seconds a lap, potentially,
it adds
or
up.
more, depending on how fast they're going.
I mean, it adds up when the race is so close.
Oh, for sure, right. And on a race like this, it does.
I do have to say, I worked with an association that they would give out speed penalties if they were speeding in the pits. Like, they literally use a radar gun. They ended up doing a penalty box. At the next round, and it was a 2-minute penalty if you got caught speeding in the pits.
Wow.
And you'd sit there and you'd time them, and they were held for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And so it was automatically added into their time.
Yeah.
And not have to go in and add it after the fact. So it's kind of cool to see. I mean, I don't think desert racing, being the car counts and stuff, would not be feasible probably, but it's a good idea. It worked great for that.
I'm not afraid to pull them over and have a conversation and tell them a story for a minute about how speeding is unsafe for people and hold them and let them serve a penalty on the track. If they're that far outside the speed limit, I will do it.
Yeah. Guess who the bad guy was that had to hold him?
The black flag girl, huh?
Pam Hall.
Yeah. The last thing I want to do is be that guy that's going to, have to stop somebody in their race. But
yeah. It's
don't
hard.
put me in that position, or any race director. You never want to have to do that, But at the same point, you have to do it in the spirit of the people that are doing it correct. If 9 out of 10 guys got the speed limit right, well, it's not, there's not a problem with the signage or what was, delivered to the people as far as information. It's your choice to not do it. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there are times when people don't have brakes and they can't stop. That's respectable, but as long as we know that, then you have to obviously make a good faith effort to slow down way ahead before you get there.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't have brakes and you don't have brakes, prepare, pre-plan.
Right. So here we have a bunch of the NAs now coming in, the pack of them, and leading that is Stacy Pike, and behind second place is Jimmy Berry, and looks like he might get overtaken on that turn. The last turn coming in, but it's only lap 1. We got some guys, that group of Yamahas out of Kingman Off-Road Racing in Kingman, Arizona. Jimmy Berry won our last. He was the winner of the Snore 250 in that class. Young guy coming up, doing really well. Stacy's he's been racing. I don't know if you know Stacy Pike's name, but he's been in many facets of off-road racing and stadium trucks and so forth over the years, and he found an opportunity to get into a side-by-side, and he's been with us for a few years now, and he's finished second in our points 2 years in a row, and this last year. He was ended up being second place to Caden Wells, but he definitely puts his homework in, and he's still a force to be reckoned with out here doing it. He's not the youngest guy in the crowd, so. But
you don't have to be young. This is experienced drivers that come out and do so well.
If that was the case, I'd have to retire.
Oh, yeah. This race so far, it looks like it's been pretty smooth, which is a good sign. Oh, you see, I'm not sure who that one is. It's in the distance.
It looks like what if he has a left rear flat or something?
He's got something going on.
Yeah,
well, that sucks too because the hot pits
he's pulling off. Oh no, he's not. Okay, there's a rollover in that turn. We missed seeing. Motorsport Safety Solutions is working on that.
Let's see if we have that on the screen here. Yeah, rollover over here in the. I'm calling this kind of like the short course, but that's not the core short course. I'm kind of calling this a short course section.
So this is like the infield.
The infield.
We kind of call it, I guess.
Okay.
So they got the car pulled back over there.
Let's see. We'll get the number here in a little bit, but yeah, I didn't even see that happen over there.
No. Guess we're looking at the other.
Well, the driver's out. It looks like standing there.
Yeah.
With a helmet on.
That's
or the co-driver.
They're okay. 1902 in an Artie Cat.
Hopefully his car's okay. I mean, day one of racing.
Right. And he's turned around backwards, so he must have planted it and kind of did a 1.5 twist.
Ballerina.
It's great if you're, doing a swimming competition or on the balancing bar, but maybe not in the desert.
Yeah. Yep, he got flipped back over there, though. T948 making his way through.
Looks like they might pull him off. It doesn't look like that co-rider's in a hurry to get back in.
Definitely doesn't look like it.
So we've got a moment of quiet while the pack of racers are out on lap 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's action all over the course, but not right in front of us except getting that car uprighted.
Yeah. We'll thank them for providing entertainment for the moment.
I was talking earlier about the breeze and how it's a racer's friend.
Yes.
And maybe I jinxed us a little bit, even though I think you already knew the wind was coming. But
I was praying for a good weekend. I thought initially as we were moving into it from looking at it from early last week, it was like with the temperature going up over 10 degrees, I was like, oh, it's going to be a perfect weekend. I mean, could be any happier about that. And then yesterday the wind blew and people started sharing the story. Yeah, it's supposed to be wind advisories this weekend. So we are unfortunately seeing that come true right now. If you look at our Motorsport Safety Solutions Command Center, he's got his mast up and his American flag flying proudly, and the wind is keeping it straight out.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, right at the moment.
Well, we have lots of people that are still tuning in here to the King of the Hammers YouTube. You guys, thank you so much. Jim, for the live results, we'll have those later on. But we are trying to bring in our 1, 2s, and 3s whenever they come through. But lots of people chiming in. Excited to watch.
Yeah, so we did mention last night, the timing people did say that they were going to be able to integrate the live or timing in to be live for us to see. They're pretty busy over there getting the first couple races off the ground and making sure things all documented correctly. So he did say he apologized for that not being up and moving, but hopefully as we get the groove going this morning that he'll be able to start getting that over to us where you can see that here and start sharing it with our online crowd. And we thank everybody for joining us this weekend for the Snore Justice Brothers Series King Shocks Battle at Primm.
What's really cool about it too is you guys are all watching it at home and chiming in and letting us know, but make sure you share it too. Make sure you like it. Make sure you get these numbers up because it just helps everybody, the whole series, and everybody that's watching as well. The sponsors that are watching it. But yeah, the timing. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, there's what people that have never been to a race but they're a fan of it. I'm sure that we talk about it quite a bit. There's so much behind the scenes to do. I mean, I don't know how many you have that work for you and come out here and do this and volunteer, but it takes an army, sometimes a small army.
We have a board of directors, which is a president, a vice president. We have a sergeant at arms. We have a secretary, a treasurer. We also have 14 board members. And again, we are all volunteer that do this, and everybody has their category. We have a contingency director that's working on gathering the vendors to come out and support the races, and looking towards even providing us for potential title sponsors for races. And we're always open to new people to come in, and we're actually trying to get into the era where we not only have a title sponsor, but we have a presenting sponsor. So if anybody has a company that wants to get involved with SNOR, please reach out to us. We're we're excited and appreciative to have anybody that wants to partner with us moving forward. It takes a lot, but everybody, there's people working on permits. We have insurance that has to be covered. We, the course marking, all of that, our tech teams. Obviously, our timing people, in the past, we had one group that worked on it for a few years. Now we've partnered with Vora, and they are leading the charge forward. They're doing a great job. Super happy with what's coming from them. Then our retrieval people, we have our sergeant at arms, who is also our volunteer coordinator. So he's gathering all the volunteers and placing them on the course, and then we talk about that at our monthly board meetings. The needs of every race, and they're a little bit different between a short course and a long course, but checkpoints and road crossings are a part of every event. But obviously here it's different. Being a short course, we have people working on the dirt work, hiring the crew, Dave Pearson and those guys that make that happen. Regan and Colton Gubler are super essential as board members and in making those connections and setting up the schedule for that, for our water trucks, our equipment, the things that we need there. Ashley Antle is not only our secretary, she handles registration and the media. The people that want to sign up and come out and shoot media, they have to sign up and go through her. We have to make sure they have credentials and vests and things of that nature. We've now also integrated into live online registration, so there's no more paperwork with that. So that's been a little bit of a learning curve and process with our webmaster, Greg Boyer, who keeps all of our website going, but we have to create links and pages for everybody to go online and fill all that out, and pay links, and there's just a lot, and
it's a lot. And that's what it's like kind of saying, is like people don't know what it takes behind the scenes and all the people that's involved, but it's a whole army.
It is
so much to it,
and we're all volunteer again. And SNOR's 56 years old. We're the oldest off-road racing organization that I know of, and that nobody's told us of anybody older in the United States. And we've been doing it for 56 years, all volunteer.
Wow.
So.
Oh, that's a 990 of that silver.
Okay, now we know.
Chrome wrapped.
Right. Yes.
Let's see the name of that one. As we're watching the T805 right now out on course. But the 990 is Parker Kaiser out of Lake Havasu. Is who that was.
Got the lead pack coming back in again. Pro Turbos. T893 coming to the finish.
Lots of great racing going on, but we have our drones out on course, giving us all the action out there. The 893 was Joe Fitos? Joe Fitos was that 893.
I'll take your word for it.
That's one thing I hate that I do. I have to use the word hate because some of these names I just can't pronounce them, and I'm like, I feel horrible. And
I know it well.
Oh,
my name's not an easy one for most people.
I know. I had to ask you again earlier.
It's all good.
I go with the easy names.
Yeah, Smith, Johnson, Jones, whatever, and you got, of course, you have with Hall.
Hall. I was a Miller.
Right. Oh, Miller
so easy.
Yeah,
Miller,
right.
Hall. Easy names.
The good thing about a difficult name is if somebody calls you and mispronounces it, you just say, sorry, that he's not here. You have a wrong number.
Well, what's funny, I did an interview with a drag car racer, and it was at PRI a couple years ago. Well, his name was Buddy Hull, Hull. Well, when I first heard it, I was like, oh, I'm a Hall. And he's like, so the joke became Hall, you know, he's Hall, whatever. But I always tell him that when I say my name fast, people think my last name is Paul, Pam Paul. And so they mishear it. And, yeah, it's just kind of funny. Names are something I struggle with a lot. And we had a bicycle happen over here on the infield that we didn't see on camera, but that was a good save.
Yep.
That is the T816 that just did that little bicycle.
Jones Motorsports.
Yeah, Brian Jones. Yeah,
he's just saving the tires on the inside, a little wear.
Yeah, that was a good bicycle. It took the turn a little too low.
I think, yeah, that's what a little low.
Because you've been watching everybody take it a little higher on the bank.
I like to ride the bank.
Huh?
Use the bank.
Yeah, use the bank.
Keep your speed up.
Use the backboard, as I always say.
That's it.
Yeah, the bank is your friend sometimes. Most of the time. As right now, I'm not making out what this car number is here. You might know it.
I think that might be. No, that's the Artie Cat car.
902.
The Pro NA, I think. Look at the Pro NA.
Yeah, I don't have that entry list in front of me, but it's a T902 that we were just watching.
What number was it? Speaking of ladies, we've got Tammy Gubler coming into the finish here in the T996.
Okay. And I've been told that there's a birthday person out on course right now as well.
There's a few birthdays
Tammy
this
Gubler?
Gubler, that's her.
Gubler?
Tammy Gubler right there.
Her birthday's today, so
it's
happy
her birthday.
birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Tammy.
It's funny because Robert, right before, he might have been sitting in his car when he was texting me this stuff.
Okay. I've been friends with her for a long time. She is as competitive as anybody you'll find in the desert. She's raced buggies, she's raced Class 8, and she is a ball of fire behind the wheel.
Class 8, I haven't heard that class in a while.
You don't see a lot of them as much,
That's
I know,
the heavy metal class, right?
Yeah, exactly. What do we got going on? Another retrieval action?
That is actually our drone pilot's truck.
All right.
So he's coming in for a landing.
Stacy Pike coming in. It looks like unofficially leading NA in lap 2.
Yes, everything is unofficial.
That's right.
Until official.
We'll put the stamp of approval on that later.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of crazy, like watching the cars are like still kind of grouped together, and then we'll have this little bit of a lull, and then they all come back in together.
Yeah.
As we're watching, that is the 15-mile-per-hour zone that we're watching on the screen there.
Yes. That
they have to enter in 15 until they go back out to that short course core track.
And that's strictly in the spirit of safety and making sure they don't hit our timing loop, and that their transponder properly pings as well. So that's otherwise, like I say, stopping people is not something we ever want to do, but it's part of the sport.
Yeah. Do you guys run like the MyLaps kind of transponders, or are they like the longer?
Our program is like a sport tag program, so it's like a small 50. It's like a 50-cent piece in a plastic clear housing, like a puck of sorts, and.
But you don't have to worry about charging them.
No,
right?
They have a lithium battery. They are supposed to be good for, I think, up to 3 years.
Okay.
But I think it's probably not a bad idea to change them every couple of years. Looks like Jimmy Berry's coming in slow to the start-finish. He's pulled off to the right. Not good for him. Passed by a couple of guys here at the end. He might have some gearing problems or something going on. Not sure what's happening there, but he's definitely, he's...
something's going on.
Sounds like might have transmission problems.
That's not a good place to stop. Oh. Yeah, he's shifting.
Got it back going there. but it doesn't look good. Like, he definitely looks like he's having some transmission issues. Moving again. Hopefully that gets resolved for him.
So we have the hot pit section.
Yes, on the south pits.
Are they still allowed to stop in their pit if they're over here past the core track?
That's a great question, and no.
Okay.
So the hot pit in our short course style events, you're only allowed to stop in the designated hot pit areas. So when your heat comes up, we have about it's 1,000 feet section where you bring in a truck, tools, and your support team. And they line up in there, and there's that specific area that when your car needs, if it needs service, they would pull in there at 25 miles an hour, stop in front of your truck, get your service, and send you back out. But it is specifically in that one spot. So if anybody is caught getting outside support anywhere else on the course, well, I would say if they for one of their cold pits, we would call those, if down in the north, it would be a penalizing situation.
Okay.
So
I was just thinking, because he just came through having issues with like transmission or whatever, like
he's going to have to run all the way back around, and he is actually camped over there. His team's over there anyway, so
perfect.
I hope he gets back over there safely. Like everybody else, you don't.
Well, just like earlier when the guy looked like he had a flat tire earlier, I was going to actually ask you that question earlier, and I didn't. I was wondering if he's going to have to go all the way around, because sometimes they don't carry a spare in this race.
You know, on a short course, especially in this track, without there being a lot of rocks, I personally don't carry a spare on this particular race. But some guys will. Trucks, you'll see them do it because it puts weight in the back for power to get the tires digging. But a lot of people won't.
Because that's how they're tuned, right? They're shock tuned a certain way, so.
Yeah, if they did their shock tuning with the spare, and you take that 50, 60 pounds of weight out, it's going to respond a little different for sure.
Yeah. Well, and that's something, you're saying some people run them, some people don't.
Yeah.
And that's exactly something that one time personally bit us because we didn't have it on.
And
at the farthest point of the track, way out
it's
there.
It's a risk, right? And so if it's a rear wheel and it's spinning in the tire, and now you're stuck because power goes to the least resistance. If you don't have positive traction, like Class 10 cars, I think it's still a limited slip on those.
It was a rear flat.
Yeah.
We had to wait
and if you
for a tire to be brought to us.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the time, you could go as far as taking the front wheel and put it on the back, put the flat one on the front, and drive it that way too.
But if you're taking your spare out, you also take out the impact usually, and you take your jack off. So now you don't have the jack on the car.
You're just one jack off now. And a tire.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So, the cold camping and everything, everybody's camping, but if a car breaks down out as they pass by the cold pit areas, nobody is supposed to run out and help them do anything to their cars. It's really not fair.
Can the driver, here another question I'm asking, can the driver run over to their pit over there and get stuff theirself?
It's a really
I'm getting
gray
too
area.
technical, huh?
Yeah, and it's been asked before. We're a family organization. We really want to help everybody, but I definitely don't want to encourage that, you know. But I'm not gonna lie. Like at our last race, we had somebody that ran out of fuel because they didn't properly fuel the car. Well, I took fuel from their remote pit and I took it out in the desert to the car and got them going again. I mean, I don't mind doing that, and I would do it for anybody. And just we want to help people see that they have a successful, fun weekend. And sometimes you have to do those sort of things. If we have the time and resources, we'll help people anywhere we can to get around. On a short course style event, it's a little different because it's such a short lap.
Yeah.
But
you know what we didn't do? We didn't time the first car.
Lap.
Totally
You're
forgot.
Right. I know.
That's a BJ question.
I'm sure some team is doing that. Nope.
More than likely.
See if we can get somebody in the comments to post a lap time if they're monitoring it.
Yeah, somebody somewhere is monitoring it. Sorry, my brain scrolled off to that.
It's like they're getting that one car that rolled out of the way. Unfortunately, he's not able to drive out.
I can't see the number on it either.
No.
It's been some good racing, though, it seems like, so far.
We're doing good so far, I think.
Yeah.
There's not been a lot of, you can gauge it off the activity of the retrievals, and so far they don't seem like they're scrambling off too much.
Looks like we have something in the distance too, possibly. There was a car stopped.
There is a retrieval over there, and I'm not sure if they are just hanging out by the checkpoint or actually working. It's a little far off. So they're coming. That car's coming into that turn and should be going around the outside of them. Yeah, they look like they're just working. That's a checkpoint right there. So
just stationed there.
Yep. No problems.
I couldn't quite tell because that one car looked like it was almost stopped.
John Reber coming into the finish here.
Let's see. I believe we should have. There's a flag in hand.
He'll wave.
Let's see what flag it is. I can't tell.
I believe it's a green. I think we're still only halfway through.
Okay. Yeah, they're all going to start coming in bunched up a little bit like they've been doing. And that is
good
that.
Shot of
the infield is what you're calling it?
Yeah, the infield. King Shock's infield. There you go.
Perfect. Right here by the booth with our King Shock's banner. Oh, look, a nice race going on here.
That's a big sweeping left.
That corner is one that gets those like bumps in it, and that's where I've seen a lot of rolls before.
You'll get a couple in there, but it ends up being a pretty fast turn. But you'll see the 1600 start going through that. These guys are probably actually clipping pretty good. You can actually go through that probably anywhere from 35 to 50 miles an hour, depending on the class. Once it gets a groove in there. But yeah, in the exit of that turn, it develops some whoops and can throw some cars off for sure.
I always say the 1600s look like a teeter-totter.
They can. They drive the wheels off them, though.
Yeah, they do. Oh, nice pass just happened as well. So that was a four-seater that was racing with this car that we're watching on the screen there, and this person in front just passed them. Now that was a quick lap for them.
Yeah, 990.
Yeah. I feel like I just saw them come through. They're picking up their speeds here.
So he's getting ready to hit that straightaway. That will take him over into the hot pit area, the south pits.
Okay.
Drone's making its money today.
Yeah, he is.
Around.
I wonder how it is flying in this wind. I mean, I'm sure he's a professional. That's what he does, but I wonder what it's.
Doesn't look like it's giving him any issues. I guess as long as it's sustained, right?
Yes.
So many different lines through the desert right now from events that have been happening over the years.
Oh, here we go. Is that Robert? No, that's not Robert.
So.
I do know Robert has the Starstream on top of his car too.
Yeah, it's looks like a Pro NA, possibly. Might be a Pro Turbo. Yeah. Zoom the screen.
Let's see here.
Drone's getting some great footage there.
It looks like it had 27 at the end. I couldn't make that first numbers.
He's making a big right hairpin onto the gas line road, heading back to the west towards us in the distance there.
The fast sections here are definitely fun.
Yeah. And sweeping the turns like that helps people carry speed as well, so that will help with the lap times.
You can see the moisture in the ground too, unless you guys watered out there.
They've been watering. We got a night crew that waters. And
look at all of these cars bunched up. Oh, another pass going on.
Happening.
It's a nice little jump right there in the middle of the fast section.
Yeah.
That wind is definitely kicking up. It keeps blowing our door open.
Yeah, it's getting a little crazy, that's for sure.
Yes, it is. You can see right there just now where the drone was, the ruts that are getting burnt into that turn. some great footage. Again, the drone coverage is always amazing.
Yeah.
Got a fast section there in the distance. And then there's your perfect example of the wind. I never say the W word, but it's here, so I can say it.
Making America great again.
Yes.
Look at that. Love that red, white, and blue.
Me too.
Got somebody. We got 4 cars coming in, and then that one in the distance there.
It's kind of cool, the angle we were just watching as well.
So there's
and that's in the core track, right?
Shot inside the core track. Yep. Now we're back over here. So that would be us. We're in the little building in the distance on the dike there in the center.
I still have yet to see the cars go off the dike jump. I keep forgetting to look that way.
I know.
So focused on what's in front of me that I keep missing looking over there. I don't know if this is a good sign or not, but you got the dozer.
Yeah.
Moving.
He's not hitting the dike jump, but he's pretty close.
He's going to go full send it.
He might be going to scoop up a car. Here comes Kingman Off-Road Stacy Pike again into the finish. And Tammy, happy birthday Goobler, going through the time and loop.
Yeah, Robert, thank you to Robert for giving that information, even though he's in a car. You see a little 3-wheel action going off over there.
Yeah.
That turn over here in the infield that that one car bicycled in is definitely changing up. And do you see what's on the front bumper of that car that just did a 3-wheel?
Chicken.
One of those chickens, yeah.
Yeah, I saw it in tech yesterday. Thought that was interesting. Yeah, he's got that thing up there loud and proud on the bumper.
It's actually kind of funny.
Almost looks like a bowling pin.
The T924 is taking it super slow in the infield over here.
Yeah, that he is. He saw the 15-mile-an-hour sign, and he's heating it well early.
Let's see if I can see who that is here. What was it, T924?
Yep. Towman Racing.
Jacob Woodward.
Woodward family's been racing with us for many years. They used to race Class 10 in the early 2000s with us, and then have since graduated into the side-by-side ranks.
That corner is getting a little,
it's going to be
funky.
Yeah. We might get some more action. We might have to post up a retrieval over there.
Oh, they brought the trailer, but they obviously are not able to put it up on the trailer.
Well, yeah. I mean, he might have broken axle on that side, so they're going to pick him up, get him on the trailer.
That's one way of doing it.
So it looks like Jimmy Berry has hopefully figured out his gearing issues. He's moving pretty good coming into the King Shocks infield here. Off the pace a little bit, but he's running, and that's what's important. But
and there's somebody cheering on Rev Shocks on YouTube here. Zach Goodbody cheering on Rev Racing. Rev Racing Shock Team.
Yep, coming in the finish, number 1911.
And here's where all the action, they're all coming in so close together.
Yeah, looks a little better now. In the 1943.
You can tell when they're getting on the binders right here in front of us.
He still might have something going on with that. He's not quite at full pace, but he's making laps, and that's important too. Get a finish.
It's so funny how from above with this drone footage, you can't tell how difficult this infield is. Number 1911 making their way around as well.
had everybody fill. We were trying to get everybody to fill them out to our website. We're supposed to be forwarded on to James. Yeah. How hard is it to find each driver? You can view it. So, are we in it? Is it by heat? So you got to really. This is by class. What do you need, Snore One?
Alrighty, once again, thank you to everybody who is tuning in to the 2025 King Shocks Battle at Primm. Some great racing going on out here this weekend so far. We are on heat number 3 of the day for Saturday. We will do this all over again tomorrow as well. So thank you everybody for tuning in. The live stats, we will be getting those for you here in just a little while. We'll have them online as well. Right now I do not have them up on the screen or in front of me. But yes, lots of action going on right in front of me. I'm right here at the King Shocks infield, and it's pretty cool to be right here front and center. I'm right here where the 15-mile-per-hour zone starts for the timing loop right here at the finish line. As you're watching, that is the back side of the course where that dike jump is at, the infamous dike jump where people launch off of that. It's a great viewing area as well. But lots of people out here watching, spectating, watching online as well. So let's talk a little bit about the rest of the season out here for the Snore Series. Next up will be Dirt Shades Caliente 250, May 30th through 31st in Caliente, Nevada. And then after that will be the Primm 200 in October. October 24th through 25th in Primm. And then we have the infamous Rage at the River, December 11th through 14th in Laughlin, Nevada. We were talking about that a little bit earlier on. And that's another race that's a lot like this one, where the car count is a very large car count. But again, thank you to Hammer King Productions in association with Snore, bringing you all the live streaming out here for the Battle at Primm. And right now you're watching one of the super fast sections out here. There's not a whole lot of them because there's a lot of turns and jumps. And then the infield obviously is not a high speed section. But when you can go fast is when you want to definitely be on it. That's where you make up your time. But as we were watching some cars in the distance here, lots of action going on in front of me. I know that's not what you're seeing on your screen, but you can probably hear it through my microphone right here in the infield for the King Shocks infield. We have cameras all over the course. But these cars coming in, pushing the limits as far as they can with that 15 mile per hour zone. They come off of a jump and instantly have to get on the brakes. We do have a little bit of a breeze out here. Sometimes we have some gusts as winds as well. As you're watching them come through that 15 mile per hour timing loop. As right now we are having quite the breeze over here. As you can see, the green flag is still out. I believe the next time around for our leaders, it should be the white flag, if I'm correct on my counting. And the car that you're seeing right there is that California Customs 990 chrome wrapped. It's a really cool looking wrap. And right there, he got on the binders when he landed, and you can hear the clutching engaging and all of the noises that come along with it. It sounds like the car's almost braking, but it's just one of those things whenever they are in the air coming down hard onto the brakes into that 15 mile per hour zone. You can Let's see, we are in that little booth right up there to the right hand. And coming through, that is the 1970 that we were watching. Back on course here with our drone pilot, making sure getting you that action. Super fast section into basically a 90 right-hand turn right there. As you can see, it's not quite 100% 90, but that is one that you want to make sure you slow down on. Getting up on two wheels right there at that high speed is definitely not good to do. As he's making his way back, he'll be coming into the hot pit section here in just a moment. All right, back at the finish line, green flag still out and waving. You can see the dust in the distance. That's on the other side of the asphalt road. That's also over where the dike jump is, where the hot pits are. Obviously, that is facing the California side. As you can see, the wind is blowing out here. Out here for the Southern Nevada Off-Road Enthusiast Series here for the King Shocks Battle at Primm. Have to give a shout out to everybody that helps support SNOR. SNOR is a volunteer racing series. PCI Race Radios, Parker Pumper Helmets, Tire Right, Wix Racing Engines, Rancho Drivetrain Engineering, Off-Road Vixens, Dugan's Racing Engines, Aluminacraft, Vision X, Autometer, Yokohama, Battleborn Off-Road Racing, Sign Pros, Fortin Racing, How Performance, Rigid, SDHQ, Torco Racing Fuels, King Shocks, Rugged Radios, Fuel Factory, Weddle Transmissions, Raceline Wheels, Mobile Wagon, Jimenez Racing Engines, DFT, Sunoco, Hostile, GG Lighting, and CST Tires. It takes a whole ton of people to put on a series, and we cannot thank our sponsors and our marketing partners enough. We have a race going on right here, coming in to the finish line here. Let's see, will they be going side by side over the jump? They just went side by side through that turn. No, they did not, but quite the race going on. And again, it's 15 miles per hour until they enter back into the core short course. All right, you can see the checkered flag is in hand. All right, checkered flag is out. 5 laps. All of our classes for the rest of the day will be 5 laps each. We are in heat number 3. We have a total of 7 heats plus a powder puff race as well out here. Right now we do have our UTV classes out on course. Our Unlimited, our Pro Turbos, all of our classes are out, UTV classes are out on course. Yes, it is. How are you? Good. We have to do that because the wind. Yes, so that's what we've been doing. Good to see you. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here. We're not even on screen. Yeah. Whoever wants to come. I mean, it depends on how long they want to come in. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You could do top 3, but probably just the top, or whoever wants to come in. It doesn't even matter. Like, whoever wants to come in, just tell them to come on in. They'll have to wait, obviously, but yeah. I know. He's in Australia. Right. Or you're talking about Jim? Jim Martisan? Yeah. Yeah. That's Jim. Yeah, we have him. I'm starving right now. Do you guys get breaks or no? Not really. Yeah, it's fine. I'm good. I have protein bars and stuff. All right, as the checkered flag is flying for the majority of the racers, we're going to be having some racers come in here and chit-chat with me about their day as well. Day number 1 out here for Battle at Primm. This is a 2-day race. We race again tomorrow. As we're watching the racers come through the finish line here, getting that checkered flag. Got our drone landing here as well. Get our camera switched around here in just a moment. And there we have it. Woo! You'll see this in a minute, as long as the camera's view is on the in-course or the infield here. Got a little western at the end. But the two cars that you are seeing on your screen right here, they're going around that horseshoe turn. That's where a lot of people have kind of got up on the binders as well today. The car on the outside coming in a little bit hot right here, gets a little bit up on that berm, 15-mile-per-hour zone. Supposed to be on that 15-mile-per-hour zone a little bit sooner than what he was. See, some drivers are still getting that green flag. All right, back to the action. That is that horseshoe turn right there. They come around. It's the last turn, last jump before they come through the finish line. All right. Once again in the King Shocks infield. Last jump. Let's see, did he get the checkered or did he get another green flag? Slowing it up there. I think I'll be having some guests come in here. I can hear them outside. So I'm going to get that all set up here. Be right back. Hi. Good, how are you?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so is it Benquist? Benquist? Okay. All right, here in the booth with me, Riley Benquist. You just won your class for day one out here. Obviously a successful race day for you, but any problems out there, or was it pretty clean from start to finish?
It was pretty clean start to finish. You know, on the straights, just manage the belt temps, and same thing with the infield. It got a little hot towards the end, and car was getting a little hot, but we just managed the day, and you know, 2 days of racing, you got to just keep it together.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to like go out and push it too hard, you know, day one, because you still have the day two to go. So, I mean, obviously fun race for you. How many times have you done this race?
This is my first time doing battle at Primm.
Oh, first time. Well, welcome.
Yeah,
it's a fun course.
Oh yeah, real fun, real fast, lots of straights. Infield's real technical though, so you get a little bit of both, which is great.
Yeah, that is so true. I'm sitting here watching it. You know, I have front row, you know, seats here, but there's a lot of people that have been bicycling in these turns.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's all about how you take the turns. You know, how high or low you use the bank. I mean, it's kind of like using the backboard in basketball, right?
Yeah, for sure. No, I think the biggest thing is I'm still a 72-inch stock platform Can-Am, so you know, I'm gonna bike if I drive it wrong on the infield. So it was just managing the infield and knowing that this car can, you know, pull away from them in the straights and corner to corner. So it's just, like I said, managing the day and live into the next one.
Well, I mean, you're saying you're still a 72-inch, but I mean, really, it's all about driving skill and setting it up for those turns. It doesn't always necessarily mean about the width.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, I've got almost 2,000 miles in the seat of this car, so me and that car know each other real well, and I know what it's going to do at all times.
Yeah.
So can prepare for it if it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to know that. But for going into race day number 2 tomorrow, do you have a strategy?
Nope, we're going to go in, break in some belts right now, nut and bolt the car, and go run a clean race tomorrow.
Now do a check over and everything. So who's your co-driver here?
This is my girlfriend Violet. She rode with me at Rage when we won the Turbo Class at Rage this last year, and she did great today. So she keeps me. It's counseling.
Exactly.
But no, it's good. She kept me head focused and put in clean laps, and she was keeping the gap to the car behind us and said we're doing great. So just listen to her.
Nice. Well, you guys looked good coming through here every single time and everything. So 5 laps today, 5 laps tomorrow. Like you said, clean day today. Make sure your car's all good for tomorrow. But so the dike jump, what'd you think of that?
The wind. So I hit it, pretty good on the first lap, but then the wind kind of picked up, the last couple of laps. So no need to throw it away over a jump that people think is cool. So, hit it to where you can just roll it and keep the speed going. But definitely if you got any air, the air was pushing the car sideways, and that's just recipe for disaster.
Right.
So
Agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, there has been some gnarly wrecks over that jump, but like you're saying, you don't want to wad it up on a jump that just because everybody wants to see you launch. Like, that's where the spectators are usually at, because that's what they want to see is people launch off of that. But the wind definitely kicked up really bad today. Hopefully tomorrow's a little bit calmer.
Hope so.
But it's definitely not a race. It's a racer's friend and an enemy all in one, because if you go off that jump, like you're saying, it was pushing you.
Yeah.
But when you're out on the course, when you're out on the course and you have dust, obviously that's when it's your friend.
It's nice, yeah. Going into the wind, into a few of these things, you can feel the car loading up. So, but it's good. I think we had a clean day, and we'll just get ready and do it again tomorrow. Yeah,
I mean, 2 days of racing, it's definitely good seat time. Like you said, you have, 2,000 miles in that car, which is great seat time right there in general. So tomorrow, hopefully, it'll be another clean day for you. But I know you guys have a ton of people on your fire suits here. So who all gets you out here to these races?
First off, I'd like to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He kept us safe in the car today, and it's going to keep us safe this weekend. BDI, Geyser Performance, Gates Force Belts, KWI Clutching rocks the clutching. That car wouldn't be what it is if we didn't have KWI Clutching and Gates on our belts. Let's see here. I'm a rookie. Sparco, SRP Fans, King Shocks. Brett King definitely has helped us, and we're making some fine tunes to the shocks. So, and everybody else watching from back home, and my dad, he flew out here this morning to come watch us, and Mark and Barb, who we're staying with in the fifth wheel. So just one big racing family that, is a huge part of this. And, I'm sure I'm forgetting a few, but they know I appreciate them.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like sometimes a small army to help you guys get out to these to the races in general. And, sometimes people come out to races without anybody, and they, have other people pit for them and whatnot. And it's a whole racing family, like you just said. I mean, it's a community that's like no other.
Yep, 100%.
Is what I always say.
Yeah, you can't get a better community than the racing community.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on your day one success out here.
Thank you.
Ooh, that water or the air. Yeah, but hopefully tomorrow will be another successful day. You'll be at the top of the box at the end of the weekend. You planning to run the whole Snore Series this year?
We're gonna pick and choose.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Depending on how tomorrow goes, we might look into the next one.
Yeah. So what is on the agenda then, if you're picking and choosing?
As of right now, maybe Laughlin a couple times with Best in the Desert, and then definitely Rage at the River. That's by far my favorite race.
Yeah.
So also got to go defend the win from this last year.
Exactly.
So we'll get the car ready for those couple, and if we throw in a race there, we'll throw in a race.
Seat time is seat time, no matter what it is. But now, hopefully tomorrow will be a good one, though, and maybe you'll be at the next one. I think it's in Primm or something is where the next race is.
Yep,
so.
the Primm 200.
Yeah.
So we'll have to check into that, but we'll see.
Well, good luck tomorrow. Thank you for coming in and chatting. Hopefully tomorrow you can come back in here and another success story, right?
That's the plan. So we'll just keep it 4 tires down and pray.
Yeah, exactly.
But
That's all you can do.
Yep.
Well, congratulations to both of you
Thank
and
you.
your whole entire team, and we'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. See, just quick, short, and sweet, but congratulations. Yeah, this is one of your favorite. Oh, I do have your I have not seen a car go over yet, just because I've been focused here. right, so we're going to get like this. So you're going to be live. As soon as I turn this up, we're live. All right, next up in the booth, I have Derek Bradley up here. Great day out there for you.
Absolutely. It was a blast. This is my only second time driving a Razor, and my buddy Trevor Rose was supposed to work today, and he called me and said, "You want to drive my car on Saturday?" And I was like, "Sure." So we came out here, qualified second yesterday, which blew my mind. And then we just followed Riley all day, and it was a blast.
Well, I mean, you have seat time, though. So
I had about 3 miles in that car before yesterday.
But you have seat time in race cars or race vehicles.
We did it the other day. I think this is my 22nd year of racing.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that you've been around since I've been around,
and
I know you were around before me, and I
yeah,
think
well, my dad was actually president of SNOR the year I was born.
Oh, wow.
So I've been around.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a blast.
So all in all, the course today, thoughts?
It was actually really nice. The last couple laps, the ruts got deep as always. But it was fun. It was a blast. No rocks. It was just really fast.
Yeah. Well, some people were saying there was tiny rocks out there, but nothing like
nothing crazy.
Rocks.
No, we just had nothing for the Can-Ams today, which we kind of knew, but we did what we could, and it was fun.
Yeah. Well, the course, it's a fast course until you come into this. Like right here, this is the King Shocks infield right here, but this is where it's the technical.
This is where we flourished, actually. Mm-hmm. We'd come in every lap, and Riley probably had 10, 15 seconds on us, and by the time we got to the timing loop, we'd be on his bumper.
Yeah, but you guys were coming in super close.
I did some short course racing in my past, and 1600 helped, and he said he had none of that, so this is where I needed to be.
And he's never raced here. This
really?
is his first race here.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I want to touch base on what you just said. You used to race 1600.
Yep.
I always say that's a driver's class. That's where people that start off in those classes, that's where they learn.
Oh, yeah,
that's
absolutely.
how you learn to drive.
That's everybody that asks me, where should I start in off-road? It's a 1600 car. Mm-hmm. If you can drive a 1600 car, you could drive anything. Yeah,
I personally never drove a 1600 car. When I started out desert racing, I went basically right into sportsman then class 10. But the people that I have co-drove for before, like Greg Boyer, I co-drove for him one time in the 1600. But it's a class that you have to learn how to use the gas.
Oh, yeah. And that's the biggest thing. People are like, what else can I do to drive faster? You have to ride with people. Mm-hmm. I think I have a list in my phone. I think I've ridden with like 49 different drivers.
Oh, wow.
And that's what really helped me.
Wow.
Is riding and just seeing what they all do and putting it all together.
And the reaction time of what they do, too. Like, you literally, like, stay on it, like, we're discussing this morning, like the whip section and the core track. You got to stay on top of this.
Yep. Yeah, that was a learning curve yesterday, too. I was lifting when the rear tires were in the air because that's what I'm used to. And Trevor said it's four-wheel drive. If the front tires are on the ground, stay in it. And I was like, oh, all right, I could do that.
Yeah, exactly. So true. But that's super cool, though. I mean, second time, though, driving it.
It was fun. Yep.
Did you get second then?
Yeah, second to Riley by probably a couple seconds. Yeah. So tomorrow will be fun for Trevor. Trevor's going to drive tomorrow. So hopefully we keep a top 3 and get Trevor his first podium.
Yeah, well, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
So are you guys doing the whole SNOR series then?
Yeah, Trevor will be, and then I was just filling in from here, and then I'll pit for the rest of the year.
Okay, so out here doing that, though, for him, I mean, any other racing for you?
I don't think so. I help the Travis Williams guys for Legacy, and I just pit for whoever asks.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, I know you're always at races.
Yeah, that's all I do pretty much.
Me too. It's a fun thing. I always jokingly say, like, it's a drug in itself being at a race.
Oh, yeah.
The race fuel, the dirt. I mean, this is literally.
I always claim I'm done. I'm like, I'm not doing this no more. And then a race comes up, and off I go.
Yeah. It's too much fun to not be, when I'm at home, it's like a FOMO thing. Like, I wish I was there. So getting called to come do the announcing for this, I was like, I'll be there.
I'm going.
For sure. Like, it's, the desert racing and battle at Primm, like, this is one of my favorite races right here. This is
mine too. It's my backyard. We ride dirt bikes out here. We do everything out here.
Well, it's definitely a fun course and a fun track to race on and to watch as well. So we have lots of people at home that have been chiming in all day long on the live feed. So it's really cool to bring the live show out here too.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. Thank you guys for doing this, and hopefully it continues and everybody gets together and makes racing great again.
Right, exactly. I know the whole meeting that happened in Vegas a couple weeks ago, and then, Hammer King Productions bringing the live show to the SNOR series, so it's really cool that this is all happening.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully racing comes back and it's what it was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It was fun. I mean, it's still fun, but it's different.
It's insane to think that I've it's been like 19 years for me that I've been in this off-road world.
Yeah, so I've known you a long time, since I was a little kid.
Well, when you said 21
years, 21.
However many years you said, I was thinking to myself, wow, yep, like right there too.
Yeah, my first race was December of '03, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, we've all grown up together, I should say.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you're just going to pit tomorrow then?
Yep, I'll be around pitting, watching Trevor. I do just want to say a huge thank you to him for trusting me with his car. Thad Cressman, my co-driver, he killed it today. We only had 3 scary moments.
Oh, 3. Only 3.
There was once he said, I didn't know if I trusted that. I said, me neither, but we went for it.
So will Thad be in tomorrow again?
Yes, he's Trevor's co-driver.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Yep.
Awesome. I know it takes a whole bunch of people to get people out here to the race course, but for you to get out here and
it's my backyard, so I knew.
car.
We pre-ran yesterday. I said, how many notes you put in the GPS? He said like 3. Said, I know where I'm going.
Right, exactly. Well, congratulations on the day
Thank
today.
you.
And
Thank you. It was
tomorrow,
super fun.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow it just keeps on going through. And
I agree. Let's get our first podium.
Right, exactly. Yeah, this is front row seat right here that I keep
Yeah,
getting to see.
I like this.
Yeah,
Might hang out with you.
I know, right? Come on in. I'm in here by myself. So it's definitely fun to be right here front row, though, and getting to talk to you drivers as you guys are coming off the course. But, again,
thank you guys again for being here. It's awesome.
Definitely, definitely. Well, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the racers.
Absolutely.
So, but congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you again tomorrow.
I appreciate it.
Good luck to you, Thad, out there co-driving again. Or first? What'd you get in your class?
First in class.
First in class, but third overall. Okay, that's what it was.
Okay, that's what we ended up with.
Yeah.
Was third overall.
Well, I know they're showing the results over here earlier, and I was in the middle of a conversation with Derek that was in here with me, and so I wasn't 100% paying attention to the results.
Still.
Yeah, no. No, so overall good course and no issues out there?
No issues at all. This is one of the best Primm tracks that we've had. Now that we've got more infield, a little more action, a lot of fun.
Yeah. Was the wind messing with you at all off the jumps?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even on the straightaways, it was pushing us around. We were having to fight it pretty good.
Yeah.
And definitely wanted to keep it down on the ground over the jumps.
Oh, yeah. So I was talking to Riley, and he was saying that over the dike jump, he was kind of like the last few laps, he had to like tone it down because of the wind. But talking to Derek just now, he was telling me that the tabletop in the core track was gnarly for him.
Probably take us about 15 minutes to go over the car and make sure she's good to go for tomorrow.
Okay. So that's always a good race day when you don't have to worry about too much.
Now, we made some changes. Doug Roll with Roll Design and Elka Suspension helped us out quite a bit.
Okay.
They sent us some new things to try for this weekend. We finished up the car on Tuesday. No test time whatsoever. So once we got the green flag, we had to fill it out a little bit, but they nailed the setup.
Good.
The car was butter smooth.
Nice. Well, honestly, it's, you can be a great driver, but if your setup's not right, I mean, you can try to adjust, but you can't push it as hard as you normally can.
There's only so much you can do as a driver. But so the way that car is dialed in right now, and especially for being a Yamaha, they're usually not a sought-after car for the desert. And we've got this one working pretty good.
Well, good. There you go. There's a reason for it, right? You
Absolutely.
Work hard and you come out and then you can race hard. So give me a little bit of story because I've been told you've raced a lot of stuff. So what all have you done? Because it sounds like you've had a lot of seat time.
Yeah, I started racing. I hate to date myself on this one, but I actually started in 1987.
Oh, wow, okay.
Started doing dirt track racing at that time. So I've done a lot of dirt track racing, asphalt racing, short course in the Pro Lights. Did a stadium tour in 99 and 2000, like the old Mickey Thompson setup was. So we traveled the United States, Canada, got to take the truck over to Germany and compete in Germany for a race. I've done work style racing in the side-by-sides, short course there as well, desert racing. So my first race was Snore was in 1988.
Oh, wow.
And that was in a 7S truck back then.
Okay.
I've done 1600 buggies, 7S truck, 7 unlimited. There's a pretty broad range of vehicles that I've been in. In 2015 and 16, I was fortunate enough to drive for Articat.
Okay.
And Hall of Famer Dean Bullock was our team manager, so I had to drive under him for those 2 seasons. That was quite the adventure.
Yeah.
A lot of fun, a lot of experience there with him, obviously.
Okay.
I've driven for a couple other teams here and there. But most of it has, with the exception of the Articat deal and 2 other times I drove for other teams, it's just been out of my pocket.
Okay. So do you have anything in particular that's been your favorite vehicle out of all of them that you've driven?
Not really. I like them all.
Yeah.
So I'd like to one day try out a 6100 truck.
There you go.
How that feels. But, pipe dreams.
Right.
You gotta dream big.
Exactly.
So.
Well, that's a good dream to have, though, the 6100 trucks.
Oh, absolutely. And with what we're doing out here the last 3 seasons, my co-driver here, Jesse Garcia, the teamwork in the car is just spot on. Communication, spot on. And then with our crew guys, our pit crew, like when we're at the desert races, Kingman Off-Road group out of Kingman, Arizona, doing all of our pitting. taking care of us there. Awesome group of people. We definitely couldn't do this without them.
Yeah. I mean, it does take a really good crew, and then whoever you have in your car, you really have to have a good chemistry together.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if you don't,
some people think it's kind of odd when you use that word chemistry.
It's true though.
In a car, but yeah, it's absolutely true. You know, the communication's got to be there, whether it's how the car's running, how the shocks are working, and we're on the same page on every aspect of the car. So it makes it a lot easier to get the car dialed in and working together on the track. I mean, you can see our results.
Exactly. Oh, it sounds like we have our next class going off the line already. Sounds like the class 10's taken off. But yeah, no, I mean, I use the word chemistry because it's a different kind of chemistry, because it really, honestly, I mean, like you just said, communication too.
Right.
And you see people sometimes go through multiple co-drivers because until you find that person as well. But I mean, a good example, like, as a good co-driver, look at Orrin Anderson. He not only co-drives for Bryce Menzies, he co-drives for other people as well.
Right.
So that means he is a good co-driver, but he also can adapt with the driver as well, because sometimes co-drivers can do that, just adapt to whatever the driver's wanting, or you just have that instant,
and
communication.
Like with us, he had to step in the middle of a race. My co-driver I had at the time was having issues and had to step out, so he hopped in. And I bet we were maybe 10 miles into that lap, and we were already on the same page and click, and it's like, this is working.
That's works. That's good. It's good to hear. Then, like
if it doesn't work, you don't want to mess it up. You know?
It's definitely a key for sure. I mean, I used to
Absolutely.
co-drive for my husband before we were married, and then we always were really good. And then once we had a kid, it was like, okay, got married, had a kid, we're not co-driving for each other anymore. But actually, that started here at Battle at Primm. We went off the dike jump and hit the berm, and I thought we were going to go indoing, and my kid was like 3, and that's when we stopped. But we had a really good co-driver step in, and started co-driving for him, and then I had my own co-driver, so it worked. But yeah, the chemistry, it's a relationship building for husbands and wives and boyfriends and girlfriends. But
but you learn a lot about one another in a hurry. That's for sure.
I think that's 12. I don't think that's class 10 yet. I think that's
can't
class 12.
remember the schedule, so I'm unsure.
I don't have it printed in front of me, so I'm going to be getting that later, so I'll know for tomorrow more. But yeah, I think it's class 12. But so tomorrow, any strategy?
Repeat what we did today.
Rinse and repeat, right? Rinse and repeat. That's a good strategy to have.
We usually don't try to build a strategy. It's just once the green flag drops, we'll see how the car feels, see how we feel. There's times that once we leave the line, I'm not ready, so I've got to kind of back it down, and I just let him know it's not time yet. And we just give it a few miles till things start to click, and then once we're both feeling it, then we go.
There you go. That's good. Good to go.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to let you guys get going so you can go do your walk around your car and enjoy the rest of your day. But thank you so much for coming in here. And
well, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
That's great to have you guys.
Very nice meeting you.
The addition here to it, the live stream.
Yeah, Hammer King Productions coming together, bringing this live show to everybody. Really cool to see and do. Dave Cole's got a vision and bringing everybody together, and so it's awesome.
I look forward to the future.
Yes, for sure. Same here. But congratulations again on the successful day, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. actually see your belt. Kuros. So once I turn this volume up, we're going to be live. When the cars start coming around, we're going to be very hard to hear each other.
That's
just
fine.
an FYI.
Will I hear you through here?
You'll hear me, but when the cars, you might hear it echo back too. If you hear it echo back, it might mess you up for a second. It messes me up. That's why I'm doing this.
Yeah.
It doesn't help, but once I turn these up, we're volume's up. But when they start coming around,
I think we got a few minutes.
yeah, we have a few minutes, so we'll just chit chat, talk about your day, and we'll close it out. Perfect. All right, everybody at home watching, our Class 1600 has taken the green flag, but right now here in the booth with me, I have Zach Kuros out here. Had a great race. I mean, we think you're third place in the class, correct?
Yeah, we came across the line physically third. We're not too sure where we're at on like corrected time, but I feel like pretty confident third. It was a good day out there. The wind didn't really affect us too much. It kind of helped us in some areas because we didn't have the dust to battle with out on the lake bed and everything. But then on some of the straightaways, when you're really trying to pick up some speed, it's just that crazy headwind.
Oh yeah, for sure. A couple of the other drivers, I was talking to Riley and I was also talking to Derek, like they were saying how like the jumps and stuff is where they really felt the wind and everything. But all in all though, no issues, no flat tires, no clean race.
Yeah, we didn't have any issues on the whole race. The car ran flawless. We didn't have any overheating issues. We didn't have no belt issues. The car ran great. You know, we got the Can-Am X3 out there, so it's a tried and true package. You know, so it runs really well.
Yeah, those are fun cars.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, they're definitely a blast to drive. It's crazy where the UTVs have came in the last probably 4 or 5 years. I mean, we're doing close to 100 miles an hour down these straightaways and everything, and it's just crazy to think about where they are now. Yeah,
actually, John and I were talking about that earlier, the evolution of the side-by-side series and the races and the cars and where they started and where they're at now is just insane. And like you're saying, going almost 100 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That's class 10 speeds, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I feel like we're fairly competitive with some 10 cars. Maybe in the corners and stuff, we have an advantage with the 4-wheel drive and the turbo and all that stuff. So I mean, the car kind of gets in its power a lot faster and everything. But on some of the straightaways, I think the 10 cars definitely would get us.
Well, and you don't have to shift, right?
Yeah.
The 10 cars you have to shift. So
yep,
I used to race
exactly.
10.
Oh, nice.
And then I went into a Can-Am.
Yeah. So you know
That's
both
why I said
worlds.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, exactly.
Used to race this in both cars. So yeah, it's definitely, I see it, and like you said, going into the corners definitely is completely different. Also the shorter wheelbase as well.
Yeah, the shorter wheelbase makes a big difference. There's a couple cars out there. Our buddy Dax, he was racing a 4-seater. His car actually works so good in the corners. He's got that wide suspension on there, so I mean he doesn't even have to lift for the corners. Yeah.
I'm coming off of this jump right here and having to slow down. It was interesting. There was 2 4-seaters out there, I think.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I don't know. I don't know if I could do a 4-seater out here, but you're saying it worked well for him.
On a lot of stuff, I think it does. In some of the tight corners, the real tight corners, it was probably a little bit more of a pain, but yeah, for the most part, I think it would be not too much of a disadvantage or advantage out here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I like the what you have.
The 2-seater, yeah, definitely. We like the 2-seater too. It's a little bit less weight to get slowed down, like you said. Coming over this finish jump right here, we gotta really get hard on the brakes for that 15-mile-an-hour speed zone, but I feel like we have a lot less car to slow down, so it kind of works out.
Right. You should have seen some of the people getting into the little berm right there, because they come off the jump and instantly go under the brakes, and then it would get them sideways right before. I'm surprised those signs are actually still there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I believe it. We were always nervous about these big K-rails coming in right by the timing booth. It's like, yeah, you hit a berm, you'll be okay, but you hit a K-rail, and that's the end of your day right there. The end of your weekend right there.
Exactly. Well, and that's another thing John was talking about as well, too. Put that 15 mile per hour right there. It's a safety for the timing loop as well, because if you hit the timing loop, that just messes everything up.
Yeah. I think in the past at like Rage at the River, I'm not sure who, but somebody hit the timing loop, and it just made it hectic the entire weekend. Like, we didn't have lap times. We didn't know what was going on, but yeah, it's just one of those things.
So speaking of lap times, I didn't have my timing, so I forgot to time you guys. What was your lap time? Do you know roughly? We were thinking, John was saying he was thinking you guys are going to be about 15-minute laps.
I'll be completely honest, I have not a single clue.
Okay.
Yep, I didn't even see like exactly what time it was when we started or when we finished or lap times. I'm sure my guys in the pit have it, but
Right.
yeah, I have no idea.
I always say, like, once that brain bucket goes on, too, it's just kind of like you're only focused on one thing and it's going fast.
Yeah.
Get to that
Yep.
finish line.
Yeah, we knew there was a lot of cars behind us too, so that's we just kind of put our foot down and just, all right, let's just
Yeah.
do our own race. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, great day for you, though. Tomorrow you got to do it all over again. Any
Yep.
strategies?
Yep. No, we're just gonna do the same thing. We just kind of, as we say, we just race our own race and just kind of do what we do. You know.
You gonna go check the car out, make sure everything's all good, and call it a day? Or are you guys gonna hang out and watch some more racing?
Now we'll probably hang out. We're right over by the hot pit, so we'll get to watch some racing right over there and just hang out and
Nice.
watch the race. Yeah.
Okay, so you're in an X3 because I don't know your previous experience. What else have you raced in?
So years ago, in 2006, 2007, that's actually when I got into racing. Me and my dad used to race a Class 7S truck, a Jeep
Okay.
Comanche. Yeah. And at 16, when I turned 16, that was my first year driving. We did the Moore Series, and I think I got like second place in that championship.
Okay.
We kind of laid off racing for quite a while, and then we just got back into it in like 2021. And we've kind of been full bore ever since.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it's fun. It's an obsession.
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah.
An addiction.
It's an addiction, yes, yes. But it's a passion for us too. I mean, we
Yeah.
like live, eat, sleep, we everything off road. So we have an off-road shop in Barstow. So I prep a couple customers' cars that race, and we've built a few race cars. Everything we do is off-road based.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well,
Yep.
that's awesome. That's what I work in, so it's everything I do too as well. So
Yeah.
it is. It's awesome, the industry, and having a shop where you get to see all kinds of stuff, and then
Yep.
eat, breathe, and sleep it, like you just said.
Yep, and you meet a lot of cool people too.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, we've met so many cool people just in the industry, and I'm always willing to lend a helping hand. I mean, I want competition. So I mean, even if the guy's racing in the same class as me, I'm going to prep his car just as good as I do mine.
Yeah.
My car's on the back burner until customers' cars are done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and you
Yep.
want to beat them on the track, not in the pits.
I want to beat them on the track, of course, but I want them to have the best equipment they can have too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes it good competition.
Yep. Yep.
Exactly. I told you this is going to be kind of loud when these guys come by, but the
Yeah.
1600 class, probably one of the biggest classes that usually race at Battle at Primm and Rage at the River, but out on course right now. This is a fun one to watch.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in one?
Never went with a 1600 car. No, I'm only thing buggy wise that we've really been in is just the Can-Am, and I wouldn't
Okay.
even really classify it as a buggy. Everybody says they're golf carts, but I've never been in another golf cart that'll do over 100 miles an hour.
Same, right?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
1600 is a very it's a very competitive class, obviously. I've co-drove in 1600 before. It's fun. The Can-Am's much smoother, just saying.
Yeah, I believe that. Yep.
The suspension is not
It's
so fun
It's
in
not
the
all
16s.
there. Yeah. Yep.
But well, I'll let you guys get going, get working on your car for the day to get it all ready for tomorrow. But good luck tomorrow. Congratulations on today.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll
All
see
right,
you out
have a good day.
tomorrow.
All right, bye.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Once again, we are out here for the 2025 King Shocks Battle at Primm. I just had a few people coming in the booth that were finishing up their races, so great to hear from the racers as they come off the course. And right now, though, you guys, we have the 1600 class out on course. I got to get to this because I know that they have a ton of entries. 1600, we have 18 cars out on course. Looks like we have Kurt Gear, Robbie Hendrickson, Grant Williams, Daniel Dean, Alec Rodriguez, Tyler Flippin, Elaine Neck, Cole Brandt, Daniel Richens, Joshua Kriegler, Jordan Mills, Hyde Katsmuta, Travis Reese, John Bowles, James Eichler, Mark Winston, Justin Cockrell, and Joshua Inglestead. So that is our 18 class 1600 on course. I'm going to have a 1600 racer come on in here with me, who actually has already raced once today. We got to put our door stopper, our water cases, our door stoppers. I have Emmy Hall, who just joined me in the booth. Emmy Hall, how you doing?
Hi, Pam Hall. I'm so glad to be here.
I'm glad to be here too. Good to see you.
Yeah, look, it's my old class out here.
I know, right? So I just was talking about 1600, going through the list, and I was like, oh, and I saw you around the corner right here, and like 1600 racer right here.
I know. So I'm pitting with the Dean brothers, and they're out there right now, second physically on course, which is great. I know Kirk Guerra's out there and having a great race. Robbie Hendrickson has a new car this year, so I know he's been putting in a lot of work. But Daniel Dean is killing it.
Yeah.
Killing it. Yeah.
Well, I've been chatting with drivers in and out, so I haven't got to like really watch what's going on here, but that's super cool because I know you have the knowledge of this class as well. For you to come in here right now, perfect timing.
Well, that's what I thought. And then this is my co-driver, Kristen. We don't have a headset for her, but I'll give her mine in a second. But she's also been really big into 16. Oh, she says no. She doesn't want to talk. She's also been great into 16 and 516. So, we know these air-cooled Volkswagens really well. So, and what's been really great today is we seem like we've got a lot of like really, really fast guys out there. And then we have some that, they're just like, hey, man, we're here. We're here. We're racing Battle at Primm, and like one of the most fun races of the season.
I know, right? This is probably one of the most fun races. It's been a bit since I've been here for it, but I know you're like here pretty much every single year. So
yeah, it's and it's so fast. Especially so I was in the sportsman heat.
Yes.
So the course is like great, right? It's so flat. It's so awesome.
Perfectly groomed.
Perfectly groomed. So tomorrow morning is going to be a completely different race. But we had a good time in sportsman. I was in Buddy, the off-road Miata, and he did great, and we just had a good time.
I have some video on my phone because we weren't live yet. We were having to get the cameras all like synced and stuff. So I was out here taking video of you guys going across.
Thank you.
No,
I appreciate it.
Super cool though to see. I was like, oh, there's Buddy. There goes Buddy. My buddy.
Well, it's funny because there was a. He was in sportsman truck, but I mean that truck was it basically was a 1400 truck probably. I'm sure there was a V8 under the hood. It had giant wheels and tires, and we started first row, first position, and I'm like, I don't want to be here in a Miata
when the guy can't even see me.
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to be here right now. But we kept up with him the whole race. Was he putting? Yes, 100%. But we still had a really good time, so it's fun. It's fun.
I was hearing some horsepower out there this morning. I'm like, maybe they're doing a sight lap. I thought this was supposed to be the sportsman race.
But so many people were doing sight laps. Yeah. There were a couple people in 16 that did a sight lap. There were some.
Class 1.
There was one car that got by me. But everyone gave me clean passes, which was really nice.
Yeah.
You're not expecting to see a Miata out there, so it was really great that they gave me some nice clean passes. And there's been enough wind that there hasn't been a lot of dust, so that's good too.
Man, it's really picked up though since you guys raced earlier.
Yeah, I know. The trailer, the duck blind is shaking.
Yeah, it is. I'm like, hopefully this thing is like tied down.
I know.
It is. It is. It's not going to tip over on us. But sometimes the wind gust comes up so much that I'm afraid. But the course is like looking really good. But you can see like we're walking.
You can see where like in here on this little straightaway here, there's a lot rougher through in there. And by rough, I mean that's, it's definitely not King of the Hammers rough. But for a short course race, it can get a little nutso.
Yeah, that guy's going super fast. It looks like through there.
Yeah, I'm sure that's gear.
Yeah,
Gear is it's so fast. And one of the other fast 1600 guys, Bud Ward, he I think is down at the San Felipe 250. Yeah. So I think all the 1600 guys. Fernie's not here. Fernie Padilla isn't here. So I think all of those guys were like, oh, phew. Yeah, that was Daniel? Oh, we just had Daniel on the screen.
It's pretty crazy. So we have 2 screens going in here, and the one we're looking at is our pre-screen, and then we go over to the live screen. But yeah,
okay, got it.
I just calling off of both of them.
Yeah. No, it's so great. I mean, and we had a good turnout too, even though there's a lot of people down in San Felipe.
Yeah.
But it's a great turnout. The thing with this race is you don't really need any chase. And the logistics are easier. You don't need as many people. I mean, you don't get as good a taco, but
right.
That's always kind of.
I don't know. I heard the little place that's just called. I think it's called Mexican food.
Oh, it's just called Mexican food.
I think so. I don't know. I didn't see any other sign, but I heard it was pretty decent.
Yep, so that's Daniel Dean coming through. So he's coming through on the infield now, looking good.
So I get a little confused because I know we have drones. We have 3 drones out there, and we have 3 cameras out there as well, too. But, it's like watching where they're all out.
Yeah. Because the infield, doesn't crisscross itself, but it loops so close to itself.
It's kind of like the Parker Python a little bit.
Yeah. It's hard to kind of figure out where you are.
Yeah. So, right now, I think they're going towards... Because the dike jump is on the other side of that truck that we're seeing.
Right.
So it's like all different areas. Yeah. But this course, though, I mean, I know, Emmy, I know you've raced it multiple times, but you were on it when it was smooth this morning. But all in all,
it's super fun. It's super fun. There's a lot of really fun jumps. There were a few jumps that for Kristen and I in the Miata was a little like,
Yeah.
And when we got back, I had actually broken my radiator mount.
Oh.
So when we got that, Kristen's husband helped us.
Nice.
What I mean helped, he did it. Fixed everything up. So that was awesome. But that was the only thing that really needed work on, and it was a pretty quick fix. So
good.
And those were just once I realized what they were, I was like, okay, we really need to check up on this. But
I mean, I know you do a lot of work in your car. I know you do, pretty much all of your prep yourself and everything. So
yeah, I mean, I've got good fabricators. Mm-hmm. I use Cesar Gaeta down in Ensenada, so he's really great. And my engine guy is Toby at Advanced Engine Dynamics, which, I mean, listen, nobody out here in this world would ever use him because he's essentially a Miata guy. But he's been great. I keep trying to get him to come out to a race so he can see, because he's only done pavement stuff. And I'm like, no, you're going to come out to a dirt race.
Get him in your car.
Oh my God, he would never fit.
I don't know what he looks like, but
well, no, whenever we tune the supercharger, he's like, oh God, I got to get in the car. Just he complains about it.
Gotcha. Pavement, then he's a totally different style.
Yeah, totally different thing.
How funny. It's funny, the different dynamics of different styles of racing. We were talking about that earlier. I think John and I were. It's like all the different styles of racing and the different dynamics. There's so many people that don't know about off-road.
Yeah.
But then there's some people that don't know about road racing and stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, when I go on a track day, I'm medium fast. I'm fine. I'm not the fastest person out there. And that's fine. I am fine with that. And I mean, even when I was in 1600, I was always mid-pack. I never won anything. I was just out there to JFF and have fun and spend time with my friends and my family. And, you don't, it's nice to win, but the amount of work that you have to put in it to win, it's a lot. It's a lot.
And also, too, it's a lot of money because sometimes do different things to their engines. I know that there's spec classes and all this and that, but there's still some money you can put into things.
I mean, 1600 is a spec class, but come on.
Yeah.
Money can still buy you some speed. Let's be honest.
Oh, goodness. I always say money can't always buy you happiness, but
it can buy you speed.
Exactly. And then that's happy because then you win the race.
Yeah.
All the different dynamics of it. But yeah, here he is. 1634. You know the name.
Is that Daniel coming back in again? Is that Kurt? Is that Gear or Daniel? If that's Daniel, then Daniel's gained 50 seconds on him.
1634 Gear just came by.
Okay,
right?
okay. So our leader just came by. So this should be Daniel in physical second. But Daniel started in the third. Kurt went first, and then Daniel started in the second row.
Yes,
so
he did.
I don't know where he is on time, but he's looking good.
I like the scheme on this car.
Yeah. That corner right there is scary.
There's been a lot of two-wheeling.
Because you go over those 2 jumps, and then you either have to give yourself patience and not hit those 2 jumps, and then set yourself up for a good speed for the corner, or you fly over those things and then you're on the brakes really fast.
And that's what watching the UTVs. There were a few UTVs that actually bicycled in that
Did
corner.
they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they weren't actually like utilizing. They weren't utilizing the berm though. They were cutting it too close on the inside. And you really got to use that berm.
Yeah.
When you're coming into the corners. I mean, I don't even know what. It's on the other side of the road. There's one area that you can see the backside of the berm right now, but that goes the bumps right before it.
Right.
Go into it. If you're not using that berm, you're not making it out smooth.
Yeah, it's hard though, because then you use that berm and maybe you use it too much.
Yeah,
and then you're like, oops.
You go over. We've seen people go over the tops of those before. So
and this here right in front of us can be a little tricky too, because you've got what you think is going to be a jump, and then you have to come in and 50 meters later, you got to be on the brakes for your 15 miles an hour. Yeah. That's going to be interesting with the higher powered vehicles.
Yes. Coming into the brakes right here with just the UTV classes, you can just hear their, like, you know, the clutches and, like, everything just, like, makes noise.
Yeah.
It sounds like they're braking, but it's because they're coming off the jump instantly into a brake.
Right.
These guys, obviously, they don't make that kind of noise, but still, it's hard. It's hard on the cars.
Yeah. I think it's harder for us to get any air on this little roller. Like, we don't have enough speed to do it. But it'll be interesting to see what the higher horsepower trucks and cars can do.
Well, we'll see here in a little bit.
I know.
They're coming up quick. What are we on? Heat number 4 now is what we are on. I think we have, 18 cars out on course. Some timing going on here in the booth as well. All right, so the timing booth, I'm being asked by Mr. Greg Boyer. We're over here by the finish line. There's a jump right before the finish line. So we're in a booth up on top of a trailer over here.
So that car 1609, they had to put a new transmission in last night.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a bummer.
Yeah, someone from their team brought a new transmission in from Riverside. They were losing second gear.
Oh, no.
And I was like, if you had the transmission, why didn't you just bring it with you? Because then know if you'd brought it, you never would have needed it.
100%.
Never would have needed it.
That's why you always take every spare you possibly can. Yeah, that is so true. So true about anything in racing. So we got 5 laps. How many laps did you do this morning?
We did 4.
4, okay.
We did 4, and then we're going to do the powder puff heat later on in the afternoon, and that will be 5 laps, but it's just the infield, I think.
Yeah, it's not the whole entire course.
Yeah, which is kind of a bummer. I mean, like, give us the whole course. But I also don't know, a lot of some of the women that are in that course, they might be first-time racers, but honestly, out there is way easier than the infield because it's all just straight.
Well, and maybe they're utilizing a car.
Maybe they're
being in another class. Maybe their husbands. Maybe.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So saving the car.
Yeah.
Could be a thing.
Yeah, but honestly, you're jumping the car way more here in the infield than you are out there.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I know this is definitely. Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that! Someone brought you McDonald's.
French fries, coffee.
What? Pam's getting lunch.
Well,
good on you.
I started feeling a little hungry, and Ashley was like, "Do you need anything?" So she got me some French fries.
That's awesome.
A coffee.
I love the fact that that Dave Cole set this up so that you guys we could actually have some coverage out here. This is awesome.
It is awesome.
We all know that the drone flyers that work for Hammer King Productions are like the best drone people in the business. And that's rad that we've got them out here. Although it looks like we've got one landing.
Yeah, that's actually Jake's.
Yeah,
Jake right
he's
here.
probably going to do a battery swap and then get back out there.
Yeah, they have to definitely. I don't know how long they last, but obviously the faster they fly and stuff uses the battery more. But I feel like they're always coming in and changing out batteries. Yeah. Obviously, they have to.
Yeah, so that's what's happening there on your screen.
We're getting a little bit of the. That's what's it called? The not background. What's it called? My brain's not working.
The what?
Not background. Like when you're behind the scenes.
Oh, behind the scenes. Yes,
Sorry,
behind the scenes.
My brain literally. It is not working. But yeah, we have tons of people that have been tuning in all day long too, which is awesome to have everybody tuning in as well.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's been a good day.
Yeah, there's a lot of great racing for the folks who had to work this weekend. There's a lot of great racing to watch, which is rad.
I know earlier or yesterday I did like a little like a Facebook social post thing, and I was just like, lots of racing this weekend. Hope we have multiple screens, you know. How are you going to keep up with everything? I mean it's something that, see, the bicycle just happened.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Not a big bicycle, but it was a bicycle.
Yeah.
We
had one little bicycle moment, and I was like, oops, sorry. Kristen's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it happens. That is for sure. Let's see. That's a 1619. Let's see if I can find out who that is. 1619.
He started towards the back, I think.
He
Is
must
he not
have been
on
a
there?
late entry then.
Okay.
Because I don't have him on my
And in
qualifying.
the morning, it was so muddy.
Was it?
Oh, my God. There were like two
Oh.
big piles of mud out there.
There was a puddle right here before this jump, too.
Yeah, yeah. There was one, like out there a little bit, and then there was another one, like you came over a jump and you practically like went right into a mud puddle, and you're like, thanks, guys.
I do know that they were talking about that, like when they were talking about doing some watering and stuff to avoid those areas.
Yeah.
So they didn't have those.
Oh, Haviland's coming in, 16:23, coming in a little slow. So I think we're on our fourth lap? God, these guys are started their third lap, so they're coming in on their.
Okay.
Yeah, these guys are fast.
They are fast. I wonder what their average speed is.
Well, I can tell you, going up right when you come out of the short course here, like race mile 1 and 2, and then you get to the straightaway in front of the RVs, in my car, I saw 85 miles an hour.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And then you hit the lake bed, and as long as you don't have any dust or the sun in your face, because I had the sun in my face the whole time, you can maintain that speed all the way through. And then on the other straightaways, I wasn't quite that fast, but I was still fourth gear pinned. Like, there's a lot of speed out there for sure.
So how fast have you had, buddy?
That's the fastest I've ever had him in the dirt was 85.
Really?
Yeah. But I finally got my Fox shocks dialed in a little bit better. So I was able to, some of the straights here still have a little whoops, and I was able to take that a lot faster this time.
So, and I was talking with John too, on the Nevada-California state line. There's that G out.
Yeah.
Did you have to check up there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
We hit it once, and then we're like, oops.
Well, at least it turned out good.
Well, that might have been where we broke the radiator mount. It might have been, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if we didn't do it the first time, it's definitely.
Let's try it again.
The second. And then, we got, by the fourth lap, we're going to be perfect.
Straighten it all back out. Oh, my goodness.
It's so funny.
That's pretty cool, though. Would you say 86?
Yeah, indicated, and it's not. So it was probably maybe 78, 79 miles per hour, something like that. I don't know. I don't have a GPS for this race, so I don't know exactly what it was. But
Gotcha.
Whatever,
well,
it's fifth gear.
Just turn Waze on your phone and watch it while you're driving.
No, I guess we could. I could set the cruise control. It's got cruise control still. I need to take it out. It's so dumb that I have the cruise control in there. But, why not? It's kind of funny.
Did you drive it here?
No, I put it on the trailer.
I was wondering if you drove it all the way here.
No. That would be terrible.
It might be. It could be. Well, it would be terrible if you couldn't drive it home.
Yeah, that
would be the terrible
exactly.
part.
I'm not going to risk it, so we'll just put him on the trailer. He's fine.
Race car things.
He's
you don't
fine.
drive a race car. You don't run a race car, drive a race car unless you're on a track.
Yeah, but Buddy's
less
street
than region.
legal,
I
so
know.
I still drive him.
Well,
I mean,
that's the thing people say, like when you're at short course races and stuff, because people put so much money into those short course engines, like you're always pushing the car.
Oh,
or
yeah.
circle track racing, you push the car to the start line
yeah.
because it's like you don't run that engine unless you're actually
right.
And a cooler engine usually runs faster, right?
Sure, yeah,
So,
yeah. I get that.
that was a big joke, but
See, but that's why we just race for fun.
exactly.
Oh, well, I don't have to worry about any of that. I'm just here for fun.
So what's your plans for the next time to race, Buddy?
So Moore has kind of that short course race as well in the summertime. So if I can make that would be great. And then of course Rage at the River, because that's the thing. Rage at the River is much more rough than it is here.
Yes.
You go out. First of all, you have the moon bumps, and then you go out and you get into some whoops and stuff. So we couldn't do it this past year, so I'd like to make sure that I do it this year. I don't really want to do a Barstow race because it's so rough, and I'm just
Barstow.
afraid it would just tear up the car. I
Barstow's
don't know.
Barstow.
Barstow is Barstow, and I'm like, you know, if you want to have fun, do you want to do that? I don't know the answer to that.
That's only fun, I think, if you're in like an unlimited truck.
Yeah, and also like I got to look at my budget too, because
Right.
you know, there's that.
Yeah.
There's
That's
that.
a factor.
Oh yeah, money.
Racing is not cheap,
Racing,
no matter what
yeah,
you're in.
It's not cheap. But I mean, like comparatively, coming to a short course race like this, it kind of is.
Yeah.
You know, the heat. I think for Buddy, my sportsman heat was like $650 or something.
Oh, that's cheap.
And the powder puff heat is only 250. 200. I think it's 250. You know, like it's super cheap, and the fact that you don't need a bunch of people.
Yeah.
This is one of the, I always tell people, they're like, I want to start off-road racing. I'm like, come to one of these races.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to worry about the logistics, which is half the battle.
Right.
If you're
right.
doing a long course race.
I mean, the logistics can be a nightmare in itself,
Yeah,
too. You know,
yeah.
the hotels or getting people to point A to point B, and then just
Yeah.
everything. It definitely can. I know you've done it, and I've done it. It's one of those things. But
I'm racing Nora in the Baja Bug, and I'm like,
I know, I get to see you there.
dude, I have no idea what we're doing.
You're going to have fun. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, we're going to have fun.
You've
We're
done
gonna have
Nora
fun.
before, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
been a long
it's fun.
time. So we're going to use road book only.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, so we're going to be pretty slow.
Okay.
But it's fine. Again, we're just in it for fun.
I'm doing live from the course.
Yay! That's awesome.
Yeah, so we're changing
awesome.
up the live show this year, so
Cool.
I'll actually be on course, which is going to be super cool to be.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm super stoked for that.
Yay! That'll be great. That's coming up end of April.
Yeah.
So, so watch out for that. But we got our nice little drone shot over beautiful Primm Valley.
One thing about the drones is like they're flying to get the cars, but like they're watering the course as well too, so you're not seeing the dust. So they're just got to go find the cars.
Oh,
See the
yeah,
movement.
huh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
that's
normally
funny.
you're finding a dust trail.
Right, right.
And with this obviously being watered right by the roadside, you know, this is that turn I was talking about that you come in pretty fast. But usually before it, like when the bigger vehicles get out there, it starts getting not chatter bumps, but they're a little bit bigger than that. And then after, obviously, you can see the tires bouncing around.
Yeah.
When you're starting to gas it again.
Yeah, and then this, I think this is the corner. Yeah, you come up and then they're going to go right. Correct? I think
Yes.
so. Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
look,
we got a pass. Ooh, girl.
Look at that.
That red car might have just gotten lapped.
I'm not sure who that green one is.
Look, the guy that just lapped in looked like it was a single seat.
But look at that speed that they just kept in that, because that's that big, wide, sweeping right-hand turn.
Yeah.
And the ruts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know where they are now.
Yeah,
I know where they are.
that's the ruts that are getting
Right.
burnt
Yeah.
in. Wait till tomorrow.
The ruts tomorrow morning are going to be
What are you
terrible.
gonna do with Buddy?
Just try to get through it. I don't know. Okay, here comes Daniel Dean again. Is he in first?
Oh.
He's first physically through, so what happened to gear then? Something happened to gear.
Yeah. Huh.
Ooh, do we have another pass happening?
It looks like it. That's actually... I can't quite tell.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, look at that. We got a nerf
it.
and everything.
Move. Oh, going into that turn, too. That sweeping. Oh, that's Kurt right there, isn't it? I think that's Kurt right there getting past. So something's
something's wrong.
is
So something's wrong.
I'm pretty sure that's him.
Yeah, because here comes Daniel
Look at
Dean.
Open wheel racing at its finest right now.
Yeah.
Side by side.
And this turn right here is not nice.
I can't tell. 1676?
Yay! Go, Daniel.
1686. So he is now physically in the lead. But
Yeah,
who is that one?
Daniel's physically in the lead, but okay, so he's put some time on Robbie though.
Hendrickson? I should let you guys do this. I could eat my lunch.
And then that was a single seater that's been up with Robbie all day. So
Look at him
where's
bouncing around
where's gear?
right there? Is that
Wow.
gear? So he's like, what, 3 cars back now?
Yeah, what number is Kurt? 1634?
Kurt is 1634. Oh, there's
Yeah. So something's got to be wrong. Maybe he rolled.
I love this. Personal score in the booth.
Yeah. How does he sound? I mean, he sounds good.
I don't know. That's weird. That
He
he's
might
so
have
far
rolled
behind.
or went off track or something, but because he
Oh,
3 cars got by him.
yeah, because he had a decent lead. Well, fairly. He doesn't sound like anything's wrong.
No, it sounds fine.
Sometimes you just get off your game too.
I don't think Gear would have let 3 people pass him. Because he had a 40-second physical lead on Daniel.
16:35, Alec Rodriguez. So the chargel that's on the side of his is a energy gel. We actually have some samples right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It's an energy gel that's caffeine free.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
My energy drink is Diet Dr. Pepper.
I know. Mine is nitro cold brew with a lot of sugar. Go fast water. I literally was up and out here before Starbucks opened this morning.
Were you?
Yeah, I was out here. I got here at 5:40.
Yeah, so did we. Actually, no, I got to our pits at 5:45 because I'm lazy.
I was supposed to be here at 5:30. I hit snooze one too many times.
Yep. So on screen, we got the 1619. Looking good there on screen.
Yeah. There we go, right here.
Yep.
So 1619, who is that? Which one was that? 16. He's the one that I don't have.
Oh, yeah,
on
he's
here.
a late entry.
Yeah. And then the 1629 just came through, but I love that the drone is like following out into the far, like getting the stuff that's happening on the other side of the track. I mean, right here, we had a camera out here earlier on, but it's really cool to see that out on course.
Whoa. A little windy.
What is that? Isn't that the safe? There's something that
That's
planes
when
do.
when the pilots they.
Oh, that's their wave. Is that
Yeah,
how they
when
wave?
they wave to you, yeah.
Yeah, he was waving at us, I guess.
That's funny. Yeah, they started 15,
20.
20 seconds
Well,
apart.
You guys were all 15. They changed it to 20. I don't know which heat they changed it to.
Oh, okay.
20, and then I think they've changed. I think it's still 20.
Okay.
They realized 15 was too close.
Too close. Yeah, I don't know. We watched the start, and it was great.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's so cool. It's so loud, and they're like, bah, 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 bah. You know, they like load up and everything.
Yeah, I can hear it from over here. I love it. And that's, I think, was one of the hot. So now we're back on to the King Shocks infield footage with the good old Buffalo Bills in the background. That right there is the core. I always call it the core track, right? Because it's the old core track.
Yeah.
We'll get some more infield action here.
Like, I kind of miss this class because it is fun.
Do you still have your 1600?
No. I sold it to Mike Meehan of Cops Racing, and he basically parted it out.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a good car. It was made by the Fab School, you know. I didn't race it that much. I kind of got it right before COVID, and then COVID happened, and then I raced it a couple times after that. But, like, after my dad passed away, it wasn't, like, we always raced 1600 together.
Yeah.
And it was hard. So I was like, I'm just going to start a new thing. And then that's when I started putting the money into Buddy. Because I wanted to have, like, my own thing. Still be in it, but have, like, my own different thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so it's been good.
Yeah.
But I don't miss all of the, like, gnarly competition.
1600 really is probably one of the most competitive classes.
Well, yeah, because it's a class that teaches you car control. Mm-hmm. It teaches you how to take care of a car. And when you think about all of the people that started in 16, you know, Rob Mack, Jason Coleman, like all of those.
McMillan's
the McMillans started in 1600 because that's what teaches you what a car is going to do.
Pat Dean, I believe.
Oh,
started,
yeah. So
it really, 100%, that's been a conversation a lot today, is about 1600s. And a driver that is a good driver in the future, when they start out in 1600, is a better driver.
Yeah.
Even a better driver than anything.
Yeah, because it's slow car fast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you've got, what, 80, 85 horsepower maybe. Oh, we've got someone off course here.
Yeah, right next to us. I can't see that. It's a single seat. That's all I can tell you.
You know, but if you can be a slow car fast and get it around and be consistent, oh my God, I would be The water truck is watering right in front of car number 1655, I think it is. 65.
So that's 1610 right here in front of us. That's off course. He doesn't sound like he's doing too hot.
Yep.
No. Transmission maybe? Did you hear it clunk? 1665? Who is that one?
Not too much water, man.
I can't really pronounce 1665's. I call
That
him
is-
Hyde.
Oh,
Katsumata.
Hideyuki Katsumata.
I just-
Hideyuki. I think it's Hideyuki. Yuki. Just call him Yuki.
I just called him Hyde. Yeah, I'm not sure. The other car, though, it sounded like he tried to like put it in gear, and it sounded a little clunky, and he's still actually off to the side right here. Still off to the side over here.
Well, one of our officials is going to come get him, I think.
Oh, and driver is getting out.
Okay.
Well, they're on to something else that's going on in the core track because there's 2 trucks going that direction. So let's see on
Yeah,
here if
let's
we can see what happened.
Right, so it just made that right-hand turn out of the timing. Around that loop's going to go into the 8 little whoops. Which, man, I wish I could figure out the right speed on those because I haven't been able to. I'm all like, too fast and I'm going to kill the car, but I feel like I'm going real slow.
I was explaining it earlier. The first time I ever raced battle at Primm in Class 10, my co-driver was Richie Hudson, and I was like doing horrible in that whip section. And he's like, just moto it. And I'm like, I don't know how to ride a dirt bike.
You're like, I'm not going to I'm not double jumping these.
Yeah. Since then, I've learned how to drive one. But, okay, 1619 is Joe Woods. Thank you, Greg Boyer.
Where are the Boyer brother? Where are they?
I don't know. Maybe Greg will answer in.
Yeah, come on, you guys. This is your race.
He actually sent me the forms earlier, and I opened it up, but I could actually know who these drivers are that are not on the list that I'm looking at. So I need to just do that really quick. That way.
Not too much water truck.
I wonder if it's going back in his face.
Oh, my
Let's
God.
see
Look
here.
it's going to be so muddy.
Slippery.
Yeah. So what's amazing, though, since I still run a windshield, I have to make sure that I got windshield wipers and fluid. It's pretty funny.
It's like your own tear-off.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, so this is it. Emmy, you're right. This is going to be super slippery right here, but it's going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a rollover.
Oh.
That's right there where we were talking about that
Yep.
turn can bite you, and it definitely just bit him. I didn't quite see who the number was on it.
I didn't see it either.
I don't know if the drone or the camera is in this area when it happened.
Wait, is that him coming in right there?
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it might get it.
Yeah, he's going to roll right here.
Oh, come on. Let's hopefully we see it.
Yep.
Still can't see the number of the car.
No, but you're going to see him.
See?
There's, you can't park there, sir.
He took it a little low, and it looked like it just grabbed him.
Is that the co-driver out of the car? Why is he? Are they out of the car? No, absolutely not.
Where at? I don't see it.
I thought I saw him. I couldn't tell if it was recovery. What are you doing, dude? They'll come and get you.
Well,
I mean,
I probably, obviously, you stay in the car or whatever.
Yeah.
He probably was making sure there were no vehicles coming.
I was always taught they're both out of the car.
I wonder if they smelt fuel or something.
Maybe.
That's
maybe.
something- That's something that you definitely don't want to be in if
Yeah.
it was to grab.
You're right. We're armchair quarterback in here.
Keyboard warriors right now in the booth.
Except I have a microphone.
Yeah, exactly. No
Well,
keyboards.
driver and co-driver at least are both moving, so that's good. And it looks like we've got our next. Oh, yeah, Robbie is right behind him.
All right. So, we can almost see this 1611.
Oh, that's the Chuco car.
I have to go to my fancy new list.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, they started a little further back on the field.
So 1611.
No, is that? No, that's not them. God, we should have binoculars in here, huh?
Oh, yes.
All right, they got them back on their wheels, so that's good. And then let's see where they go. Co-driver getting in.
Well, it looks like they're trying to undo the toe strap. 1611.
Let's see if they keep going. I mean, they should. It's just a doinky little rollover. But if they smelled fuel or anything, then yeah, they're not going to want to.
Definitely not. I don't see 1611 on here.
Really?
Really.
All right. Well, I saw him take the.
It was 1611 though, right?
I think so. Yeah. I saw him take the flag today. And it clearly says Chuco on it. Oh no, they're towing him off.
And also one of the things too, what is it? We don't like to start the engine up right after a roll, but he wasn't really over that long, but still.
Yeah, and he's been over right now for a good 30 seconds, but it looks like they're hooking him up and taking him off the course, so they might have smelled some fuel or something.
Or oil or whatever spilt everywhere.
Yeah.
You can school me on this. So the Volkswagen engines. The oil, there's two different oil things, right? That's air cooled, and then what's the other one?
Water cooled?
To do with the
the sump, the dry sump,
yes.
and I'm not sure. That's a question for Andy Majors. Or
we got a race going on here as well.
Yeah, that's Daniel. So Daniel's lapped the red car. I'm not 100% sure what number that is, but Daniel's looking good coming in here. So he is our physical first place. Since Kurt Gear had some kind of problem, we're not really sure. But he's put some time on Robbie. I don't even see Robbie Hendrickson in that bright yellow, banana yellow car.
Oh, I haven't seen that one in a minute.
Yeah.
You can see the driver was over there looking at the car. Actually, this is a co-driver. The driver's in it.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're getting towed off the course.
So I think what he did is he just hit one of those little gnarly ruts that's been
It's easy to do right there.
Especially in these cars, too.
Yeah. Daniel's still sounding good. Yeah, and a lot of these guys, they're running skinny wheels and all of that stuff, so it's pretty easy to...
Isn't it the 1600 wheels and tires are the ones that are hard to come by, or it's harder to get?
Yeah, I think the center lines, because everybody likes those center lines, right?
Oh, yeah. Keeps that weight down.
Yeah.
Well, not
There's
down,
Robbie.
but
Yeah, I wish I could find center lines for Buddy, but I cannot. 1811, you know what, dude? Good on you. You are out here. You are doing it. And then, of course, we have the Chicken Ranch car.
Chicken Ranch.
Yeah, that's from the Chicken Ranch brothel. 1659.
Wait, what? I don't know anything about Chicken Ranch.
The Chicken Ranch brothel in Pahrump?
I don't.
Girl.
I've never been to Primm.
Oh, my God. I'm pretty sure it's in Primm. Yeah. So they donated like a gift basket for whoever's going to come in very last at 1600. Like this gift basket with like champagne and all kinds of, little fun little gift baskety stuff. And they have a booth out here too.
I didn't even go through tech yesterday. I flew in yesterday.
They had a booth at tech, and then they have a booth right out here.
Okay.
It's very funny.
Was it open at 5:30 this morning when I got here?
Probably not.
Nope, nothing was. Oh, goodness. And there we can see the 16.
That was 1647. Yeah, that's Robbie Hendrickson. So, Robbie comes from a long line of air-cooled stuff, Class 11s, Class 16. That's a new car to him, I'm sure. I don't know for sure, but I'm sure he built it himself. I'm sure he got the frame. Yeah. I mean, he's really good. His family's been in this air-cooled world for a very, very long time, and they know all of the tricks. They know all the tricks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to make it go fast.
To make it go fast and how to just push those rules just to the ragged edge.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of them out there that can do that.
So our leaders now should be on their last lap.
They should be. Let's see with the flag. They still have the green one in hand. This is that 1635 that we are seeing here with that chargeable energy. I'm gonna have to try that stuff. That was Alec Rodriguez. making his way through. We have another race going on down here in the middle.
I think they're coming in. I think leaders are now on their 5th lap. I think so. But we've had some lapping going on. So some people are just going out on their 4th.
Look at the race going on that we have in the King Shocks infield right now. It's pretty amazing. We can see them entering into the screen. The 1685.
Yeah, everyone's really close in here.
That was Tyler Flippin. Oh, I didn't see the next one. Okay, so the flag is up in the air. The green flag's still up in the air.
So when they come through in here, they have to slow down to 15 miles an hour for finish for his timing. Then they go maybe another 25 meters, and then you get resume race speed, and that starts with a hard right back out onto the course. So, you can maybe get it to 2nd gear in that amount of time, but then you guys got to make sure you can make that right turn and then set yourself up for that sweeping left.
Sweeping left into the whoops.
Into the 8.
I call it a rhythm section.
Yeah, it is. It is a rhythm section. And you're just like,
Yeah, can't get into that rhythm though.
Yeah, I haven't hit it yet. I haven't hit it.
Yeah. Do you think you need more speed or less speed?
Well, if I had more travel.
Oh, that's true.
If I had more travel, I could go. There's more speed in the car. I just don't have the travel.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Chuco's going. Good.
Look at
16-11. They're back on course.
Good for them.
So I think they just pulled them off course and did a quick safety check. And they're kind of at the back of the field anyway, so they're not really losing anything.
It's just basically seat time and having fun for the rest of it. I mean, you pay the money to get here if you can still keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Safe, why not?
Car looks good. I mean,
it doesn't look like they rolled.
Yeah, it sounds okay, I guess. I don't know. He wasn't really on it coming past our
He's got to go a full lap, too, before he can even stop into a pit.
Oh, yeah, he does have to go a full lap before he can pit.
So
yeah, our hot pits are all the way over at right before the dike jump. Which, honestly, I was super worried about the dike jump, and then I was like, oh, this is fine.
Well, you've done it before. Have you just never
done it? Well, yeah,
but
I've never done it in the Miata, so
Gotcha.
that was what was different. We got some great drone footage there on camera. Following these vehicles as they make their way around at the battle at the Primm. Man, it's too bad the roller coaster isn't working.
I know. I'm kind of glad, though, because where my room is right where the down is.
Oh, yeah, me too. I'm right by it. I'm right by it.
I'm like, I don't know if I would want to hear that while I'm trying to go to sleep. That roller coaster's gnarly. Have you been on it?
I have. I lost my iPhone on it one time. But the security guy came out. We walked the entire course, couldn't find it.
Oh, wow. Oh, and they're coming down onto the brakes right here. The water helped with the dust, but it's definitely making it a little slippery for these guys. As we are up above watching the course here, looking for some cars. Let's see, we had, what was it, 19 start? I wonder how many are 18? I wonder how many we still have out on course.
Well, but there's some on that weren't on your list, like 16.
19?
Yeah.
There's another one, too.
Yeah. So we did have some late entries there. Oh, so Joey is with the Boyer Boys trying to get him to do an interview right after this race. This is his first race ever. Oh, my gosh, Joey, please come to the booth.
Hopefully he will.
Yeah,
so pull him
I want to hear what he has to say, because your first race out here with like some of the top guys. That's a ballsy move. That's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him.
Yeah, going into the wolves right away.
Exactly.
Right off the start.
But again, a fun race.
It is a
not
fun
a lot
race.
not a lot of stress, not a lot of money.
Well, like you said, it's about the logistics too that can be the stressful part.
Yeah,
so
it's a huge stressor. I hate it. I hate
doing like the long races, like Vegas to Reno and all that kind of stuff. Like this. People that have never done it are always like, how many chase trucks do I need? I'm like, literally, you can have 2 chase trucks. They just play leapfrogging on each other.
Yeah.
Like, it's doable. When people are like, no, you need like 4 or 5 chase trucks. I'm like, not really.
I mean, it also depends on your class, right? If you're class 11, like, sure. If you're in some big-ass trophy truck, then you might need a few more chase trucks because you're never going to catch them.
Right, right. Maybe need 3.
Yeah.
But if you're running a unlimited or a trophy truck or whatever, you already
have money, so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see that car just went into that turn, all the ruts that he was hitting just now.
Yeah.
What's so funny too is like you feel like you're going so fast in 1600, and then
You feel like what?
You're going so fast.
Oh yeah, but you're not.
No.
You feel so fast.
Like I was just thinking when he came out of that turn and he was getting on the gas, like it sounds like he's going fast, but in reality, like from the outside, it doesn't look like it.
No. And that's part of the thing that's difficult about off-road racing and even pavement racing is to show the speed that your vehicle is getting, because from far away it looks slow. I saw someone in a UTV had some great footage from Hammers. They just had a great angle on their GoPro, and you could really see how crappy the course was and how whooped out it was. And I was like, I need to remember that angle. It was on the A pillar, but like super low and facing out, so you could see the hood of the car and what was directly in front of them.
Okay.
So yeah, it's
all
all
the
about
suspension working too. Was
Yeah,
it like
yeah,
the
yeah.
whole
So
thing?
you could see the arm come. I think it was probably a Maverick R. So the arm would come up every once in a while, and
Oh, we have a car.
Oh, we
over
got another
on his
rollover.
side, right here, right next
Uh-oh.
to us.
let's see. Oh, we got someone in the berm too.
I can't even tell like who it is.
It's an orange.
Either one.
Orange one.
Saw him going through here, but 2 cars.
Yep, 2 cars. But the guy that's on the berm, I mean, unless he's lost reverse, it looks like he could just reverse out of that. But
I don't think they probably were like involved with each other either.
well, they were probably racing, or maybe the guy on the berm tried to go around and then was in a different line than he expected to be.
Ooh,
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
that's so hard on that
I know.
truck.
It'd kind of be fun to do recovery for this race, though.
It would be fun. I wouldn't do what that recovery was hard on his truck just now, but let's see. He's getting up there to slow. That's David. He's actually been chiming in here on our live show, watching it from his recovery vehicle. David with Motorsports Safety Solutions.
They're out all the time.
Yes, they are.
They're
All the races.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time.
Yeah, he has.
All right, so we got 2 flags out,
Yep.
2
But
cars stopped,
We don't
same
have.
turn.
Don't really see anybody coming in. There's someone.
They're watering the dike jump landing right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be a minute. I think they've got some time to get that guy rolled back over
Definitely.
and then get whatever our berm guy is doing.
He ran out of gas. I'm just kidding.
So this is our drone shot right here of what's going on.
I can't wait to see that number because I was looking at their number when they were going by, but then I didn't see them actually roll.
So get a little bit closer, drone.
I think it's not 1619. Is that 1619?
It starts with it looked like it started with the last number was a 9. And plus it's so muddy that like everyone's numbers are getting
Covered.
yeah.
That's why I'm a fan of the shark fin numbers.
29.
I can't see it.
Ah.
Move. Oh, maybe if I do this, we can see it. 16, 19. It
19.
is 16, 19.
All right.
That's Joey.
Is
isn't
that
it?
Joey?
Yeah.
Oh, Joey. Awesome. Oh, look at his wheel. He's fucking
Joe
he's
Woods.
messed his rear.
Oh,
He's a little wobbly in the back. He's a
bummer.
little wobbly.
Bummer.
All right. Well, Joey, we definitely want to get you in here to
First
chat
race.
about.
Oh.
Yes. So, Great Warrior, please call him right now and be like, go to the booth right now.
All right, 1669 going through. As we were watching 1669 here. That is Mark Winston.
All right. So, Mark Winston is around. He's probably going out. He's going out on his last lap. He is. That guy's from Golden, Colorado. Wow. Some guys came in from Texas. Yeah, we got people coming from all over the western states, which is pretty cool.
It's awesome. Awesome to see the people that travel afar, for sure.
I just go, 3 hours from Yucca Valley. All right, it looks like Daniel Dean in the 1634, right? 1634? 1686.
1686. Good thing we have an assistant over here.
I know. Looks like he is coming in, and he should be getting our checkered flag.
So he's getting, who is this getting towed off right here?
1665 getting
like
towed off.
Tiny. Looks like a kid in that seat.
Yeah.
1665. That is the Katsumata.
Oh, that's Yuki Katsumata. But Daniel Dean looking good going into this trick corner here.
Whoa.
Whoa, yeah, but look at that. Got that rear around.
That's when it's like the throttle, right?
Yep.
Throttle.
Yep. So he's taking the last few jumps.
Because he's coming around to get
coming
the checkers,
around
right?
this final turn here, and he should be taking the checkered flag to be our unofficial. Oh, it's rutted right there.
Don't get super
Don't
excited.
get cocky. Don't get cocky, Daniel. Daniel's co-driver weighs about 130 pounds soaking wet. So, and yes, Daniel's taking the checkered flag, so our unofficial first place for the Dean family. They're the people I'm pitting with, which means everyone's going to be super happy later on.
That's always a good sign.
And it looks like Kurt got ahead of Robbie, so Kurt Gear is probably going to be unofficial second place. Yeah, I want to hear Kurt's story there.
Seriously.
Yeah. So he's looking good coming through that last turn. Daniel smoothed it out for him a little bit.
Yeah, so it's getting very rutted out in that corner.
Yeah.
The last two turns right here inside.
So Kurt will be taking our checkered flag here.
So he's second, but he was
he
our
started
pole setter.
first.
Yeah.
He started first. So
Here
we'll have
comes
to
your
see
banana
where that
car.
is. But physically second place. And then our physical third place finisher is going to be Robbie Hendrickson in the 1647.
You can see they get a little excited on the last
They
couple
do
things.
get a little. They do get a little excited. But yeah, Robbie's looking good and sounding pretty good. And he goes into the 15 mile an hour to take his checkered flag. So some good racing.
It was really good racing.
Yeah, there's some changes, some rollovers.
I would love to see their lap times.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the lap times. Because those leaders have lapped a lot of people.
Yeah, definitely.
They've lapped a lot of people.
Man, that wind. You feel it?
I know. The wind is terrible.
Have to have our selfie moment.
All right, has Greg said anything about Joey?
Not yet. Not
Okay.
yet. I wonder if Boyer
Little
Boys.
Joey.
I wonder if Boyer Boys is prepping his car.
What's that?
I wonder if Boyer Boys is prepping his car.
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Could be.
Ooh, we got a race in here coming into the corner.
Look at that. That's going to be for what? 5th and 6th, I think?
Maybe.
6th and 7th?
So I think our Chargel is going to get a checkered. Yeah.
So that's a 4th car in,
I think that's our 4th place.
Couple more coming on in here. All right. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 cars on the King Shock infield right now. Racing against each other.
Yep.
That jump right there is making people kick a little weird.
1632, 1685, looking pretty good. They should be our next checkered finishers. That guy's just cruising.
1811.
1811 is just cruising. Oh, but they're not giving 1811 another lap, so he just missed the cutoff.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so that's it.
That's
I mean,
it.
we still got some people out there, but some good 1600 races,
that was
Pam.
a great
Yeah.
race.
I know. Thanks for letting me
It's
come
good
in the
having you
booth.
in here. You should come
I
in again
appreciate it.
tomorrow.
Do you have a seat? Do you
Nope.
have a chair?
Nope.
Do you want one?
Nope.
Okay.
Because if I sit down, I'm like.
I was going to stand here all day. Nuts.
We thought about actually asking the hotel for a stool, but we didn't.
Yeah, I don't think they'd give you a stool.
Just a borrow.
Well, we could go in there. We could go in there 100% and just take one. I'm not above that. I'll bring it back. Like, I'm just borrowing. I'm not going to steal it. I'm just borrowing it.
Oh, goodness. Nope. My cushiony shoes.
Because I already want to sit down. I've only been here for like an hour. Well, if I can find Joey out there, I'll shove him in here with you.
Do you know where he's pitted at?
No.
No. Well, we are going to have another race start here in just a little bit. We have up the next heat.
I think the next is 10s.
Heats, yeah, class 10.
All right, and then after that is Powder Puff.
10s, 12s, and 5 unlimited.
Ooh, 10s, 12s, and 5s. Then Powder Puff, then unlimited, and then 1400.
Well, we got Powder Puff, and then Heat 6.
Oh, here we go. We got Powder Puff, which is Powder Puff, and then Heat 6 is 7 trucks.
Yep.
And 1450s.
Yep.
And then Heat 7 is the ones and the big trucks and all that.
The unlimiteds, the ones, and 6100s, I think.
Yeah, 6100s. I don't know truck classes.
I remember when it was only trophy truck, class 1, then class 10.
Yeah.
Those were the top 3.
So easy.
And then now it's like all these spec trucks and like all these so many classes. It's kind of a.
All right, we're gonna go congratulate her brother
and get ready for
Powder Puff. I think we're ready for Powder Puff. So
nice.
Yeah.
So buddies in the Powder Puff.
Buddies in the Powder Puff.
All welded back up.
No, not welded. We fixed it with a beer koozie and a strap. And what else? We used a beer koozie and a strap and some muscle.
And some muscle.
Yeah.
Any zip ties?
Not yet.
You got to put a zip tie on it.
Just for fun.
Zip tie just because.
Yeah, well, duct tape it, and some zip ties, and then he'll be fine.
I always say duct tape, zip ties, and toe straps or some kind of strap. Wrap the strap will help you finish a race.
Yeah, we got all of that.
So there you go, baling wire, exactly. No, it's been really good, though, having you in here.
Yeah,
so tomorrow maybe you can come back in and do some more 1600 with me or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Or come anytime.
That'd be good.
We have a few left, and then we'll be done for the day.
Okay.
Good luck in the Powder Puff.
Thanks, Bubba.
All right. I'll see you later.
Soon.
You're welcome. I'm going to eat my fries really quick. Good luck. I just got you to go. No, All right, everybody, still here live out here at Primm, Nevada. Moving drivers in and out here. Thank you to Emmy Hall for coming over here and joining me in. Lots of knowledge on the 1600 class. We do have another race lining up. Our heat number 5 of the day will be our Class 10 cars. Looks like Greg Boyer's trying to get Joey over here. So it'll be exciting to talk with him about his first race and what he thought of Primm and his little rollover mishap. As the 1670s making their way through, getting the checkered flag for heat number 4 out here for day 1 of the King Shocks Battle at Primm. As we are winding it down for the race heat 5. I'm sorry, heat 4, excuse me. Another car making his way through the King Shocks infield. Things are getting a little rough in the turns here. And we haven't even had our big cars go off the line yet. That is the 1623 that just made their way across the finish line, getting that checkered flag for the day. Jordan Mills out of Los Angeles, California. All right, I see a racer coming up over here, possibly going to come in here and get on the live show with me. Number 1686 of Daniel Dean. He is our unofficial winner right now for day number 1 out here for our 1600 class. I'm actually going to go grab him in here. I'll be right back. So give me a rundown of the race. I've already asked you, but I'll let you tell the story. But, the rundown of the race for you today.
Yeah, sure. Before we start, I'd like to thank Snore for putting on a great race. And it's a lot of fun. And having all the volunteers out here and stuff, I mean, we wouldn't be able to do it without them. So I just wanted to give a shout out and say thank you. But our race kind of started slow. The course is pretty loose out there. Sand is soft. But we just kind of made our way through and, finally started to find the ruts and find the right gears, and we were able to work through it. But I think we consistently hit our marks better and better every single lap.
I mean, really the 1600 is about, always stand on top of the stuff, stand on top of the whip, stand on top of the sand, because if you lose that power band, it's like pretty much you're done.
That's exactly
for the most
right.
part.
Yep. And that happened to us a few times where we washed out of a corner and then you're back in first gear. But we were able to keep our momentum up through a lot of the corners, and it was a lot of fun.
So, I mean, I think it was lap 2 or 3 you came through. Now you were physically in first place. So give us a rundown of how you ended up in that number 1 spot.
Sure. So we were coming around right before the power lines, and Kurt Gear, who was physically in first, was pulled off the side of the road. And my co-driver, Troy, and I high-fived. We were like, yeah, we're in first place. But I think he had some brake caliper issues, and he thought that I think his motor was going, and he got out, and his rotor was like red hot.
Wow.
Yeah. So we ended up kept on going and kept a good pace. And my brother was over in the hot pit, kind of giving me time splits, and he's like, "Hey, you need to keep going. There's other people." So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes I always say racing happens. Like, you can be leading the whole entire race and have a $2 part break, a mile from the finish or whatever. So, I mean, he was running his own great race. Obviously had an issue, but once you got out front, it was like no looking back. You stayed out there.
I tried to, yeah. I did my best, but, my brother's in the mic, and he's like, hey, you got to keep going. Cockerel's coming up. Go, go. And I'm like, okay. I guess I'll go 100% the whole time.
Yeah, well, you kind of have to go 100% in 1600.
You do.
So how long have you been racing in the Class 1600?
So I built my first car, I think, in 2010. And we raced that all the way up until last year. Okay. And this is the second race in this car.
Okay. Yeah. So do you build the car yourself?
It's a Romo chassis and in a body, and then I did all the rest of the work.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. Well, I mean, obviously, I always say, too, like if you're prepping your own car and you're building your own car, putting your own car together and doing all the work, it also makes you a better driver as well, because what those little sounds or this little thing you might need to tweak to do to make the shocks better or to any little thing.
Yeah, so I started racing a long time ago with my older brother, and he kind of taught me everything I know. And then he had a good big help in building the car also. He wired it for me, and I got the brother discount. Yeah, so we kind of worked on it together, and it was a fun build.
Yeah. So going into tomorrow's race, do you have any strategies that you're going to have? Because I believe now you start out front tomorrow. I think, right? Isn't that how it works?
I don't know if they're going to start us. I think they usually start us like 2 at a time.
Okay.
For the second day.
Okay. I can't remember. I used to race this race, but I can't remember.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the times look like, and then that'll dictate my strategy. So I'm not giving anything away right now live. So.
Right, exactly. Someone's going to go back and watch a live show and be like, I heard what you said. I know what you're going to do tomorrow.
We're going to go really slow. Feel free to pass us. We'll give you a lane.
Brake before the jumps. Don't hit any ruts in the turns. So let's talk about this, because I've talked about it a couple times. That the fast section across the Nevada, California, and that G out. How is that in the 1600? Because I know that's rough in other cars.
It's smooth.
It's smooth?
Yeah.
Really?
No problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Put on the floor.
I guess that's what you got to do in that car, though.
Well, I mean, maybe if you're doing 120 off it, we're not. So.
Right. That is true. What is your top speed?
I'm not going to tell you that either.
Oh, I guess that is a secret. 1600 is one of the most quiet classes about their engines, their speeds, their gas mileage, like fuel mileage, I should say. Yep. You guys are very your own society.
Yeah, well, it gives somebody else something to work towards.
That's true.
That's not something we like to give up.
That's true. I mean, I guess like all the UTVs and like Class 10s and all of them, they're all pretty much almost the same. Yeah.
But I'd like to give a shout out to my engine builder, Andy Deverselli with Major Performance, Mike Meehan, who built my transmission, Gabe Agana with Agana Metal Fabrication, Cryo Heat, East County Powder Coating. I'm sure there's more. My brother for helping me. My family's here giving me a hand, and I just really appreciate it. Troy's an excellent co-driver, so I'm really lucky to have him in the seat and keep me on the road.
So I have to ask you this, because 1600's always like lightweight, like shorter people. You are tall.
I'm big.
So did you have to modify your car for you to fit?
No, actually,
because your
well,
height, you're
my,
super
I
tall.
lowered my seat. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
There's other drivers that have to do the same thing when they get these smaller chassis.
Yeah, because I'm like thinking to myself, you're super tall and you're in a 1600.
Yeah,
it's
well,
not
my
normal.
older brother's even taller than I am, so
Okay.
when I built my old car, we had like tons of room in there, and it was really comfortable. And this one, we're just like bumping elbows with your co-driver.
That's one thing about 1600. You're so close. When you look to get into the car, I've co-drove before in one. It's like when you look to get in the car, it's like, how are you supposed to both fit?
Yeah, it's not comfortable.
No, it's not. It's fun though.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot of fun. So, I mean, you just were going through and thanking people. Do you have anybody else that helps you get out here to the track that you want to give a shout out to?
Oh, I'd really like to thank my wife Taylor. She's at home with my kid right now, and hopefully they're watching. But you know, she lets me work on the car late, and it's really a blessing to have her let me do this.
Yeah.
And she's lovely, and just really wanted to say thank you to her.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's support no matter if they're at the track or not, too. But, you know, like you just said, the shop time, that can take up a lot of time.
It does, yeah.
It does take a lot of time, especially, like, to be competitive. I was talking with Emmy Hall about that. Like, to be a competitive car, you're really putting a lot of time and money and effort into it, usually because that's what you're wanting to do, be, you know, a top-tier driver. So it really is helpful to have the support from all around, especially from family at home.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it without everybody and without all the support.
Yeah.
So.
Well, hopefully tomorrow is another successful day for you, and we'll get to see you back up in here in the booth again if you want to come back by and chat.
Sure.
I know you just got out of the car, and I'm going to let you go and probably do a work over on it, just make sure everything's good and everything's tight. And
Yep, take it to the pressure washer.
There exactly.
Okay, well, it was great to meet you.
It was nice
Appreciate
meeting you, but thank you for coming in, and good luck tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I can. Who is it? Okay, yeah. Oh, definitely. Ready, Freddie? Nope. I'm gonna go like off for like 5 minutes after this one to eat my fries. Okay. No, they're McDonald's. I gotta put my door stopper up. Hi, I'm Pam Hall. Nice to meet you. I'm good. I'm good. You guys are doing better. You're in race cars. Go ahead and put this on. Let me see really quick here. We're on the road with 2 podiums. Oh, my son won today. My son's racing in Georgia today.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of course?
Short course at Durhamtown. I was supposed to be announcing that race, but I'm
Really?
here. Yeah. So when I turn these on, we're live.
Okay.
So
I can't hear you if you're talking.
You will hear me.
Okay.
All right, everybody, I am back here. Now I have Mr. Kurt Gear in here. You were the pole sitter today for the race. You came in, I believe it was physically in number 2.
I did.
Once you came in. But, Kurt, give us a rundown of your day.
You know, it was interesting, to say the least. You know, there was a lot of water out there, so the first couple laps kind of just put our head down and took it easy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was coming in to get started on the 3rd lap, and I kind of I thought I was losing the motor. And so I'm calling, so I had some guys on the north side, and I said, hey, can you come out and look to see if the right rear tire's coming down? Now, I'm trying to go by them
Mm-hmm.
as the thing is losing power. And I made the corner, and I jumped out because I thought I thought it blew up.
Uh-huh. My goodness.
And it was on fire.
Oh,
so,
it was actually on fire.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And so I got out, grabbed the fire extinguisher, and I was like, well, that's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
So I grabbed our turning brake and started yanking on it.
Uh-huh.
And when I yanked on it, it must have freed up the caliper.
Okay.
So I was able to move the car. So I was like, now I need to get air to it as fast as I can. So jumped back in, restrapped up,
Uh-huh.
and then took off. And I was like, okay, trying to get reacclimated to the car,
Mm-hmm.
which at that point I had no rear brakes from that point forward.
Oh, goodness.
So it had got so hot that it destroyed. That caliper's done.
Okay.
The rotor's hurt, but overall, I mean, to get out of a car and
See
assess
a fire.
it, yeah, see something on fire, and then finish. And obviously, we're not where we want to be, but at least we have a race car that we can work with for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, when you came through, obviously you were in first place the first however many laps, and when you came through, and I think there were 3 cars that had passed you. I think it was 3. And we're like, Emmy Hall was in here with me, and we're like, what happened? You know, like, we didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Daniel was in here, he told me, he said it was glowing. He said he saw your rotor glowing when he went by you.
It was funny. I was talking to local spectator, and he said, dude, you could see these, like, big flashing, and it was flames.
Oh.
So it was glowing and on fire from here all the way to the lake bed.
So was it stuck?
Yeah.
So it's stuck.
The only thing I could think of is either a tear off, maybe mud debris got between the turning brake and locked the thing in the right position.
Gotcha.
And then locked that side caliper.
That's why.
And I was thinking,
You're
it was
losing
a
power.
flat.
Yeah.
And then, like the tires going down. And then I said, okay, I'm losing the motor. And then when I went to jump out, I said, oh my God, I'm on fire. And the crew guys started laughing. They were like, I've heard more stuff. But overall, we're happy.
Yeah. Well, good. I mean, we'll see how tomorrow pans out of starting order and everything, but you shouldn't be too bad.
No, I mean, honestly,
Right?
Top 5
Right.
with getting out of a car and assessing damage. And we figured we're within a minute, maybe a minute 10 back. That's nothing.
That's nothing.
No.
Definitely not. I mean, obviously you passed those cars back too.
Yeah.
That passed you. Well, besides Daniel, but yeah, I mean, like you literally passed those. You're fast. You can do it.
Let's hope. I mean, there's a lot of racing
Don't prove
gods.
me wrong.
There's a lot of racing gods that need to come through. But
yeah, right? Exactly. Right now we have our class 16, or not 16, that was you. We have our class 10, class 12, and our 5 Unlimited that just started their race. So going back to with what happened with you and getting ready for tomorrow. So you're going to go change the caliper out.
Yeah, so we'll go back. I'll drop the skid plates because I ran the morning race to kind of see it, and there's a lot of water, so a lot of weight.
Yes.
These are restricted cars.
Right.
Weight is power.
Key.
So we'll pull the skid plates off. Obviously, you got to reassess the rotor caliper. Probably do a fluid change.
Yeah.
And all new pads for it.
Yeah.
And then
start all over
tomorrow.
So are you going to run tomorrow's morning's race as well, like you did today?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I got to get it. You can't drive harder without rear brakes. I mean, with front brakes, it was already on the verge of out of control. Trying to keep myself close. So I'll probably do a start and park in the morning, and then wait a while, and then let some of the water. Right now the conditions are perfect.
Right.
This morning they were not perfect.
Well, because it wasn't windy, right? And the sun wasn't out yet.
Yes.
So of course that's a big factor in the track drying.
Yeah.
A huge factor. But yeah, no. I mean, tomorrow will be another great day out here, though, for sure.
And
hopefully it's not so windy.
It is supposed to be less wind and 5 degrees hotter. So
good.
Hopefully
my toes are
hopefully
frozen.
then we can wear some shorts.
Right?
No jackets, sweatshirts. But
well,
overall, it's been a great day.
It has been a great day. It's been a great fun day watching you guys all battle it out.
Yeah.
But I know it takes a lot of people to get you guys out here. So who do you have come out here and help you and get you to the racetrack?
So it's our team's a small family team. That's we only run a couple races a year. Honestly, I'm a boat guy. I love boating, so we do races when it's cold. So we'll do this one and then one at the end of the year.
Okay.
And a lot of the people we go boating together in the warm months come out and we get dirty. So it's a big family deal. Boat and Development helps us out. Big construction company in SoCal, and King Shocks, Dave Foltz Trans, Competitive Edge. Just a family deal.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing special.
Right.
It's kind of a garage deal.
Well, that's what I like, and that's what I really like about this series too. You know, it's kind of more in a grassroots stage. I guess I should not grassroots. I mean, kind of, but not really. But it's like a feeder to like the Score and all the larger series. I was talking with John about this yesterday, but it's a great series, and it's a family. It's all about family.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us we've done the Score stuff, and it's a lot of work.
Yep, it is.
To be honest, and yeah, do I miss it? Oh, absolutely. I miss it all the time. We were talking, unfortunately, San Felipe I really wanted to go down there, and that place is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, racing down there is a whole different ball game.
Right.
But this is, you can't beat it.
You
can
can't beat
see
it.
everything.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if you guys out there can see, but I mean, you could see race cars way out there all over the place. I mean, the spectating here is awesome.
It is awesome here, 100%.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun to watch, but it's more fun to be in the car. But it's fun. I have front row. Like this is my what is it, box seat to you guys.
Oh yeah, I mean your view and you're out of the wind, which is even better. I mean you can see race cars, and obviously the viewers can't, but you're talking mile 6, so they still got 6 miles to go, and you get to watch them all the way in, which is pretty awesome.
Well, I mean, and we have 3 drones out there. We have other cameras as well, so we have lots of areas to cover for us to see on the screen and the people at home. But it's definitely more fun to be out here.
Yeah.
I got the call to come here. I'm like, yep.
That's awesome.
I haven't been back here to this race since I last raced it. And I can't even remember what year that was, but it was like 2017 or something, I think. But yeah.
What kind of car?
It started out in Class 10 and then went into Can-Am. So
nice.
Did this in a sportsman class. Then went to a 4-seat sportsman, and then Class 10.
Nice. Class 10s nowadays are amazing. Oh, God. No lift shift, which I'm sure the viewers are going to see. Arden Dennington, and that's who I'm pulling for today.
Yeah. Well, they're out there right now.
Yep. He should be he qualified third. Should be coming through any second.
Yeah. Do you know what your lap times were? I haven't watched any lap times.
I have no idea. I mean, my wife and family kind of handles that.
Yeah,
part.
they probably all have it. Yeah.
They just said, "Hey, how far back are you?" Or "Where am I?" and they seem to have a good handle on it. I don't know.
Like the split times and stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
It's really good to have the people that do that, especially when you're being competitive and trying to win and stay up front or whatnot. Definitely a good thing to have. Especially a lot of the wives will do that, and it's when the wives sometimes are the racers, and you'll see the husbands doing it. So
exactly.
But yeah, no. Thank you though for coming in here. If you want to stay in, you're more than welcome. Or if you want to go make sure your car's all good, because I know you got some work to do.
I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah.
I appreciate you having me, and
yeah, for sure.
I got work to do.
I know you got work to do.
I got a lot of work to do, so I appreciate it. It was my pleasure meeting you.
It was nice meeting you. I'll be here tomorrow too, so good luck, and hopefully tomorrow pans out and you don't have any brake issues.
Yeah, let's hope.
Get it unstuck. All right. Well, good luck. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
All right. You're very welcome. Oh, I know. All right, everybody. Thank you once again for tuning in. Our Class 10, Class 12, and 5 Unlimited are out on the course. I am going to take away for just a couple minutes. I'll be right back, so stay tuned because the Class 10, again, Class 12, and 5 Unlimited are on course. All right, thank you to everyone who has stayed tuned to our live show out here for the 2025 King Shocks Battle at Primm. Our Class 10 cars are out on course, making their way through for lap number 1. So far, we have had 11 out of the 12 cars that are out on course make their way through. Actually, I say 12 rows. 22 cars out on course in total. So far the 10-18 of Tyler Mills has made his way through in that number 1 spot unofficially so far of the race so far. Dane Miller is number 2 physically on course, unofficially in that number 2 spot. 10:55 in that number 3 spot. The 10:15 of Michael Wells in 4th. The 10:66 of Lucas Necht in that number 5 spot. The 10:12 in 6th, 10:24 7th, 10:32 8th, 10:56 9th, 10:30 10th, and the 10:99 in that 11th position. And now we do have our Class 12 cars coming through, and a little bit of contact right here on the King Shocks infield between 2 of the cars. I will get their numbers here in just a minute in their Class 12. Let's see here. It was the 1270 that made contact with the 1207, which now that makes the 1207 number 4 in position, unofficially on course right now. All right, we have a race going on right here. It looks like a Class 12 going up against the 5 Unlimited. All right, making their way through for lap number 1 out there. I've lost track of how many cars have actually gone through. We have about 20, I think I said 21 out on course. Again, for our Class 10s, Class 12s, and our 5 Unlimited classes. I believe we have a few more entries for Class 5 than what I have on my list here that came through. All right, as we are watching here, this goes part of the short course. That's our finish line right there that you are seeing. And then it goes into the short course track. They make a tight right once they get past our flagman to make their way into short course. So they make a long sweeping turn as well once they enter in. Looks like we have a few more Class 5 Unlimited that will be making their way in here. I see another car that's actually on the pavement. Looks like it could possibly be a Class 10 car. Must have had some issues. Making their way back to their pit. But for Class 10, our drivers we have out on course: Tyler Mills, Dane Miller, Arden Dennington, Michael Wells, Tom Coons, Lucas Neck, Carl Royer, Zach Timonson, Callie Meehan, and Matthew Zamek. That is our 10 Class 10 racers that we have. We actually have 11. I don't have all of them on my qualifying results. All right, a little bit of downtime right here in front of me. Let's see what we have going out on course, as that is a overview of what I call, or what we call, the core track. That's what the core series used to race here back in the day when that series was active. What you can't see on there is the little bit of whoop sections and stuff that is actually in that area. Because they're actually right below where the drone is at right now. This car's getting ready to go over that tabletop jump we were talking about earlier with some of the racers, that they were saying that the wind was catching them. You really had to not go super hard on it, as he just now entered up onto that tabletop. Right-hand turn, that is our north pits there. Super fast straightaway. Then they go into a right-hand turn at the end of that into a dry lake bed, exiting back out into the desert area. This is a fun track, a short track, but also a challenging track, as drivers have talked about today. Whenever you get into this King Shocks infield area, it's super technical. It's tight turns, jumps. Now the ruts are coming in. It's not an easy section for sure over here in this area with this kind of Python style racing, not so big of the berms, but it's definitely technical. All right, looks like we might have had a little bit of change up on our first place car, possibly. I will know here in just one moment. Ooh, as he's getting a little bicycle action going on here. Actually, physically in that number one spot that will be coming through here momentarily is the 1008. Still in that number one spot. of Tyler Mills. Going super smooth over this jump right here in front of me. I believe Dane Miller is still physically in that number 2 spot, trying to make up some time and catch up to Tyler Mills. And interesting about Dane Miller right now, he's not running a co-driver or a spare tire, and that's something that we always talk about with short course style racing. Do you run that spare tire or not? Do you run that co-driver or not? Some classes require that co-driver, but not all of them do. So he is not running a co-driver. As we are watching on that short course, Tyler Mills making his way through. Physically in the 3rd spot right now is the 1210 of, I'm not sure what the driver's name is, but physically in that number 3 spot. Not sure if he's lapped, maybe something happened out on course, or if he is that far in the lead right now. Definitely Tyler Mills is cooking out there, making a fast way through. Dane Miller trying to catch up to him. Oh, and I'm seeing a little bit of berm action right here in front of me as we're watching the short course section. Oh, a little bit wide there on that turn going up to that jump. And that, I believe, is Miller. Yes, that's Miller right there we were watching that took that turn a little too wide. And that class 12, that was right up next. All right, the 10-12 making his way through here as we're watching some passing going on in the short course. Some great racing happening. That is the red car is the class 12 car. As we saw another 10 car entering into the short course. All right, the 1056 making his way through. So the majority of the field have entered in to lap number 2. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in, watching the racing out here with us this weekend in Primm, Nevada. And we are overhead view right now of the short course. That's the rhythm section that we keep talking about with all the drivers. It's a rhythm section as long as you stay on top of the whoops. If you're not on top of those whoops, you definitely have to tone it down. You have to kind of just go with the flow. It's a rhythm section, but kind of, in a sense, a non-rhythm section. As we are seeing this class 12 car enter, and you can see how majority of the people are taking that left-hand line there. I mean, that's what practice is about, and that's what, you know, pre-running is about, to see what line is your better line. right, you can hear the cars getting back on the gas right here. Going out onto the short course. Now we are overhead view of our King Shocks infield. Don't forget, tomorrow we will be live racing once again out here for the battle at Primm. We have a 2 days of racing out here. We have some drivers that are already talking about having to go and work on their cars, change out some brake calipers as we were talking with Kurt's gear. Oh, and it looks like we have a 12 car smoking pretty good. The 12-16 twisted 12 car threw a little bit of smoke out there, but still moving along. Hopefully it's not an issue that's going to get worse. Seems to be when he lets up off of the gas as well. So 12-16 making his way through. The 12-07, they're all out on lap number 2. Great overhead view right here that we are seeing. As you can see, a car entering into the 15 mile per hour section. Actually, they're exiting out onto the short course right there is what they're actually doing. Hope you guys at home are enjoying watching all of this live racing action. Have a couple more Class 12s coming in here. 1.5 Unlimited going to be going out on their second lap as well. All right, looks like we have one car like really checking up right here, the 1027. Right before the 15 mile per hour, they really checked up. Hopefully it's just because they were being a little cautious. Right, here we are again watching part of the King Shocks infield, part of the short course as well, as there are two cars entering into that rhythm section. Again, that left lane must be the smoother lane. As I have a 5 Unlimited getting ready to pass by me here. Number 505. Having the knowledge of John, who is the president of Snore Racing, in here with me this morning with all of his knowledge. He's, I believe, out on the course right now racing as well. So super exciting that he gets to, you know, have both roles and have both parts, racer and being the president of the series. He was telling me the series is 56 years in the running for Snore Racing. It's been around a very, very long time. Yes, Sal Mills Racing still going good and strong. Sorry. Oh, awesome. Okay, well, super cool. Well, thank you. Got to give a shout out to Chicken Ranch Racing. They just brought over some goodies, some hats and some waters, some koozies. To give one of these to Emmy. Emmy was the one who schooled me what Chicken Ranch was. I had no idea what the Chicken Ranch was. I'd never been to Primm, but super cool for them to hook us up with some swag over here. As we are watching right now in front of me, the 10.008, our current race leader, Mr. Tyler Mills, coming through lap number 3. Here we go. Tyler Mills is definitely on it. Got Sal who's cheering them on. As Tyler has now entered into the short course once again. Have Class 5 Unlimited, the 549 making its way through the finish line once again. Again, they are going to be out on 5 laps today. We have a few more races to go for the day. As right now we're on heat number 5. Next up we will have our powder puff, you guys. That's awesome. I love seeing the powder puff racers. Looks like we have 8 that will be out on course. Then we'll have our 7200 1450s and Class 2000s out in heat 6, and then on to our unlimited trucks. Class 1s will be in heat number 7. That will close out our day for day number 1 out here. As we have quite the race going on here in our infield right now. That'll be making their way around here shortly. The 1015 Wells 1066. So they've been battling it out pretty much the whole race between 1015 and 1066. So 1015 Michael Wells, 1066 Lucas Neck. both entering into that short course section. I'm sorry, what you guys are seeing at home right now is not what I'm calling this right in front of me. But I should, there we go. There's a car making their way through. Was unable to make out who that was. Nice little jump right there. I see a couple cars getting towed off the side over here. A couple 12 cars. It's unfortunate. It's coming through the infield right now. 10:56. Or it could have been 10:66. Yeah, 10:56 of Zach Timonian. The 10:30 making their way through. Let's see who that one is. The 10:30 of Ryan Ballerigan. He's in a pinhole class 10. As the 1099 making their way across the finish line for one more lap. And of Matthew Ziomek out of Kingman, Arizona. Oh, and we have a rollover here that I am just now seeing. Looks like they're getting them flipped over. Can't quite see where they're at. That guy, that chase truck or recovery truck is normally right here in my sights. Looks like he might have moved spots here. We'll see who this car is. It's actually on their side as they are flipping it back over. Oh, that's never fun. All right. Let's see. If he's getting in the roof, that I'm pretty sure that means it's a class 12. We'll see. Looks like driver and co-driver are getting back in the car. It's always a good sign. Once they get moving, as long as nothing's wrong. You can see they don't have a spare tire on as well. They're firing it back up. Of course, you know, being on its side, a little bit of that smoke coming out. Some people wait just a minute as long as they can to get that thing started back up, just due to the oil and where it all moves to. The 12-16 is getting ready to make their way around through another lap as well. I think that's Lou. I think Lou Ferris, I think is the name. 12:07 making his way through here as well, as we are still watching the car that just got flipped back over on all fours. We'll see who that is here in just a moment. You see they're trying to fire that car back up once again. She might not be a happy car right now. All right, as we have our so that happened right outside of the short course area. And I think that's right past that dike jump. Not the dike jump, the tabletop. It is, because that's the sweeping right-hand turn that goes over to our north pits area. All right, so now I can see where they were at. I was having a hard time trying to figure that one out. So that is the exit area where he's at for the short course. Talking with, I believe it was Derek Bradley, I think is who I was talking to about the jumps with the wind and everything. And it does play with you. And that tabletop from this view does not look like it's a really big deal. But if you have enough speed, it definitely, with the wind, can lift you, move you in the air. Doesn't make it for much fun. As the 1266 making their way through. Here, pull back up my list I have. Thank you to Mr. Greg Boyer. 1266 of Dave Matsui. All right, more action coming on in here into the short course area. Let's move on over here to see what we are seeing on our screen. That is Matsui that we are watching in the infield. So that's a smaller tabletop going east on course, making this left-hand turn, which takes him right into that tabletop. Oh, not much. Alrighty, everybody, here I am back once again. I was getting some information on some racers that we have that'll be going out on the course later on. Some very interesting information, so it'd be really cool if I can get that person up here in the booth. We're going to work on that here in just a little bit. But this overview here of watching these racers make their way through. I've kind of lost track of where I'm at on here. I do not have my timing link up here, so I am unable to let you guys know who is where and what's going on that end of it, but I have them live in front of me. That is what's really cool. As the 1056 making his way through once again. The 1056 of Zach Timonson. The 549 Class 5 Unlimited making their way around once again, as I have another Class 10 car getting ready to go across the finish line, the 1030. Looks like we have one lap to go, I believe. This race has gone by super fast, but that was the 1030 of Ryan Ballergan. So he races in 1600 and the Nora 500 and 1000. Short time, he has raced that in a short time to the 1600. Now he's in a Pinhall Class 10 with just a few races in so far in that class. Class 10 is another fun one. Might be a little biased to it since I've been in that class before. Got our water trucks going by here. Gonna throw some water down. Got a little bit of dust making their way around here. Great footage right now. I believe that's our Class 12. Looks like we have a car off the side of the road. Oh, that's that. Oh, I can't remember his name. I believe he won at King of the Hammers this year in the Desert Challenge. It's like a spaceship-looking Class 12 car. That he was just now on the side of the race course. This one's got no spare tire on, which is an option to do. Oh, and you can see that's where it comes in handy, making sure you're using that berm. You can see the Class 12s have a different style of front end on them. Not all of them run that style of front end, but the majority of them do. Another Class 12 making their way through. I believe this is the guys that wrote. Oh, that's a 10-15, so it was a Class 10 that was on their side earlier. that we saw get flipped over. So the 1015 of Michael Wells. So they are a roof entry vehicle. Not a lot of 10s do that. It could possibly be a 12 car that was converted into a 10. See if I can find that information out here. So he was the 2024 Snorer Class 10 champion. Overall winner at the Midnight Special. All right, 1216 making his way around once again. Looks like the green flag still in hand of our flagman over there. We do know that we do have some of the racers that will be getting that checkered flag here their next time around. As we have a Class 12 making their way through our King Shock infield, the 1220. Of John McIntyre. Getting that green flag. 1 lap to go. Have another Class 12 entering into our pit area, not our pit area, but as we're watching the green flag being waved. For I believe that last lap, I believe the checker flag should be coming out next lap. 1266 making his way around of Dave Matsui right now. Coming across the line, the 1008. Here in just a moment as we're seeing that is Matsui right there making that turn in the corner, and coming into the screen right there is our race leader unofficially in the number 1 spot. Making their way around, Tyler Mills. 1 lap to go for the 12 car, and here we have the checkered flag is out for Tyler Mills, unofficially in the number 1 spot for our Class 10 out here for the King Shocks Battle at Primm. Congratulations, Tyler Mills, in that unofficial number 1 spot. And I do not see within my sights right now. Actually, just now getting ready to enter into our King Shocks infield is our 2nd place, unofficially, Class 10 car. I'm not sure where Dane Miller went. This is Lucas Neck, I believe the 1066. I'll see here in just one moment. Actually, that was the 1055. So the 1055, Tom Coons, as we are watching him right now in the infield. One last turn to go, and the checkered flag is out. So unofficially in that number 2 spot in the 1055, Tom Coons. Congratulations, Mr. Coons, in that unofficial number 2 spot. Again, we have one more day of racing tomorrow. Our schedule of events is as followed. Tomorrow, let me get to the right race here. I clicked on the wrong one. As we have another Class 10 car coming into the infield. All right, tomorrow, Sunday morning, we will begin our racing again at 6:45 a.m. as a 1066 in the infield here. .1066 of Lucas Neck. Used to race in a 1600 car for 9 years, has a championship in the 1600, and a bunch of hardware, but now working towards that Class 10 championship. He's been in Class 10 for 3 years now. Says he loves anything with a motor. All right, we'll see who we come in next. Once that checkered flag comes out, it is out. So the 505 just now taking that checkered flag. As we are watching, that is the 1056 with 2 more turns left before taking that checkered flag of Zach Timonen, I believe is how you say it actually, as we have another 10 car that's entering into the short course here in just a moment. Be the number 1030. As we can see him at the middle part of your screen in that left-hand turn. All right, guys and gals, while we're winding down our Class 10, 12, and 5 Unlimited cars, I am going to step away for just 1 second. I'll come back and give you guys all an update here in just a moment, so stay tuned.
are Kittery. How are you? What was your name again? Pam?
All right.
So are we live?
We will be as soon as I turn us on. I want to make sure. So I just told that kid to come back if he hears me live. All right, so I need to have this area here. All right, everybody. Here we are back live. We have audio. The wind is gnarly out here. We lost power earlier, but we are getting ready to start out for our last race of the day, heat number 7. We'll have our 6100 trucks, our Class 1, and our unlimited truck. But here I have a guest in here. How are we doing today?
Good, good. One of my friends is racing this heat race, Kevin Schwantz. So he's going to go out in 6100. We got an interesting truck out here, Todd Wiley's unlimited truck. It's an old Class 8 truck, and it's commonly known as Frankenstein truck.
Yes, exactly.
And it is, it's kind of funny, he's got a sticker on the front of his truck that says, Dear Trophy Trucks, I am your father.
I have not seen that.
Yeah, just go look at it. It's kind of funny.
Has he always had that sticker on there?
I don't know. One of my crew guys pointed it out.
That's pretty funny.
I was like, that's kind of funny, right? Because, I mean, back in the day, Class 8 was the class. Right. And things have just
evolved
from there.
Evolved.
And you got Trevor Harvey coming out today. He just won the last snore race up there in Jean.
Okay.
So he'll go good. You got a couple newer Herbst trucks in the race. We got a younger kid. I can't think of his name. I wish I had a list here.
Here, I can pull up.
It's his first or second race.
Let's see. In the trucks, in the 6100s, we have Kevin Schwartz, your friend, Dustin Miller,
Schwartz,
Trevor Brain, Trevor Harvey.
Trevor Harvey will go good.
Okay.
Yeah, so keep your eye on him. And you got two interesting stories. You got a father and son out here. So you got Kyle Coletti and Dan Coletti. They just got 2 6100 trucks in the last year or so.
Okay.
Yep. So they're kind of new to the class.
All right.
Yep, first truck's off the line.
I can hear that horsepower.
Yep.
We'll be going live here with the camera for you guys at home as well.
Yep.
And
Todd Wiley just took off.
Todd Wiley did just take off, our #1 qualifier. Again, the unlimited truck class, like you were saying, though, the old school Class 8.
Yeah, old school Class 8. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good truck.
It is a good truck. It's funny because I remember, coming out here racing this race as well, and like he was the one that everybody knew that was going to launch off the dike jump. Like he's the one who'll
he's going to send it. Oh, if you got a camera out there, he's going to be full send.
We do have a camera set up over there.
At the dike jump? Oh yeah, watch the orange truck. It's going to be full send here in about a minute, about 5 minutes or so.
We have a camera. It's at a perfect angle where you'd see them like launching basically right towards it.
Yeah, he don't care.
No. I think he actually won. The leap. We did sorry, your radio, there we go. So I think he won this competition that they were doing one time, jumping it as far as they could, and he was the one who won it. But we do have a couple more cars that just took off the line. Now we have our drone up and running.
Yeah, so if you hear some radio in the background, I'm spotting for Kevin.
Oh, you are?
At the
okay.
same time as commentating.
Okay.
So we've got a guy.
If you have to talk to him, though, we got to turn you down right here.
Yeah,
that goes
sure.
down. That's all the way down.
Got it.
Perfect. Yep. All right. So here we are. Look at that side-by-side racing off the start of the line. We're doing 2x2 starts. I believe it's every 20 seconds. They were going to do every 15
Kevin
seconds.
On the outside. That should be a class. Nope. A couple Class 1 cars there, I think.
I think it was the Class 1. There's a white Class 1 out here.
Is there?
Number
okay.
116, I think is the number. 116. Yeah, I saw them this morning actually in the unlimited. All right. Looks like we see something's going on because we see our motorsport safety solution guys going over. So somebody must have taken a little bit of a tumble as it's right there at the top of the screen. That is a blue-colored truck. That just,
good. It's not Kevin, so I don't have to fix it later.
It just took a roll. So I don't have the number on it, but.
Oh, no, that looks like Dan Coletti. Maybe
that is a fairly new looking. We can see the wheels from here because they're right here in this turn right in front of us.
Yep.
But we'll get him
Let me see if I can
flipped.
pop my head out the side door.
Do what?
I was going to pop my head out the side door and see if I could get some
Yeah, so here we are, flipped upside down. They're going to get him rolled back over. It says 7 on the side of his truck, I can see, upside down here.
Well, that's the second thing that's rolled.
Yeah, there's been a couple rolls in there.
Well, the water truck rolled about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
so we were
people are
delayed
talking about that in here, too.
The water truck rolled.
Unfortunately, you know, I always say racing happens, and I guess they can go for a water truck now, too.
The last time I raced this race, water truck rolled. This is not the first time.
You hear about it, and he's still moving, though. He's right here next to us right now. But, yeah, very interesting to see that happen, because that's not like it's a steep area over there. But here we are getting this truck all turned back over. That's 6101. Let me go to my entry list here. 6101. I don't have on this spreadsheet I have. I'm pretty sure that's what it said was 6101. 6107. 6107.
There goes Kevin off the line.
Yep. Okay, so. All right. We got some people cheering on those racers. Dustin Miller, 251. Yep. First place Spec Truck. Nick May, 6107. Thank you, Mr. King. I just don't have that car on my list here for the name. So I saw 6107, just not sure the name of that driver. But here we are, live racing with audio again. Thank you guys again for staying tuned in. This is our Unlimited, our 6100, and our Class 1 racers out on course. And we're getting some water put down right in front of us. And the drivers, I think, what do you think? What do you think the lap time will be? About 15 minutes?
Yeah, every bit of that I would think, probably.
That's what John was saying this morning. He was guessing about 15 minutes. It's a 12.6-mile loop.
Yep. So probably be 15 minutes because the infield's slow, but the desert is over 60 mile an hour, so for sure.
So as long as they don't have any dust issues or anything, it should be fine.
Yeah, the backside, the dry lake bed side's incredibly dusty.
Yeah, you can see it from here.
Yeah. When the trucks come through there, it blows everything completely out. You can't see anything.
Yeah, that's.
But the wind giveth and the wind taketh away in desert racing, and the wind is good because it keeps the dust down as a driver, right? But then it blows it all over the pits.
Right, exactly. So I know. It's like talking this morning about, dust is a racer's friend usually for the most part, or the wind. Wind is a racer's friend.
Yeah.
I've been up here since 6:40 or 5:45 this morning, so.
Probably didn't bring you lunch. They probably didn't bring you lunch, did they? They let you.
I actually had some French fries brought to me. Ashley brought me some French fries and some
all
coffee.
Day working on 12 hours and fries.
Fries.
Right, well, tomorrow I'll bring you some lunch.
One granola bar.
One granola bar.
I was offered lunch. I kindly declined it because I wouldn't have got to eat it.
Yeah.
But okay, so we have.
So the question I've got is, how much of a lead is Todd Wiley going to have when he comes to the infield? I wonder what the over-under on that is.
If he has no issues, no hiccups, no blowing a turn or whatnot, I would say, well, it depends on who started
3
after
minutes.
him. I was going to say probably like a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Yeah, we started, I think. I don't know if they started at 30-second or minute intervals.
They were supposed to do 20 seconds, but I don't know if they changed that for this class.
30 seconds they were going to do for
30
this class.
seconds.
And then I tried to lobby him to do a minute because of the speed of the core course to try to give the guys a little more room.
Yeah, but we were actually talking about that this morning. John and I were. In reality, if you start 15, 20 seconds off the line, the other cars aren't even exited out of the short course. Basically, not even past the whoop section, the rhythm section, before the next cars are going off the line. So if you have a rollover or something like we just saw in turn number 1, it's going to stall it all.
Yeah, parks everybody.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
So Mr. King is chiming in here. Is it Jim Tucker that's in the 6107? Go ahead and let me know yes or no on that one. But yeah, and he's saying that
if you got internet, send it over, go to Snore Racing and pull the entry list.
Oh, so Bearing King saying 1340. That's what he's guessing fastest lap, I think.
1340?
1340. Yeah, he definitely will check out with no dust for sure. Look, we got our
Yeah, here he comes already.
crew. Where?
In the infield. See him?
Yep, I do.
He's heading back over there now, over towards.
That area he just went in through is, I always talk about that left-hand turn because you get those chatter bumps of braking, the braking bumps before, and then once you get through that ginormous berm, then you got the acceleration bumps. It's not an easy turn right there with the speed that they are coming into.
Yeah.
You can see some people checking up a little bit more, but using 100% of that berm, what we were just seeing. But here on screen, we're watching the above view.
Nice. So my buddy Kevin Schwantz, right? He's done a bunch of racing in his life. He was a 93 500 Grand Prix world champion. And we were out here kind of noodling around a couple weeks ago when he came out to test the truck, because I wasn't just going to let him enter a race and go ride. I made him put about 800 or 900 miles on it in June before we got here. And I was explaining to him about berms. And when I first started racing trucks, I came from motorcycle racing and you know, some motocross. You get in the bottom of the berm, rail around the bottom of the berm. Yeah, the minute you try that in a truck to rail around the bottom of the berm and put your outside tires at the bottom of the berm,
no, it's gonna
the inside comes over to the top of you and you end up on your head.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know that out here.
you must know by experience.
Yeah. So I was talking to Kevin. I'm like, don't do these things.
Right, exactly.
Because I've done them.
Oh my goodness.
I've been on my head.
All right. Yeah, it's never good when you get turned upside down there. I got Robert Campbell. Thank you so much. It's Nick May. That is who it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
Yeah, Robert messaged here, but he had texted me and I didn't see the text.
Oh, yeah,
so
sure.
Robert Campbell and I, we announced the Legacy race together in Parker right after Kicking the Hammers this year. So good times out there.
I missed that race this year. The day before the race, I got a brand new geyser, I got a brand new motor, we got 10 miles into testing, and a connecting rod became located on my lower controller.
Oh, that's not good.
Right off the side of my good times.
Todd Wiley should be coming through the. He already went through it, and we didn't see it on the camera. We'll have to see if we can get that on the screen, because that would be awesome for everybody to see. But yeah, Robert Campbell, he was out racing earlier on himself.
I talked to him at the driver's meeting the other day, and he was out.
He was fast qualifier.
Yeah, I'll give him a little. I'll give Robert Campbell a plug. If y'all need some side-by-side suspension work, send it to Robert. He does a really good job.
Here outside of Vegas is where he works out of.
Up there by the Speedway.
Yes. All right, where is Todd? He should be coming back this way here shortly. I'm looking for the dust trail. Is he still that iconic orange color? It looks red almost.
No, it's still orange.
I have a picture of my son. He's like 3 years old, standing next to his truck. I think he was running 40-inch tires or something, and my kid looked like he looked so tiny compared to the truck. Obviously, he was tiny. He was only 3, but my kid loved that truck. I have pictures with him. He signed a poster for him. But right now, it is 5:10. I don't know if we started right at the 5 o'clock hour.
I started by watching to see if the cap.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh, take that one a little.
He's getting caught because he should have. He's
definitely not a 3-minute gap or 2-minute gap.
Caught.
You know, he's taking these corners. It's a little slippery.
He's 16, 15 seconds up.
It's a little slippery out there.
So yeah, that class. Who's in that? What number is that class 1 car?
I couldn't see the number of it.
Well, we'll catch the number when he comes around, but he's catching Todd.
Yeah, definitely 100%. This corner right here has gotten really ate up. Okay, now we're on the screen. You guys are watching it at home. That is the 6107 that rolled earlier on. But right now in our infield, right in front of us, Todd Wiley, our race leader, our pole position starter, making his way through for lap number 1. You have to go 15 miles per hour. You can see he was on the brakes hard. So you see a jump, you want to have fun and jump it, but you have to instantly get on the brakes. So right here in front is a little bit of a game, I should say. That is a 155.
He's got a little something coming off the back of that car.
What?
That does not look good. He's got a little smoke coming off the back.
Yeah, there's been a couple cars today. 169. The white Class 1 car is physically third on course. You can hear he is on the gas.
Tim Kuhn.
All right, let's see what we have here. Can't quite make out that truck. It's a blue truck, but right here in front of me, the 6151.
Yeah, that's Dustin Miller.
Yes, Dustin Miller making his way through on lap number 1. Got quite a gap going on right here.
Well, because he was gridded on the same row as the blue truck that rolled.
Dustin was?
Yeah, so that's why there's such a big gap.
I did. Oh, that's true. They had to take a break.
Yeah,
that's right. So that'll all those times will be factored in as
yep.
well.
Kevin just said, he got around that Class 1 car he was gridded with. Come on. He's got to stay in it here. Oh, that Class 1 horsepower going right by that 6100 truck. Kevin got around him at some point.
Well, in the buggies and the Class 1s, they take the corners just a little bit differently than the trucks, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, well, a Class 1 car should have a major advantage over a 6100 truck on this course.
Definitely.
So yeah, they've got a bunch of power to weight ratio. That's a huge advantage.
All right, let's see what we have going on here. The 7 truck that rolled is actually entering into the King Shocks infield. So he's still quite a bit of ways in front of everybody else.
Well, they would have held them after they flipped it. So there's no telling what the actual, without seeing live timing, there's no there's no telling what that gap is and how long they held them, because on corrected time, they should be ready to go.
Yeah. Exactly. So the 6107 right there.
Is that it? 6107? That's Nick May.
Yes. Has a little bit of body damage.
Yeah, not too bad for rolling.
Just some broken fiberglass. I mean,
they make more.
It's replaceable. It's just cracked.
Yep. Yep. 6107.
Making his way through, finishing lap number 1.
These guys have caught that Class 1 car in front of them. You're gonna have a fight going on right here between Kevin Schwantz in the 6134, and you've got, he's been caught, 157 of Jim Tucker would have been caught. Ooh, Kevin
that's
got
116.
A little high. And the 116 of James Ward and Kevin Schwantz. That's going to develop into a fight later on, because these Class 1 cars are going to leave him on that long straight out there. So he's going to have to work pretty hard.
Oh, and he just rolled right here in the corner. Let's see if that is on here.
Yep, that's Kevin Schwantz on his side.
Oh, and you know what? It hasn't been shown yet to you guys at home, so sorry we're jumping the gun here, but right now we're watching the Class 1 cars go through. Let's see if the drone was with it, and I can see the drone flying around him right now.
Yep, he just hooked it on that berm, got in there
it caught him. The berm caught him.
And
so here we are right now on screen.
So, is that it?
This is it.
No, that's not him.
Nope, that's 61. Oh, you see the break? Oh, that's...
He's going around him. Kevin's already on his side.
So he had already flipped. Okay.
Yep. So they'll be there in a minute. So the co-driver in that truck, I don't know why they're taking so long here.
All right, we'll be right back. Hold on. All right, just taking a quick second there. I was going to go and form over here, but now we are getting the turn rerouted here. Nope. All right, so here we are watching, though, a live racing action right in front of us. The rollover that happened, they are redirecting the traffic through there. Lots of action going on right here. As you can see, the course officials coming on over here. This has been an action-packed race right here that we are watching. As we're back here with the drone footage here, that I believe is the number 8 of Todd Wiley. Again, Todd Wiley is in a old school Class 8, but racing in that unlimited truck, making his way around the berm. Right now, he's probably, goodness, I mean, he's already made his way around this course quite a bit. He's on the other side of the road. Just took that tight left-hand turn. Makes this right, sweeping right. This sweeping right is definitely a getter as well. It's a faster sweeping right, but the berms are getting very, very high. The ruts are getting worn in. So it definitely will kick you the wrong way. So noticing this about Todd, I believe he normally would have 2 spare tires on the back of his truck. I see he's only running 1. I don't know the reasoning behind which one you would choose to run, because he would have 2 there normally. So I'm not sure if he wants one side of the truck to be a little bit heavier than the other, or the reasoning behind it. What would be really cool if we can get our camera over by where that jump is, where the dike jump is at the landing. That is a super cool jump to see. Mr. King, it is Kevin Schwartz. Basically, it's his crew chief, CJ, and he was in here with us. He also races in the 6100 class as well. He's done Dakar himself. He is out and about right now because that was Kevin that was on their side. So right now, though, an overview, you can see it kind of looks like an open hairpin turn right there that the racers go through. Definitely not an easy course out here, as we've been seeing a lot of carnage all day long. Rollovers, some people braking, and earlier on in the Powder Puff race, we saw our second place, Emmy Hall, pull off right here in the short course, and she messaged me she had ran out of fuel. So such a bummer for her. Tomorrow, I'm sure that she will make sure she has fuel before she gets in that car again for Powder Puff. She'll also be running the morning sportsman class as well. All right, Johnny's saying the want spare tire on left side to account for more motor torque. For motor torque is what he's saying. So Todd Wiley just now made his way through the dike jump once again. He will, oh, and there I saw the launch. I missed it on my camera view, but awesome to see him doing that launch. But he'll be making his way through into the King Shocks infield here in just a few minutes. And here's one of our drones making their way around over here towards where we are at, waiting for some vehicles to come on through here. The You guys, we are live racing right now. We will be live racing once again tomorrow morning starting at 6:45 for our sportsman class. Again, we've been live all day long. We've had a couple of hiccups with some technology, but the weather is not, it's beautiful and sunny, but it's super windy. So we've been out here just doing what we can. Lost some power a little bit ago, and we worked through that, but back up and running. So tomorrow morning, once again, we will get back up and running early in the morning. Are you all good? Okay, good. Is he back out? Okay, cool. Cool. What was your last name again? Gittery? With a K? Gittery. Okay, somebody was asking me, and I was like, I couldn't remember your last name. Gotcha. Okay. All right, here we are. Todd Wiley getting ready to make his way through to finish up lap number 2 out here for our last race of the day. You can see him getting on the brakes and super hard right here at the very, very end. Right here, he's getting ready to jump right in front of me. Hitting the brakes, going directly into that 15 mile per hour zone. As we were watching, let's see how far back is second place. Todd Wiley's checked out quite a bit. Physically on course, here we are. Second place, 169 is who we are seeing right now. So 169 is the car. I don't have that number on my entry list, you guys, so you're gonna have to help me out. School me here at home, the ones that are watching. Again, I don't know every single one of these drivers like I would like to know. Oh, you can see him checking up a little too much right there. That's the turn that we saw Kevin roll in. We saw another car roll in there earlier on too, as he is getting up on the binders. All right, got a little bit of mud on our drone there out in the race. This is our third place car. Another class 1 that we will see here momentarily coming through, the number 104. BJ Eskew getting ready to make his way through. Making up lap number 2, BJ Eskew, the number 104 Class 1 car, crossing over in front of me into the finish line for finishing up the lap. All right, let's see what we got here. What do we got? We have some cameras out here that are all over the place, but we have Miller making his way through over here in the 6100 right now. Dustin Miller, the 6151 right in front of me. You guys at home are not seeing that quite yet. $169 is Rob Archibald. Thank you so much once again. And here we back live with the 261-51 Dustin Miller making his way through. He has that right-hand turn he just went through, doing this last jump right here before he gets on his brakes for lap number 2 completion as well. You can see right there are the signs where they have to get to 15 miles per hour, not only for the safety of our crew, safety of their vehicle, and also get them through that timing loop all safe and sound. As we are watching David go back towards his post over there for the Motorsport Safety Solutions. And here we are again watching live action out here at Primm, Nevada. This is that open hairpin turn that you can't really carry your speed 100% through it. You can try your best, but it might not always turn out the way you want it to, especially with the horsepower that these guys have. I mean, unless you're hitting it perfectly, but the ruts are very large in that turn, going right into a high-speed area. But here we are, the 6107 once again of Nick May making his way through, getting ready to come through to complete the lap number 2 himself. Again, he is the one that did roll on the turn number 1 in our short course right off the start, but it's good to see that no damage is done except for the body panels, and he is still up and moving and running strong as well. You can kind of see all the different jumps that he's going through. Right here, this left-hand turn, that's where we had a couple people bicycle earlier on. We've had some rollovers in that turn as well. But we are in the King Shocks infield. Great footage, you guys, following along with that 7 on the side of 6107. Making his way through. We have a Class 1 car, the number 116, now in our infield that we are following along with James Ward. James Ward was on it strong. We have another one of our 6100 trucks. Can't quite make out that number as I'm trying to. Looks like they got a little bit of a body panel coming off of them already. That can be as simple as coming in too hard to a turn or a jump and tire somehow hit the body panel, tearing it off. 6134. Thank you to my amazing drone pilots right there for getting me the numbers. That is Kevin Schwartz right there. I thought that they said he was going to be turning off, but he was the one that was on his side over here in the infield, but now he's out moving strong. So Kevin Schwartz moving along there. Actually, what more than likely is happening is if he's going to be pulling off, he has to do a complete lap. Pull in, check the car out, or the truck out, I should say, and then he can go back out. If he was to try to not complete the race for today, he could have pulled off, but it would not have been accounted for today. We've had lots of action coming through the short course here as we've been following along with a lot of the drivers out on course. Right here in front of me, the 6154 Trevor Brain in our infield. All right, there we are once again, following along with the number 8 Unlimited truck of Todd Wiley. Launching it, he sends it. Now this turn right here, you're going super fast into it. That's one of the turns that I keep talking about, that if you don't take it just right, it'll take your outside tires and just take you right on over. As Todd Wiley moving along and physically out in that number 1 spot, has quite a grip. All right, as I'm watching in front of me, I have some people asking me about some cars. I will look out for the numbers of the 169, the 166, also the 198. So if I see them come through here, not on the camera, but come through here, I'll let y'all know. 166, as we speak, you ask and you shall receive, is right now in the King Shocks infield, as we are still following along with Mr. Wiley as we're panning over to some more racing action. But the 166 going through right now into the finish line, taking lap number 2, I believe, for them. And here we have another Class 1 car. We'll get you that number here in just a moment. I mean, these guys are spread out all over the course. Action everywhere. All right, I know that's a white. We have a couple different ones. That's a 169 right there. Rob Archibald, I believe, is who that one is, of 169. Courtesy of Bearing King. All right, Billy Worthington is riding with the 166. All right, here's our drone pilot going in for a landing. We're switching on over to a different camera here. These batteries don't last long when they're trailing along with these super fast drivers on course. All right, waiting for some action over this jump that we are looking at currently. And there's Todd Wiley right there. That is not the dike jump. Actually, it is. I'm sorry. It's the way the camera angle is. It doesn't look as big of a jump, but that was Todd Wiley right there, making his way through. I would love to see their lap times because have a little bit of a, not a bet going on. All right, here we are. Here is Kevin Schwartz right now on camera making his way through the infield. Some body panel. Now it makes sense after, you know, wondering who that was with the body panel flailing around, but we know why it is. We saw him on his side over here getting pulled over. A little unfortunate mishap earlier on. As we are watching him make his way through here right in front of me, going over that jump right before the 15-mile-per-hour zone. Starts right there. So he's missing front parts of his body panel. He's got the rear fender flapping around, but still moving strong. That's all that matters. So he's making that right-hand turn, and it goes into that sweeping left where we saw Nick rolled over at the start earlier on. As the drone moves back this direction, we do have Todd Wiley that we just now flew right on over. Back with Todd Wiley here in the infield. I see the drone trying to keep up with him, and I know that he can, but wow. Pretty cool footage that we're getting from these guys. Again, these FPV drones are amazing to follow all of the race vehicles. As Todd makes that right-hand turn there and going over that jump on the binders. You can see him slamming on the brakes to make sure he's not violating that speed limit. As the racing has been going on all day long, the results will be posted here in just a little while. I personally do not have them in my hand. They have to make sure everything's all right, no penalties and all of that good stuff. So once they have the final results for day number 1, they will get that to you. As right now, that is Nick May in the 6107 that we are trailing along with right now. Again, here's another one with only one spare tire. He did roll, so I'm not sure if he maybe could have lost one off of there or not. As again, we are still with the 6107. Not too bad of damage. I mean, he's got a little bit of damage on the roof. Again, it's just fiberglass. Fiberglass can be fixed. making a super fast time through the zigzags and the S-turns and the tight turns. Nice little jump right there. You can see he's getting into a straightaway that, you know, we don't have a lot of super long straightaways out here, but it's just enough to get that speed up to where you really need to make sure you know exactly where you're at and make sure that you know when to check up, when not to check up in these turns. All right, back overhead here. Again with the 6107. And this track definitely got work today. Like we were talking with Emmy Hall earlier on, you know, the first class off the line this morning, super smooth trailing, but tomorrow morning, not going to be so smooth for our sportsman class.
Do you know if this is the last lap?
I believe that is the 6154. I believe that is Trevor Brain that we are looking at. Yes, it is 6154. Thank you again to our amazing drone pilots. We try to give everybody what they ask for, and they keep helping me out on all of the action out there on course. As for our running order of what we have going on, I do not have the live timing right in front of me. I can tell you that Todd Wiley is out in front. I've kind of lost track a little bit of who is where out here on course because everybody's getting mixed up in the mix here. So I do not have the live timing to call out the exact physical positions for everybody. So I apologize for that. As we are trailing over once again, I believe that was Trevor Brain still. Our drone pilot's going to go on over to our next victim on the race course. Getting that air time over here. Making that left-hand sweeper. All right, that right there is Mr. May back on course with him. He is inside of the King Shocks infield. Ooh, we have a Class 1 car kind of blowing a turn pretty good out in the distance here. We'll get him here shortly, but Nick May making his way through. Got a few jumps, a few turns before he comes in to complete his next lap. As he is missing that rear quarter panel on the back there because of his little tumble off the start line. I'm sure tomorrow he will do something just a little bit different to not have that happen once again. As you see, the 6107 making his way over the jump and have to get on the brakes to slow it down. Right behind him is the 116 making his way through as well. Thank you guys all for tuning in at home. It's been an amazing day of racing. We've been out here all day long giving you guys all the action that we can give you. We'll be out here again all day again tomorrow. And yeah, super fun out here. I mean, this race, if you're not in a race car watching it at home, I mean, at least you're getting this live show, which is awesome. Hammer King Productions bringing this to you. And we're waiting for our next truck that just went over. I believe that was possibly, I didn't catch the number on that one. I do have Tracy Lynn, you are asking about your son. He is getting ready to enter into the infield in front of me. I can see him in my sights. I believe that's his truck. It's a little muddy, found some mud. But that, we are watching Kevin Schwartz right there in the distance making a fast run into that left-hand sweeper. .157 just now went past me here in the infield. Trevor Bain making his way through the infield as well, getting ready to go right in front of me. In the 61.57. Actually, 61.57, that is Trevor Harvey. We'll find out. Trevor Bain also similar color. 61.54 right in front of me now is Trevor Bain. So Mom, he is doing good. Still muddy, but he's moving right along. As the drone is following along with Trevor Bain here in the infield. It'd be kind of cool to bring him on since Mom is watching, as we are seeing Todd Wiley right now. All right, Trevor Bain finishing another lap out here. Todd Wiley is super fast, you guys. I mean, that guy is no one's catching him out here. That is for sure.
Is that the red truck you're talking about?
I don't have the time splits in front of me to tell you exactly what it was, but we had a guy just now in the short course. Let's see if that's who we have on screen. Just totally blew over the berm. Oh, we have a guy that just bicycled. This is him right here, the 61. Watch him, you guys. I watched that live before you guys saw it. I'm so sorry because I can see it right in front of me, but what a save right there from the 6180. The 6180 of Dan Coletti. Wow, you guys just saw it. Stick with him. He is definitely pushing his limits. He was the second truck to go over that berm, and for him to save it, good job, man. As Dan Coletti making his way over the last jump right before he gets on the brakes to go through the finish line one more time here. Actually, not one more time, but for one more lap. It's really hard, you guys. I see it in front of me, and I got to call it off of a screen. And anyways, I get a little excited whenever I see it happen in front of me. But here we have the 6180 making it back out onto the short course. He makes this left-hand turn right here, and again, that's where they go into that rhythm section. And if you don't have your speeds right, you might as well just calm it down because it will definitely make the back end of your truck, I call it swap around. It's not really donkey kicking, but it's makes it bounce back and forth, and that is not always a good ending to a race day. Here we are. Yes, thank you guys again for tuning in. You got tuning in from the pits as well. I love it that you guys are tuning in from the pits also. You know, this is going to probably Todd Wiley in the second position. Chase down. Oh, there's the white one. There's Todd Wiley, and Todd Wiley is already almost to the point in the distance I'm seeing of passing that Class 1 car. So by the time they get over here, more than likely that's going to be happening. They're probably about 3 car lengths away from each other right now. Flag as Todd Wiley in the distance, just past Actually, he just passed. That was. Dike jump right now. We've got the racing action over here in the infield. We got more cars that will be coming through here in just a few minutes. As right now, we of Dustin Miller. We've run one spare because technically in this race you don't really need to run 2 spares, and it's a weight thing because basically this is kind of like a short course, so it's .169 of Rob Archibald. Making his way through the infield as well. It's kind of cool, like the angle that you guys just saw from home. You know, when they go off these jumps, sometimes these drivers, they have it set up because he was kind of in a slight turn. You could see that he was kind of set up just a little bit sideways for that jump. That's where the driving and the seat time really comes into play as we are following Rob through our infield, our King Shocks infield. He's got this turn right there. That's where we saw Kevin Schwartz on his side earlier. This is the jump right in front of me, making his way through to that 15-mile-per-hour zone. The number 169, Rob Archibald, doing a great job out there. Number 1 of the 2025 King Shocks Battle at Primm. Obviously out here in Primm, Nevada, the weather's been following along with the he has 2 tires on the back on the spare, so he's running his full setup. As we're watching him make his way through. like the 169 is prepped by Tim Lawrence, is what I. All right, now we are trailing along with the 6190 here on the race course. 6190 of Steve Arlia is the name, I believe is how you say it. So Steve Arlia out there on course, making his way through. Lots of cars coming through the infield right now, as well as they're kind of bunched up a little bit. We got class ones, we got some 6100s all making their way in. But the white flag has been waving for the last race of the day. And now we are trailing along with the number 116 of James Ward. He just made his way through, getting to the timing loop right here. Things happen, but right now he's been leading this whole entire race, overall qualifier yesterday as well. Right now I just now saw the 6154 of the Tosh Trevor Brain make his way across. 6180 right here within my sights as well. 6158 also just now going through the finish line here, getting the white flag. Okay, perfect. All right, here we are. Overview right now. There's the timing loop right there at the bottom. We are going to hone on in here to our next racer making their way through the 6190. That one is Steve Arlia making his way through. This right-hand turn right here has been a little bit of a getter. You can see the berms that are burnt in. He took it like a champ, didn't even have any issues, kept his speed around the corner, going over that last jump before the timing loop, getting that white flag as well. And within my sights, you guys, I see our race leader making his way back over here on this side of the road. He'll be coming through here in just a few minutes, taking that checkered flag of Mr. Todd Wiley in the number 8. We'll see him in just a few minutes coming in here, looking for the next car on course. Kind of got quite a gap here that we're seeing with the drone. You can see one little teeny tiny, about in the bottom middle of the screen, making his way around in the S turn here as our drone is backing this direction. And let's see, who do we have here? I believe that is Todd Wiley. Yes, it is. Bringing him back in to the camera. The number 8, Todd Wiley. Definitely not letting it up, still letting it all hang out. Trying to get to that finish line for day number 1 out here for the 2025 King Shocks Battle at Primm. He is no stranger to this race. He's been doing it for a long time. All right, he just has a few more turns, guys, and then he will be finished. He's going to do this left-hand turn right here. We've seen a few cars take a little bit of a over the berm kind of line, unintentional. But here's Todd Wiley right in front of me. Couple jumps here, right-hand turn, one more jump before he takes that checkered flag. There he did, that right-hand turn that's been a getter all day long as well. Last jump here, getting into the 15-mile-per-hour zone, and Todd Wiley right now unofficially in that number 1 spot for our unlimited class, our unlimited trophy truck, or our unlimited truck, our class 1 and our 6100 classes. So good job, Todd Wiley, congratulations. And now we are trailing along here again with a class 1 car. We have a couple white ones out here. I don't know which one this is. As we're panning around to see where they're out on course, I do have physically in front of me, I believe, the second place car. Oh no, that is not good. That is Mr. Steve right there that rolled earlier on in the infield, stuck on a berm, you guys. You can see that he is buried in pretty good there. Let's see if we can get those guys to maybe give us a thumbs up. Let us know all is good. The 169 just now crossed over in front of me. The 169 taking that checkered flag. Yep, we have Steve overstuck in a berm, but 169 just now, again, taking the checkered flag for the day out here. Great job by these guys. That great racing. 169 of Rob Archibald right now just crossed the finish line as well. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. He's just sitting in his truck, but he's stuck in a berm. Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully they just listen to the live show then, because I was talking about it being stuck. I don't have a radio. Yeah. 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 No, you're fine. No, I don't have a radio. Nope. All right, finishing up the race for the day. We're again, now that is the 6107 right there. Mr. Nick making his way around just now where we do have Steve stuck in that berm. And there's our next Class 1 car, the 116, making his way around as well. I'm not sure exactly where he's stuck in a berm at on the race course. I can't quite make out where it is. But here we are trailing along with the 116 of James Ward. Ooh, threw some roost up at our drone guy. Really good at avoiding all of that. So 116 right here. James Ward. Oh, I just saw a little bit of a body panel out on course. Make their way back around over here as we do have a racer making their way in here. We're almost done with the race though. Oh, the leaders, yes. Yeah, just bring in first place. Yeah, yeah, and because I don't know when my guys are going to cut the show. Yeah, so first place. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Perfect, perfect. Okay, okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, we have some finishers that are in here, some leaders that came in and already finished. I will be getting some interviews from them here in just a little bit. They'll come in and chit chat with me, and I'll get to talk about their day and how it went for them. As you know, if you're in first place unofficially, you obviously had a good day. But in my sights, here comes the next Class 1 car. But right in front of me, Dustin Miller, the 6151. I see the drone following along with Mr. Miller here. So we'll see if we get him up here for you guys to watch come through to get his checkered flag as we're still watching the dike jump. But thank you so much. Here we are not on board, but we are following through, trailing along. Again, 6151 of Mr. Dustin Miller making his way around here. One more turn, one more jump, and then the checkered flag for Dustin Miller. Here is his last jump here. And his race is done for the day. So congrats to all these guys that are coming through finishing strong. As our next Class 1 car, the number 104, also making their way through. Look at that. You went through the timing loop with Mr. Dustin Miller. So the 104, again, BJ Eskew, watching him make that right-hand turn. Those ruts, I'm not telling you, I'm not joking, guys. They just keep getting bigger and bigger. Last jump, BJ Eskew making his way through, getting that checkered flag as well. Congrats, BJ. Well done, guys. Guys and gals out there racing, it's been a great day. Thank you guys for putting on a show for us. We have a couple more cars that'll be coming in here. We have another Class 1 car. We have another truck coming through, which is Nick May. Finished strong, you know, with having the issues that he had earlier on. But now we're trailing along once again. Can't make out the number of the truck. We have a couple trucks that look pretty much exactly alike. That was a 69 at the end. 6190. You guys are awesome. Thanks, guys. So 6190, Steve Arlia, excuse me, making his way around. He's almost done himself. He will be shortly. Steve is over here on this side of the race course, on this side of the road, I should say, as the finish line. We've had a few cars come on through and take that checkered flag as well. Great day of racing out here. It's been a fun day of racing, you guys. All right, the 6190 still on board with Steve Arlia. All right, we're going to bring us in some guests here. And turn my volume down for just a minute. We'll be right back. All right, you're going to have to take your hat off, though, for these. Come on in. I only have 2 headsets, but that is my door stopper if you want to shut the door and then put it in front. Otherwise, it opens, slaps everybody. Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, so when I turn this on, we're live. All right, in the studio booth here with me, Mr. Todd Wiley. You were out there, led the race from start to finish. It was a great race for you.
It went really well. My co-driver did an awesome job of calling everything out for me. I got to thank my crew for letting me know where I was. I think it was a real close race between me and the 169 car behind me. Not quite sure who won or that battle. I know he started behind me and was trying to make some time up on me. We were having some trouble on the back straightaway, temperature-wise. The motors just didn't like those high speeds, so we were having to trying to baby a little bit, but not that I could baby it much with everybody on my butt back there.
Well, you know, I could see it. I was watching it. The 169 definitely was chasing you down as far as he could, but I mean, you didn't look like you were having any issues with your engine or your speed or your, you know, trying to hold back because of temperature issues.
No, the truck felt good. In order to stay in front of those guys, you got to be going at least 90%. But just some good competition out there. I know everybody's down in San Felipe right now, but there's still plenty of fun out here to be had.
Oh, yeah, tons of fun out here. And you know what? You're no stranger to this. I mean, I have to say, I have a picture of my son when he's like 3 years old standing in front of your truck. He's now 16, but standing in front of your truck here at Battle at Primm one year. And you've had a fan for life from him, but it's awesome to see you out here, you know, still at it, still racing it, but you're no stranger to this course. Are there any changes this year compared to the last year's race?
Well, this year we came out with a new supercharged motor, just a crate motor from GM, so not quite a legal 8 truck anymore because of the supercharger, but we're trying to get that thing developed, and once we get the temperature issues figured out, we can maybe turn up the power a little bit more. I just love this track, and I know I'm kind of I've done some pretty good jumps over across that big dike jump out there.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite achieve the speeds I want to achieve this year, but it's flying really well. We'll see how far we can send it tomorrow.
Yeah, well, with the wind and stuff today, too, I mean, I don't know. Some drivers earlier on were saying that the wind was actually affecting them when they were going over the jump, so they were kind of checking up a little bit more than normal.
Yeah, I think the wind died down a little bit on it, but right now I can hit it full out, but we'll just see how fast I can get it up to tomorrow.
I remember one year here, there was the longest jump. I believe you won it that year, but I remember seeing the pictures of you. You were flying. You gonna do it for us tomorrow?
I'll go for it tomorrow. I may not do it as far as we did that one time. I think the one time when I was landing on the rear bumper, maybe I was going a little bit too far.
Yeah, no, this is a very fun course though, and to see you out here, you know, out front, you know, you never looked back really. You're saying that you knew they were behind you, but you never looked back. I mean, you never lost your position. They were gaining a little bit, but it was the give or take. You know, you get into lap traffic, and that holds you up as well.
Yeah, it was. I wanted to get in a good, clean lap the first lap because we didn't go out this morning and really haven't run the track at speed. So I wanted to get around one clean one and then start cranking it up. And again, my co-driver here, Wyatt, was doing just such a good job of telling me when to carry speed in and out of the corners and when to check up and everything. Everything just went really well. And pit crew just let me know where I was. I knew in the last lap it was still neck and neck, so I knew I had to even push it just to maybe stay in front of them. Do we know what the results are right now?
I don't have live timing, so no, I cannot tell you that. Hopefully tomorrow I have the live timing. It was something trying to get myself with it here, so hopefully tomorrow I'll have it, but no, I don't. I have all kinds of people asking me, but I don't have it for you. It's a guessing game right now.
Right.
So is Wyatt your son?
Wyatt's my son, yes.
And now Wyatt, I know he doesn't have a microphone, but he raced earlier today or no? In a side-by-side?
He was out racing in the bug class today, the class 11s.
That's right, 11s.
They had a little problem with some valve train issues, but he'll be back out tomorrow. He did get all his laps in, and both vehicles will be ready to run. Bug first thing in the morning, and then me at the end of the day.
So with you having temperature issues today, are you going to go try to see if you can figure out what it was, or it is what it is, you're going to get through the race weekend and then figure it out from there?
I'm going to do the best I can to try and figure it out, but we were having issues even. I thought I had them solved with the new radiator I just installed in it. Obviously, we're going to do everything we can to try and increase some airflow. You might see a little bigger opening in the windshield of the truck tomorrow just to try and let a little bit more air in. Ever since I added the supercharger, I got 7 fans and right behind my seat all battling for the same little pocket of air.
Gotcha. Okay. So I have to ask you, too. I know that you can run 2 spare tires. You only had 1 on.
Yeah, if you're going to get 2 flats out here, you don't have a chance.
That
Even
is
1
true.
flat will probably knock you out. I leave out the one spare just for a little lighter weight. We still got 75 gallons of gas on the back anyway, so
Gotcha.
just to lighten it up a little bit.
So do you adjust your shocks for letting that little bit of weight up? Because your tires probably weigh, what, 100-plus pounds, right? 100, probably
Yeah,
150
about
pounds?
150 pounds each. So I do lighten up the shocks. I even try and lower the suspension. Track like this a little bit flatter. We try to start a little bit lower in the back than we do, say, going into the Mint there 3-4 weeks ago. It was just super rough. You want to be set up high and heavy.
Right. That's definitely a rougher course than this for sure. That's a rough one. I saw that you were racing it. I wasn't at it, but I saw that you were racing because I was watching the live show all day. But, yeah, this course right here, you setting yourself up lower. I mean, with some of these turns, we've seen people today, like, it just bites them because a little bit higher, obviously, gives you more tipping rate. So
yeah, no, even on the end, we got a short course infield there. We got to get through 3 turns pretty fast and pretty smooth. And they even got in the dry lake bed doing a bank turning right to go left at 90 miles an hour. It's kind of fun out there.
Well, that's what pre-running is all about, or not pre-running, but like racing this morning, so you could see the track at speed. It really helped you out, I'm sure.
Right, and that was an advantage also for Wyatt going out for 3-4 laps this morning in the bug. So he had the track completely memorized, like the back of his hand. So, again. Great job by him by just telling me when to slow down and when to speed up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and being in the bug, that's definitely good training for future fast trucks, right?
Yeah.
You ever going to get out and let him get in?
He's been driving the trucks a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be around in them someday.
Nice.
Back in them.
One of these days.
Yeah, we'll get him back in.
Well, I'm going to let you get going so you can go get working on your car. I mean, the race is pretty much almost wrapped up, I think, for the most part. But congratulations on the day. Hopefully tomorrow you finish strong and be on top of the box.
Thanks a lot. We'll go get to work.
Awesome. Well, and to Wyatt, too, congratulations on being so successful in the truck. Great training. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow out on the course.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I think she has more people out there for me, so perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much. Come race hammers in the Desert Challenge. Hey, guys, don't go dead yet, or don't go close the show. I do have a couple more drivers, I guess. Okay, I don't know who it is yet, but perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Who's the next one? How many do I have? 2 interviews. Okay, let me just tell them really quick. Who's my next one? I have 2 interviews. That's it. I'll keep them short. Rob Archibald. All right, perfect. Come on in. Hi. I'm wonderful. How are you? I'm Pam. You haven't raced in 2 years?
Yeah.
Well, you were chasing down Wiley. You were the 169, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were second in, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I turn this on, we're live, and we're going to actually stand. I'm going to have you come stand over here, and we're going to be live. We are live. Hi, guys at home. I have Rob Archibald here. He came in. He's the number 169, but Rob, you just said you haven't raced in 2 years.
Yeah, I haven't raced in 2 years, and raced out here. You know, it's always a fun time. So I like Battle of Primm.
It is a fun race. It's a fun race. But I mean, you haven't been racing in 2 years, but it didn't show. You were on it today.
I was wondering. I just kind of settled back in. I haven't been behind the wheel in a couple of years.
It's like riding a bike.
Taking care of the kids at home.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, we have to do that.
Come out here and cut loose. I'll probably feel more balanced after this.
There you go. Well, I mean, tomorrow, it's going to be, you sleep on it tonight, think about what you did, what you can maybe do better, faster corners. The track's going to change again because we have lots of heat races before you tomorrow. So, did you run the sportsman class this morning?
No.
No, okay. Some people did the sportsman class just to, see the track and stuff, so I wasn't sure if you did that or not. But 5 laps out there this evening. You get 5 more tomorrow. Are you ready for them?
I'm ready.
You're ready.
I feel better now because I just wasn't sure how everything was going to work out.
Yeah.
But, my prep guy, Tim Lawrence, did a great job with the car. It feels great out there. it was so loose, so really muddy and slippery, and I thought I got a flat tire because of that. So I think it was about the third lap. I backed it down, tried to feel what was going on. I got super loose under braking going into a turn, and I thought that I had maybe broken a sway bar. So I'm trying to feel out that, and then I'm like, oh, okay, it's kind of getting consistent here. I'm just going to get back after the throttle, see if I can bring Wiley back into my sights a little bit.
Well, you did a good job of reeling him in. He was worried about people behind him. Just had a conversation with him. He was like, I knew they were back there. I knew I couldn't do anything wrong.
That's a fast truck he's got there.
Yes.
It's been around for a long time. It's nice to have some real good competition out here today.
Yeah, you guys had great competition out here. I mean, I'm watching you guys and seeing so many of you guys coming in so close in the infield here. Great racing, great clean racing. I mean, we really didn't have very many issues. We had a couple rollovers and that's it. But yeah, it was good competition out there.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I enjoyed myself.
Yeah, well, I
Appreciate
enjoyed
all
watching
all the snore volunteers. You know, I always like coming out here. The vibe is the best of any racing organization.
Yeah, it's a great. I personally used to race in here too, so it's a lot of fun to be out here working the race on the other side of it. But seeing you guys out there though, it makes me really want to get back in a car.
Well, you should do it. Sure,
no.
you can hop in one and come out here and have some fun.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of different races all day long.
Exactly. It is fun, but this side is where I'm at these days. But I know it takes a lot of people to get you out here. You probably got to go. You're just going to make sure everything's all good with your car for the race tomorrow, or do you think you have anything you have to change up for it?
I'm definitely going to look at everything.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a easy course on a car. You're running it pretty hard. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you guys had I haven't seen your lap times, so I know you guys had some super high speeds, some great lap times. Obviously, the race ended like way sooner than I was expecting it to. So, but you guys got to go do a once over on your car for the night just to get back to that green flag tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow. And hopefully right now you're unofficially first in Class 1, second overall is where I see you sitting without having the timing in front of me just from your physical finishes. So congratulations on the great day.
Sounds good. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks, Rob.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Bye. All right. We're going to have one more driver come in here for the evening. And we'll be closing up the show for tomorrow. We'll be right back at live racing, though. But you guys, it's been a great day out here at Primm, and the King Shocks battle at Primm has been an awesome, awesome race to watch. Lots of competition and everything else. All right, we're going to bring in our last interview of the night here. So as soon as I turn these up, we're live. You're probably going to hear yourself echo back into your ears.
Okay.
So it might mess with you just a little bit. All right. Did you finish first in 6100?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Now I have Dustin Miller here in the booth with me. Dustin, first place unofficially right now in the 6100 truck. You were doing an amazing job out here. How did your truck feel for you?
It was a ton of fun. The truck stuff's new to me. It's my second time ever racing a truck. I come from the buggy, so class 10, 12, and 1, and got the new 1.9 truck and took a couple driving lessons from some of the friends that talked me into getting the truck, and still taking a little getting used to in the tight stuff, but it's amazing. It's the truck works well, and it's super fun, and just
well, I have to ask you because you just said you came from 12s and 10s and everything. Everybody always says, like, once you are in those buggies and going into a truck, you have to completely learn how to drive all over again.
It's definitely it's a different feeling. The braking points, I mean, the truck's just a lot heavier than the buggies. The buggies are pretty nimble, and you drive them pretty deep and do different stuff. And then I get in the truck, and it's like, wow, this thing's a little bit heavy. It takes a little bit more to stop, but then on the big holes, you can commit and kind of drive through them, which can't really do in the buggy. So stuff that was the biggest thing that they kind of worked with me is stuff that I would normally check up for. They just said, get that out of your head, just the truck will drive through it. So trying to get comfortable in that.
Get the truck feeling. So like setting yourself up for a corner is a complete, like you're saying, braking point. You got to figure out that different braking point and like set it up.
Kind of rotate the truck, and the truck has a handbrake in it, which different from the buggy. The buggies, the handbrake's a turning brake. The brake in the truck just locks up the rear end. And I end up using that quite a bit just to kind of plant the back end and put a little pressure on it and put a little load to it. So for me, that's been helping me getting the truck to turn a little bit.
Okay.
Earlier at a previous race, on my practice lap, just in this infield, on the practice lap, I couldn't drive it around the berm, drove it up and over the top. I'm like, total rookie move. So
whoopsies.
Yep, whoopsies, and trying to get past those now. So.
Well, you know what? I actually saw a few drivers go over this berm that's over here to my left today.
I'm glad it wasn't me.
I saw a couple of them do it. One guy like literally bicycled, and I don't know how he saved it.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was a good save, and actually the cameras ended up grabbing it. So
cool.
It was awesome. Yeah, but yeah, no, congratulations on the great day though. I mean, obviously you're learning your truck well. Did you race earlier though in a buggy?
My son did.
Your son did. Okay.
So yep, he was in the Class 10 car. I raced the Class 11 bug this morning, but I didn't make it very far.
Oh, gosh.
Broke second gear in the infield, went over the tabletop, maybe a little too aggressive, and lost second gear. So I tried doing one lap with just first and third gear. And then so the Class 11 didn't make it very far. And then my son raced our Class 10 car earlier today that's kind of has the same light livery. And he was having a good race going, and then had a CV issue with a clip, just like a $3 part that we're fighting. So he's frustrated, but it's part of the race.
I always say, you know, you're running a good race. You could be a mile from the finish and a $2 part breaks.
Yep.
That's what's so unfortunate.
It's happened to everybody. If you race enough, I mean, everybody can have the shop talk where it's like, I was winning the race until, and it's like ...
Yeah,
and it's like, and the frustrating ones are when you're 2 miles from the finish and you can see the finish line and like you're leading the race and we've had a car run out of gas. I mean, it's like fill in the blank of what's happened. It's happened.
Well, I have to bring it up because it happens all the time. So King of the Hammers, we had Jason Shearer a few years ago, literally ran out of gas leading the race. His co-driver had to run in, take fuel back out. Bailey Campbell, she was leading the race, would have been the first female to win King of the Hammers, had literally like, it was like a $10 part or something that broke on her. So it's so unfortunate, and it does happen, and that's when I always say racing happens.
Racing happens, yep, and it's such a kind of a team sport. I mean, you look at what goes into the prep and to make these vehicles successful, especially like a King of the Hammers or more of a distance race, this being kind of a shorter course. But when you go put a car through that much abuse for 400 miles, it's amazing. And it really, that's where I think the team sport comes in, with the guys behind the scenes building the cars and doing the prep work, and the suppliers that are getting the right parts to us, and knowing what parts to replace at the right time. And hopefully it isn't that $5 part that takes you out in the end.
Exactly. But no, great day for you though. I'm super stoked for you tomorrow. Hopefully everything finishes up again as well.
Yep, we're hoping we can back it up tomorrow. It's a new day. Anything can happen. Yep. So we've got our 10 car back up and going. So my son will get to race that, and he'll be starting at the back of the pack, but just go get some miles and
seat time.
Seat time.
But it doesn't matter either. I mean, 5 laps still is a long race.
Yeah,
so
anything can happen.
Yep, exactly. But I'll let you get going because the day is done for us here. But you were probably just going to go over your truck, make sure all is good.
Yep.
Again, congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you for coming out and for all the media coverage that you guys brought.
Yeah, so everybody at home, thank you so much. Dustin Miller right here. We're closing out the show for you guys tonight. But tomorrow morning, 6:45, we will be going live racing once again. All day long. We'll see this guy at the last race of the day. And, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right.